Hey everyone, hope you're all doing great. Welcome back to the Anime Fictions 2.0. Today, we're diving into another exciting What If Naruto Learned from Itachi and Shisui. The Darkest Legacy Unleashed? If you're enjoying these alternate timelines, make sure to hit that subscribe button, share it with your friends, and check out the other videos on the channel. And of course, drop your thoughts in the comments. I always love hearing your ideas. Alright, enough talk, let's get into the story. Chapter 1. The Fourth Hokage's Legacy. Naruto was well aware he was disliked by a majority of the Konoha population, hated even. However, even though they hated him, he was never harmed. He received no more than an icy glare, insults behind his back, and shunning. His safety was ensured by the ANBU guards, the Sandaime, ordered to protect him, but it still hurt emotionally. The old man would have prevented his people from hurting the boy's heart if he could, but to enforce a law like that was impossible. Not to mention, until now, those who held a grudge against the Kyuubi never tried anything against its container in fear the demon itself would run amok. The people of Konoha weren't crazy, but even the Hokage couldn't keep an eye on every shinobi. And even if he could, there was always that one individual that would spell trouble over Konohas. Danzo was a prime example. Nevertheless, Sarutobi Hiruzen counted his blessings. He didn't yet need his ANBU to get rid of those stupid enough to harm Naruto. However, that night changed everything. Hiragi Yuma was a survivor of the Third Shinobi War, one of the first users in Iowa. He retired from his profession shortly after the war ended, because he wasn't just a regular seal master who worked in the village. Researching and producing seals for a living was not for him. He was a frontline seal master who worked as backup on the battlefield. His forte was fast execution of a seal rather than the complexity of it, allowing him to support his comrades. However, no one was fast enough to deal with Konoha's yellow flash. He was thoroughly humiliated when Namikaze Minato slaughtered the IWA force before he could even pick a brush. The only reason he survived the encounter was because he was hiding under his comrade's corpse, suppressing his chakra. He would never forget the eyes that appeared to glow a brilliant shade of delphinium when they gazed in his direction. His breath had hitched, and he'd wondered if the sense of inevitable death was a shared feeling among his comrades in face of the swift and deadly yellow flash. But Yuma did not hold a grudge against Namikaze Minato like the rest of his village. He found it to be pointless since people on both sides were dying. Instead, he chose to admire him as a seal master. The man was a genius, and Yuma was envious. He was talented in sealing, having spent his whole life mastering it, but he would never come close to Namikaze's level. The saying, talent hits a target no one else can hit, while genius hits a target that no one else can see, couldn't be truer. Namikaze Minato set his own unreachable target, creating seals no one previously thought to be possible. Yuma retired knowing it was time to give up chasing Namikaze. The gap between them was too large to be closed, and chasing the dream was pointless. However, in his 5th year of retirement, news spread like wildfire that Namikaze Minato died when the Kyuubi attacked Konoha. Rumors started floating, most were nonsense, but one caught his interest. Namikaze Minato had given up his life using a seal against Kyuubi, and there was a possibility Konoha created another. It was obvious to say Yuma was curious. A high-level seal master wouldn't die sealing us so long as it was performed right. Namikaze dying from a mistake was a far-fetched idea considering many masters before him had succeeded. That meant only one thing. Namikaze Minato had used a special kind of seal that required such a sacrifice. Konoha was probably the only village that would never flaunt there. In fact, all that anyone knew was that Konoha possessed the Kyuubi, and that there were two before the most recent one. The first fact was common knowledge. The second fact could be known if one calculated a person's lifespan. His curiosity about the last seal Namikaze Minato ever created grew, and he decided to pay Konoha a visit. He had to find Konoha's third Jinchuriki. The Yondaime Hokage's Legacy. It was no easy feat sneaking into Konoha, especially with the barrier created by the Uzumaki clan protecting the village. He would have had to devote a lot of time and research into exploiting a weak spot, but fortunately, he found someone willing to trade information. In exchange for a safe route, all he had to do was hand over his life's work to Konoha's most dangerous missing nin, Orochimaru. It was almost an unfair exchange, but seeing the last work of Namikaze himself was worth it. Once he was able to sneak in, it was a piece of cake. Hiragi Yuma might be a top seal master of IWA, but he never made a name for himself, considering Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya of the Sannin were hogging all the fame. He didn't even bother with a henge. Dressing like a civilian was enough to do the trick. Finding info about there was surprisingly easy, and all it took was sitting in front of a dango shop. When a 6-year-old blonde boy with blue eyes walked past, civilians and shinobi alike gave him a wide berth while breaking into a hushed whisper. Yuma easily overheard one of the customers in the dango shop mutter "monster" under his breath. Bingo! Yuma didn't cheer mentally for long, because he soon realized this hated child couldn't be walking around without supervision. ANBU had to be near to keep an eye on the child. It was the standard protocol for all non-adult, and this child was no exception. If his experience of watching over Han was anything to go by, then this child was shunned by his own village out of fear. How stupid. What if the child snapped and went berserk? IWA had learned the hard way with Han. If not for Rishi and Inoki subduing the young, IWA would have done the equivalent of suicide and embarrassingly wiped themselves off the map. Now, though, IWA learned to deal with it by letting them get away from the village, or in other words, voluntary exile. But forget about his village and there for now. He had to think of how to get to the child without ANBU noticing. He was a simple, so taking on Konoha's ANBU was definitely suicide. He had to be extremely careful when following the child and his guards, since it was easy to alert them accidentally. He observed them from afar for days and found ANBU didn't follow the child 24/7. Surprisingly, because they couldn't. Once in a while, the child would prank the villagers for attention or to deal out some form of payback. When the boy would flee or hide, the ANBU had a hard time following him even with his bright hair color and vibrant, orange shirt. The boy could be stealthy when he wanted to be, it seemed. Of course, ANBU didn't lose him for long, maybe a few minutes or so, but that was plenty enough time for Yuma. On his 6th day in Konoha, he planted a number of seals in the main marketplace and waited for the show to begin. He was not disappointed when they executed his latest prank, a pink-colored smoke spreading throughout the marketplace. It was harmless, but the rose smell was strong enough to make even women flee to escape the sickening sweet smell. Yuma himself almost hurled but refrained, because today's prank would serve his cause well. Once again, ANBU lost their charge, and this time it was longer than usual because of the smoke and smell. At the same time, Yuma activated his seal, which caused the other side of the marketplace to explode. It was harmless in that it was mostly smoke and sound. It was designed to be a distraction with minor damage and no casualties, so they would be more inclined to believe it was the Jinchuriki's prank. ANBU, of course, thought it was their charge or a possible enemy ninja, but for a moment, Yuma feared that the ANBU would linger. He grinned as they rushed away, allowing him to duck into the small alleyway he saw the boy run in earlier. Yuma couldn't believe his luck when he saw the still there, hopping up to reach the rooftop of a building nearby. Though was obviously curious about the explosion. Wonder what happened over there. Enemy ninja? His eyes widened when he felt pain on the back of his head, and then everything went black. Yuma sighed in relief as he hoisted the on his back. He then applied it over the child so he looked like a little, brunette girl with fair skin. He quickly retreated back to the crowded street a bit further away from the market where the civilians were busy fussing over the Jinchuriki's latest prank. Yuma stiffened and turned away when he saw a woman with a son glance at him curiously. His eyes briefly caught the red and white fan symbol stitched into their clothes and flinched. Uchiha! Shit! Anna. The seal master turned around slowly, faking a kind fatherly smile. Good afternoon, Uchiha-san, he greeted the Uchiha woman genially. What a fine day, isn't it? Uchiha Mikoto raised an eyebrow. It had been a while since anyone greeted an Uchiha so politely like this man did. She had called out to him simply because she sensed something off about him, or was it the child? Now that she thought about it, it was probably her just being paranoid. Good afternoon to you too. The breeze is indeed very nice today. Is that why your daughter fell asleep? She asked with a smile on her lips. The man nodded stiffly. Yes, she also exhausted herself playing in the playground today. He added, mentally cursing himself for engaging in a conversation with an Uchiha. It was truly fortunate he hadn't used a henge at all on himself. If he had, she would be even more suspicious. I see, she said softly. Then I will be on my way. She muttered as she turned to walk away, but Sasuke stopped her with a frown. Ka-san. Mikoto tugged on Sasuke's hand, gently dragging him with her. Not now, Sasuke. If there's anything you want to buy, it'll have to wait, she said as the father-daughter pair walked away from them. But Ka-san, Sasuke whined. That man lied. Sasuke, the Uchiha matriarch warned. Don't accuse someone you just met, especially a civilian, of that. They were in a bad enough position in the village as it was, and it would be bad if rumors of Sasuke accusing civilians as liars spread. Besides, why would he lie to me? She asked logically. Sasuke frowned, then muttered, Yes, Ka-san. Obediently, he followed his mother back to the Uchiha compound. Sasuke recalled the only playground in Konoha was not currently usable. When he and Itachi had walked around the park yesterday, there was a repair in progress sign near the playground. Itachi was shaking his head when he said someone named Guy accidentally ran into it or something along that line. So that man lied to his mother about his daughter exhausting herself playing, but Ka-san was right. The man had no reason to lie, or did he? Ka-san wouldn't listen, so he'd have to tell his brother later. Naruto blinked his eyes open and looked at his surroundings. He was in a large room with lots of boxes and bottles, a sake warehouse. He crinkled his nose at the scent. He hated the smell of sake as it reminded him of the drunks that said unpleasant things to him. Naruto startled when he set his eyes on a stranger smiling at him with a genuine smile. The man had long, brown hair and green eyes, and his build was similar to the ANBU he had seen before with a dog mask. Hello, kid, are you alright? Yuma asked. Now that he had a close look at the child, Yuma could see the similarity between him and Namikaze. IWA would freak out if they knew the Yondaime Hokage had managed to procreate and turn the boy into a. Who are you? I am Uzumaki Naruto. The Hokage had told him that it was common courtesy to give his own name before asking for someone else's. Uzumaki? He raised an eyebrow at the name. Yuma pointed at his chest and said, Me? My name is Hiragi, so just call me Hiragi-san. His family name was pretty common, so telling the child was harmless. Hiragi-san, Naruto tested the name. I think I will call you Aji-chan instead. Yuma sighed. He deserved it since he was the same age as the Yondaime. Fine. Naruto eyed Yuma curiously. Why am I here? He asked. He grinned at that and said, Oh, you were knocked out by a bad person. I saved you and brought you here. If his observation was correct, this child had never been attacked before and incredibly lonely. If someone saved him, they could easily earn his trust. You're safe here, Naruto-kun. And for added bonus, he ruffled the child's soft, spiky hair. This was the moment of truth. If a Shun Jinchuriki was touched, they would either lash out or welcome the affection as a sign of trust. As expected, the child looked at him admiringly. Thank you, Aji-chan. Yuma smirked inwardly. That had been easier than he'd thought it would be. You're welcome, Naruto-kun. Then he added after a beat, but it seems the enemy ninja did something to you. He lied smoothly. Eh? I can fix it for you though, Yuma assured the child. Don't worry and just leave everything to me. Naruto paled at the thought of an enemy ninja having done something horrible to him. Now Yuma rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a storage scroll. He unsealed a wooden board the size of an adult with a seal array carved into it. Naruto watched the unsealing in awe. That's so cool, Hiragi Ajiken. What is that? Ninjutsu? Hiragi smirked. Not quite his father's child, huh? This is. It's one of the most complex shinobi arts. See this array here? He tapped the board on the ground. You use hand seals to mold chakra for ninjutsu, while we use these to tell chakra what to do. Is it hard? Naruto's eyes were shining with glee. Depends on you. He didn't see anything wrong with indulging the child. He needed Naruto's full cooperation anyway. You have to be good in arithmetic, chakra theory, and calligraphy basically. Naruto crinkled his nose. I don't like any of that. Can that even be used like cool ninjutsu? Hiragi snorted. The Yondaime Hokage was a magnificent seal master. The next thing Hiragi knew, Naruto had latched his small body onto his arm like a koala. Teach me. He gave the seal master his puppy eyes. Please. Hiragi faltered. He had discovered another scary way to use Namikaze's azure eyes. I will fix you first, then we can talk about this again, okay, kid? Okay. Naruto agreed as he hopped off of Hiragi, bouncing on his feet. The seal master's sweat dropped at the sight of the hyper kid and silently thanked God that he was no longer an IWA shinobi. Namikaze surely knew how to pick a wife. The rumor of his lover being the habanero was true, it seemed. The two monsters of Konoha procreated that this kid would be one hell of a shinobi. Then again, it was none of his business. He only wanted the data of Namikaze's last work, and then he was going to get out of Konoha faster than you could say ninja. Now lay down here, Naruto-kun, and take off your shirt. Naruto obeyed the instruction, but shuddered when his skin touched the cold wood. Now what, Hiragi-ajikin? He asked. Hiragi smiled. Just relax, you're going to fall asleep and when I finish you will be as good as new. Okay. Naruto cheered. Hiragi formed seals for a sleep-inducing, and Naruto quickly fell asleep. Finally, he sighed in relief. Pretending to be a kind uncle is exhausting. He grumbled under his breath, now let me see the last work of Namikaze Minato. He activated the seal array on the board, causing a seal to appear on Naruto's stomach. He gaped at the sight. Unbelievable, no wonder he died to make this. The seal was different from any other seal he'd seen before. There was not just one seal, there were 3 layers of seals. At first glance, it would look like only one seal, but a top-notch seal master would know there were 2 other seals. The first seal was the main seal that tied the Enhis together. The second and third, however, would be triggered in certain circumstances. Hiragi would bet they were fail-safe seals, and considering the main seal and the it held, it made Hiragi wonder what kind of seal those were. No one ever made a fail-safe seal for A. Then again, villages that didn't have Namikaze Minato. Hiragi couldn't suppress his growing curiosity and envy of the last work of the yondaime. He badly wanted to unravel the seal, but that would have required him to be on the same level as Namikaze Minato or risk his life. He cackled at the thought. If I died here it would be justified. I was supposed to die when he slaughtered my team anyway. It would be an honor to die for my research. He wondered if this was his sanity wavering again, one of the many reasons for his retirement. Then again, why would he care for the consequences? The worst thing that could happen would be unleashing the Kyuubi in Konoha, and that would only be giving Konoha what it deserved. Naruto would never have been so vulnerable and easily swayed if they hadn't shunned him. It was probably charity to the brat to let him have his own revenge. With that in mind, Hiragi continued his work, but first sealed everything he cherished inside a special storage scroll. It was more durable than the average storage scroll in that it could withstand explosive tags and other harming elements. Nothing weaker than a Bijudama could destroy it, he supposed as he began to work. Kyuubi perked up, growling when he saw the yondaime walk up to his cage. What do you want, yondaime? Someone is trying to tamper with the seal, the blonde Hokage muttered. I don't know why, but it activated the failsafe temporarily. Kushina then appeared beside him. It activated mine too, she growled. Who's the fool? If I get my hands on the guy, I'll kill him. Kyuubi rolled his eyes. You're dead, Kushina, he pointed out with a deadpan tone. The second of the Kyuubi glared at her ex-prisoner. Thank you for reminding me, she growled, but what happened to my son? He was her main concern. Minato paled when he saw Kyuubi's chakra leak from his cage. Kyuubi! You! The bared his fangs. Not my doing, yondaime! In case your memory is as bad as your mate's, your seal is designed so the brat can borrow my chakra. The fox pointed out. I did not want even a small fraction of it to leak into his system, so if it kills the brat and me too, you have no one to blame but yourself. Minato grit his teeth. You really, his eyes widened. Kushina! Your chakra! Kushina looked at herself. My chakra, it seeped into Naruto's. Mine too, what's happening? Is the failsafe seal broken? He quickly went to check the seal on Kyuubi's cell. This one is safe, at least for now. Kushina breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, I checked the failsafe chakra too and it doesn't seem like it's going to break but. But? Minato asked, dreading her next words. But what? Some of our chakra and memories have seeped through because of this. I don't know how it will affect our son. Kushina clasped her fingers together. Naruto. Kyuubi snorted, it's been boring here save for his occasional prank anyway. As long as it's not life-threatening, who cares? We care. The fox laughed at that, but frowned when he saw Yondaime and his wife disappear from the sewer. It seemed the seal had stabilized again. He wondered what had happened to them just now, though he didn't truly care. He just didn't want the couple to be able to annoy him all the time. Hiragi left the warehouse in a daze, terrified of what he'd almost done. He at first thought he could be careless even if he was killed when he examined the seal, but the chakra excess Naruto emitted almost made him insane with the killing intent. Kyuubi's chakra was malicious. It didn't matter how hardened you were as a shinobi, it would make you quiver in fear. It was just so intense and full of hatred, it terrorized your senses until you wanted nothing but for it to stop. It was a mistake. A mistake. He puked the contents of his stomach, and then toddled like a newborn calf. He leaned against a tree, his eyes glazed as his whole body trembled. A squad of ANBU landed in front of him, ordering him to come with them without resistance, and so on. The same standard procedure in every village. Too bad for them, he had no intentions of going with them, knowing he would be interrogated. He had made a mistake that left his mind in shambles, and the only salvation was what any seal master would do. While it had to do with the offspring of the genius bastard he'd been jealous of for so long, at least he was certain his life's work wouldn't be lost in vain. Back in the warehouse, Naruto woke up with a yawn and looked around to find the nice Aji-chan was nowhere to be seen. He was about ready to cry at being left alone once again, but his teary eyes caught sight of an expensive-looking scroll right beside him. His eyes widened when he saw the note attached to it. Naruto-kun, I have to leave for an important mission and will likely never come back. As promised, here is a scroll to teach you everything I know about. Use this scroll to follow in your father's footsteps and become a great seal master. I am sorry I left without telling you. Goodbye. Naruto smiled. Hiragi Jishin didn't break his promise. He rubbed the inner side of his left thigh and applied the necessary amount of pressure. It was a failsafe he had never bothered to remove, a sheet of poison his superior had planted in his leg for suicide. As pain racked his body, Hiragi Yuma smiled at the ANBU who gasped at his pained expression. Namikaze, you better thank me for what I have given to your son. I may have tampered with the seal with my half-assed skill, but what I gave him. See you again in the next life, genius. Naruto ran back to his home with the scroll Hiragi Jishin gave him safely tucked in his backpack. He was grinning from ear to ear at the prospect of learning cool and becoming a seal master like the Yondaime and Hiragi Jishin. He frowned at the sight of an ANBU squad stationed in front of his home and stopped before jogging to them. Hello, good evening, what you doing here? The ANBU with a bird-looking mask crossed his arms. Where were you, Naruto-kun? Torai asked worriedly. They had gotten the corpse of the man suspected for kidnapping Naruto, but further investigation indicated the man was alone. They had combed through the entire village before being ordered to wait for the child in front of his home, while another squad was assigned to continue their search. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't you know where I am? Like all the time? He pointed out, innocently unaware he had scored a jab on the ANBU squad, losing him again. Naruto-kun, Tori warned, flushing under his mask, we're going to see Hokage-sama. And then after a beat he added, and you're grounded. 3 days of no pranking and no ramen. Naruto flinched at that. Sorry, Tori, I'll just put my backpack in my room first, okay? A bear masked by ANBU stretched his hand out to Naruto, and the boy quietly gave the backpack to him. Kuma sighed as he jumped to Naruto's balcony and put the backpack there. No one would steal it anyway. Naruto opened his mouth to protest leaving his backpack there, but Tori hoisted him up onto his shoulder like a sack of potatoes before he could. You're in trouble, Naruto-kun, Tori stated in a stern tone as they took their first leap to the Hokage Tower. But Tori-ithi, Naruto whined. Torai was the only ANBU of the squad who talked to him. It was not like the rest of the squad was not allowed to speak, but Tori was the spokesman of the squad. But throughout his childhood Naruto could discern from their body language what they wanted to convey. If they crossed their arms with a lifted chin or tapped their limbs, that meant he was in trouble and was going to get grounded. If their shoulders shook slightly, that meant he had done something that amused them. No buts. Naruto had read the rest of the note Hiragi left, including the part that asked him to keep the scroll a secret. Hiragi meant for the scroll to be for Naruto alone, not Konoha. If they knew about the scroll, it would be taken away from him, and while the child was warned of that prospect, he was torn between telling Hokage Jishin and lying to him. The Hokage had always been kind to him, and had even assigned an ANBU squad to protect him. Naruto owed Sandaime a lot, and the least he could do was be honest with him. But Sandaime Jishin never told him anything about his parents, and whenever Naruto asked, he swiftly dodged the question. The only thing Naruto knew was that they had passed away as heroes, but how they were heroes was never explained. He also never told him why he was shunned by everyone either. I fell asleep in the forest. Technically it was true. He had been sleeping, but it was in a sake warehouse on the outskirts of Konoha. The weather was nice, and when I woke up it was late, he mumbled. Since Sandaime didn't trust him with a number of things, Naruto thought it was only fair that he kept some secrets, too. The Sandaime, of course, was well aware that Naruto was lying, but what good would it do to force the truth out of Naruto? The child had a stubborn streak a mile wide that he'd inherited from his parents. I see, you may go. That night changed everything. On the way back home, he was once again carried by Tori. Naruto's eyes were glazed as a number of scenes played out in his mind. The main character is just like you, sensei. Naruto, it's a beautiful name. Realize what's the most important thing to your brother. I hope our sons will be good friends. Neither shinobi nor Jinchuriki. Naruto? Tori called out. He chuckled when he saw the boy was sleeping on his back. Fell asleep, I see. Kuma snorted. He ran us dry today. Deep within Naruto, Kyuubi scrunched his nose. It seemed what Yondaime and his wife feared had come true. The memories and chakra had leaked into Naruto's system. Never mind Kyuubi's problem though. Though was well aware there were small amounts of his chakra leaking into Naruto to build the boy's resistance to it. Kyuubi had been pretty much resigned about it since the moment he was sealed into Naruto. Clink clank clink. He'd had 2 women as his, so a brat couldn't be any worse of an option in his book. He had contemplated driving Naruto insane, but his pride wouldn't allow him to sink to the same level as Shikaku. Seriously, that Tanuki brought a bad name too, always throwing his name around in his drunken stupors. Had he no shame or pride to keep the honorable name their father bestowed upon them? Clink clank clink. Speaking of pride, he wondered how his fellow were faring with their. When Kushina was still alive he had heard about Matatabi and Gyuki. It seemed Gyuki had been a good friend with his or something like that. Ha! The second strongest had submitted himself to a life of servitude for shinobi. Clink clank clink. Shut up! Kyuubi roared at no one in particular. Kushina! Stop playing with your chain or I will. He paused, contemplating what he could do to threaten his ex-jailer, someone who was an avatar that existed by chakra and the memory of her son. Nothing came up. Wait a minute, the avatar should be back to a dormant state by now, so where was the rattling sound coming from? On second thought, he couldn't care less. He just wanted it to stop. The next morning. I can't sleep, it's so noisy. What a dream full of a rattling chain, Naruto mumbled, blissfully unaware that his tenant wholeheartedly agreed with him. I didn't even check on the scroll Hiragi Jishin left me. He blinked at the thought, and went to his window. He opened it, and shouted to a tree on the left. Torai, can you tell Hokage Jishin I won't go to the academy today? Torai almost fell comically from his tree. Then again, it was just a daily portion of bruised pride when regarding Uzumaki Naruto. The boy could easily spot them and identify them by name. Naruto couldn't see them, but he could sense them. Sometimes he wondered if Naruto was a sensor type, but according to the Hokage, it was in Uzumaki blood to have a sharp intuition. The Anbu sighed. Naruto-kun. He was about to chide the blonde boy but stopped when he saw the tired look on Naruto's face. What's wrong? Didn't get enough sleep? I can't sleep, he answered. Nightmare? Naruto shook his head. It was a noisy dream. The sound of a rattling chain echoing in a sewer. I will send a message to Hokage-sama, Tori said. Go back to sleep, Naruto-kun. My head is throbbing, Tori. The Anbu frowned. We'll go see a doctor then. Naruto was too tired to protest that he disliked hospitals. K. Sanada and Zu was the only medic Sandaime trusted to handle Naruto with care. She had been, after all, a dear friend of Kushina's. She had black hair that held a green sheen to it and steel-colored eyes. And Zu was dressed in the standard outfit for female medics of Konoha. She was one of the few medic nin lucky enough to be taught by Tsunade of the Sannin. She was not an apprentice of Tsunade, but back in the Third Shinobi War, she had been part of a medic class Tsunade had taught. In spite of her vast array of knowledge, she was nowhere near Tsunade's level, but she was good enough to be head doctor of the hospital. Unfortunately, her health was not the best, and she would retire within the next 2 years. She had been reckless when she was younger, and had been poisoned by a Sunin on one of her missions. While immediate death was avoided by neutralizing the poison, Enzu had discovered not all of the poison from back then had been removed from her system. Now it was gnawing on her liver and heart, and within the next 2 years, would reach her nervous system and paralyze her. Enzu doubted Tsunade-sama herself could heal her, but she was content with continuing to serve Konoha. Her only worries were about Kushina's son. The boy was a frequent patient, though thankfully not because of the hate of the villagers. If she retired, would her replacement treat the boy like she did? The boy rarely got sick, but when he did it was just a mild flu or fever. He also received minor injuries from his prank escapades. Enzu recalled Kushina was the same way back then. At first, after she'd found out about Kushina's status, she was confused about why Kushina needed medical treatment from time to time. Apparently, her tenant wouldn't heal minor injuries, because it was beneath it to give so many favors. She recalled Kushina didn't have the best relationship with her tenant, and she had to wonder if it would treat Naruto the same way too. So, Naruto-kun had trouble sleeping? Enzu eyed her patient keenly, then briefly glanced at the bird-masked Anbu. The boy looked like he was sleeping soundly, but it was obvious he was troubled. All this time I thought he was the type who could sleep through an ox stampede. His mother could when she was off duty. Torai nodded. He said, it was a noisy dream. The sound of a rattling chain echoing in a sewer, he quoted. Enzu raised an eyebrow. Chain? That oddly reminded her of Kushina. I don't want to give him sleep medicine. She had learned from Kushina it wasn't effective anyway. I guess we can only observe him and make sure he is fine. There's nothing we can do for now. Enzu had no idea how correct she was. Naruto awoke to the sound of feral screaming and wet feet. He wondered how he got there, as the last thing he remembered was napping on Tori's back on the way to the hospital. Since when did the hospital look like a sewer? It wasn't hygienic, right? He thought out loud, almost falling down when the feral voice screamed louder, thundering throughout the sewer. If you know it's unhygienic, don't turn your mind into a sewer, brat. My mind? He echoed as he ran to the source of the voice. Who's there? It didn't take long for him to find a giant cage and a pair of red eyes glowing in the deep darkness within. Kyubi moved closer to the bars with bared fangs. I see that my jailer has decided to grace me with his presence. He would have tried to intimidate the boy with his claws, but decided against it because distressing the brat risked the CO reacting in the undesirable way it did last night. Jailer? Naruto repeated. Who? Me? Yes, you. The Kyubi growled, and after a beat added under his breath, to my everlasting shame. He was pretty grumpy because of the noise from before and because of the fact it sounded eerily like Kushina's chain. Naruto looked at the giant shadow with red eyes with childish curiosity. You're big. Very observant, he said sardonically. Naruto beamed at that. Thanks. Rubbing the back of his head with that sheepish smile eerily reminded the Kyubi of Kushina's habit when she was embarrassed. You're not even old enough to recognize sarcasm. Kyubi rolled his eyes. I bet you don't even know what sarcasm is. Oh. Can you teach me then? Naruto asked innocently. The giant shadow with red eyes was nice. For someone like Naruto who had been ignored by a majority of Konoha's population, having someone talk civilly to him was enough to consider said person as a potential friend. The ANBU were nice, but they only interacted with him if it was necessary. What's sarcasm? Is it something good? Kyubi sighed. This was why he preferred his to be at least capable of comprehending he was a dangerous being. Hell, what a child, whatever. Go away, brat. I need my beauty sleep. Oh, you're a girl? I thought your voice was a bit low like man. Sorry. He chirped. Kyubi's left eye twitched angrily. I am no woman, brat. Now go away and never come back. A spell of silence hung in the air until it was broken by a choked sob. Hick. If anything, his eye twitching didn't subside even as the brat in front of him burst into waterworks. Why are you crying, brat? Naruto hiccuped. You told me to go away, hick hick. Just like the parents of the children he tried to play with. You don't want me here, hick hick. You want to get away from me, he sobbed. QB sighed. I wish I could. He had zero intentions of consoling the brat. Who cared if he cried? It was something new, at least. Mito and Kushina never let themselves show any weakness in front of him. Then again, the brat was an innocent child. Unfortunately, he had nursed his hatred for too many years to care for the brat's woes. He was as unwilling as Naruto was with this arrangement of jailer and prisoner. In fact, more so considering he had dealt with confinement for many more years. Speaking of the brat, why had he become so quiet now? You can't? Why? Naruto had stopped crying and was looking at them with wide, curious eyes. There was something in those eyes, and Kyubi's mind went into autopilot like all living creatures do when faced with puppy dog eyes. The eyes demanded to be given into. I was sealed in you, so like it or not I am going to be here for your whole life. Mentally, Kyubi hit himself for giving in. You, Naruto stammered in disbelief. Will he take a deep breath, with me forever? To my everlasting shame, Kyubi admitted with a growl. I am inside your mindscape, so yeah, you live. I live unless you screw up. The last part was muttered under his breath. Naruto's big, blue eyes widened as he took in what Kyubi said. He didn't understand why Kyubi was stuck with him, but what he did understand was that someone would always be with him. He would never be alone again. So what he should do now was get the big shadow to like him. No Saa. Will you be my friend? He asked with the most pleading voice he could muster. Kyubi's eyes widened in disbelief. The brat asked what? Friend? Had he been dropped on his head or something? Do you know who I am? He asked back. No, Naruto chirped. What in Rokuta Sennin's name was the brat thinking? Wanting to be his friend was crazy enough, but asking someone he didn't even know to be his friend was even more bizarre. Then again, Kyubi's previous never suffered isolation like Naruto did, because their status was a well-kept secret from civilians and lower-ranked ninjas. While Kushina had suffered a bit because of racism in the beginning, it hadn't lasted long because she'd begun dating Namake's Minato, and people had forgotten her foreign status in the midst of war. In Naruto's case, however, he didn't even have a clue about why he was hated and ignored to the point of being desperate for attention. The gears in his mind started working. The prospect of having a too naive affected their survival rate negatively. The previous night's incident was a testament to how dangerously naive Naruto was because of his longing. Brat, do you know what happened on October 10th 6 years ago? For survival's sake, the brat could cry himself hoarse, but he wasn't going to get both of them killed because he craved attention. Naruto tilted his head to the side. The Yondaime Hokage defeated the Kyubi no Yuko, and heroically saved Konoha. Everyone in Konoha knew about it. It was common knowledge. Kyubi groaned as he moved forward, revealing his body to the child. As expected, the child froze. And yet here I am. That was the bullshit your old Hokage fed to you younglings. I am an immortal being. Not even the Yondaime could kill me. The strongest hissed, revealing his sharp teeth. Naruto looked up at the demon, stricken by fear at the sight of the nine-tailed fox. He was gargantuan. The tale about his gigantic body was not an exaggeration. You're Kyubi? You're sealed in me? Is that why grown-ups hate me? You're not as stupid as I thought. It seemed the brat was not a lost cause. They think you're my reincarnation or something along that line, fools. All of them. They fear a helpless child like you. How foolish. Naruto stared at Kyubi. Did the fox just give a sound reason about why he was hated? Did he just call the villagers stupid for hating him? For mistaking him as its reincarnation? Logic told him to fear the Kyubi, but his heart was elated that someone else felt he didn't deserve their hatred. Humans are fickle beings. They can hate as strong as they love, are greedier than a demon, and seek pleasure from slaughtering for power. Is that why you attacked Konoha? Naruto blurted out the first question that came to his mind without even realizing it. Because humans are horrible? He added. Were we punished by Kami-sama? Kyubi couldn't believe his ears. Why didn't the child break out into a hysterical fit and blame all his misery on him? Why did he ask about the reason he attacked Konoha? Brat, I hate Konoha. A pure and simple reason for attacking the village. Why? Naruto asked again. Why do you ask? Kyubi returned the question with another. I hate Konoha, that's all there is to it. Naruto shook his head fervently. All this time, I never knew why they hated me, and it hurt so bad, he mumbled as tears streamed down his cheeks. I didn't know what I did to deserve it. To them, I am that child or Bakemono. They never cared about who I am, and yet they hate me so much. He looked up to his prisoner, azure eyes locked onto Kyuubi's red. When you told me why they hate me, I was so angry, scared, and relieved. They stared at the child with disbelief evident in his feral face. Relieved? Kyuubi repeated incredulously. You're relieved because now you know why they hate you. Naruto nodded. It still hurts, he admitted with a pained grin, but at least I know it's not my fault. Now I know I don't deserve that hatred. That's why I want to know why you hate Konoha and humans so much. Please tell me. Kyuubi couldn't believe he was considering responding. All his life he had been controlled and seen as a lesser being with the base nature of wrath. Uchiha Madara had viewed him as a tool to control with his so-called blessed eyes. Senju Hashirama called him a creature too terrible to be free, and Uzumaki Mito and Kushina bound him to them to keep the world safe from him. He was a mass of chakra and hatred they feared, and yet humans were ignorant of what caused that hatred to grow within him. They feared his hatred, and yet they nursed said hatred by imprisoning and using him. All of them, even the shinobi who claimed to be the strongest among their kind, were guilty of this. And yet, this one child was the only one who had bothered to ask. A child of 6 years old, young even by human standards. Shikaku, Matatabi, Isabi, Sangaku, Koko, Saiken, Chome, Gyuki, and Karama one day. Someday will. True power. Kyuubi gritted his teeth, recalling the memory about the human who saw them as his children, the only man whose death he had shed tears for. This child bore many similarities to his father, so maybe this child was different from the other worthless humans. Your village has been imprisoning me for years, binding me to their will, he began. The Shodai Hokage captured and sealed me to keep me at bay, passing me on from generation to generation. Then 6 years ago I was freed from the seal. That's why you attacked Konoha when I was born? Naruto asked, his eyes still wide and glassy with tears. So many people died back then. Kyuubi snorted. If I'd had a choice, I would have left and never come back instead of risking my freedom to wreak havoc. They roared angrily, causing Naruto to be blown away into the watery surface. Revenge is one thing, freedom is quite another. But someone controlled me and made me attack your pathetic village. And guess what? I am sealed again within you. So, the attack is not your fault? Naruto asked. Hell no. See where it landed me? Kyuubi asked incredulously. I am no fool. And his eyes narrowed at his. The boy's shoulders were shaking. Brat, you? Ha ha, ha. What are you laughing at? Kyuubi roared irately. Naruto grinned from ear to ear. No, it's just both of us are stuck to each other unwillingly and neither of us are to blame. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Naruto kept laughing to the point Kyuubi thought his had gone mad. That only lasted for a short moment before a stream of tears soaked the child's cheek. Brat, are you crying, laughing, or both? They didn't seem like tears of happiness. It's just it never ends, Naruto muttered sadly. I should hate the villagers since they made my life miserable, but since they hate me because of you I should hate you instead. But you're stuck with me because it's someone else's fault. Naruto shook his head. It just goes on, should I hate Yoname now for sealing you in me? No. He had to save Konoha, but then should I hate Konoha? And now it's back to square one. His lips quivered. I thought I would be happy to know why I am hated by everyone, because then I could change their minds or even hate them back, but in the end, I can do either and it still hurts so much. Kyuubi eyed Naruto skeptically, looking for a sign of dishonesty. He found none. The boy was being honest. Then again, his family was never one to lie either. As much as he hated Mito and Kushina, he respected their sincerity. Other humans could betray and lie as easily as breathing, but not Mito and Kushina, and neither could this child, it seemed. I see, so what would you do, child? And as expected, the boy was unaware Kyuubi called him child instead of brat. I don't know. Kyuubi sighed, it was never this complicated with his previous. Will you be my friend? The fox stared at Naruto then sighed. I thought I would get used to your antics, but I'm not, Kyuubi admitted. Not even the boy's mother could be so persistent, or even think of being his friend. Then again, Kushina was told by Mito that he was a mass of chakra full of hatred, while Naruto had no one to teach him that. Why would you want to be a friend of one who has terrorized your village and made you a pariah? Naruto grinned his first true smile since he found out about his status. Torai once said birds of the same wings gather together. I think you mean birds of a feather flock together, Kyubi corrected, rolling his eyes. The boy blinked at that. Yeah. And you see, since we're stuck together, I thought. No. Why not? Just because. Naruto harumphed. I guess this is what they call the courting process. He had seen an attempt to befriend a pretty lady, and after said failed, another came and advised his friend to take it easy and slow the courting process. Kyubi eyed him skeptically, wondering why he had to deal with this instead of Kushina and Minato. Courting is to get yourself a mate, child. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet you. Naruto started, coincidentally ignoring Kyubi's correction. What's your name? He had seen a girl his age using the same introduction to be another girl's friend. They backed away when he tried the same thing though. Kyubi groaned. You know who I am. Naruto tilted his head to the side in confusion. Is Kyubi your real name? Kyubi groaned again. He would disrespect his old man who gave him the name if he dared to say yes to that question. It's what I am. Nine Tails is not my real name. After a beat he added, and I'm not going to tell you either. But if it's what you are, I don't want to call you Kyubi anymore. Naruto refused with a scowl. That's like the villagers calling me that boy or monster. They don't care who I am. Kyubi sighed again. This was getting ridiculous. The brat was getting under his skin, and he'd only known him for half an hour. It was record time. Fine, I am Kurama, and I shook his head. He was not going to rant about how he was the king of Mount Kurama, his tails, or his beauty like a certain ape brother of his. So your name is Kurama? Naruto beamed, and Kyubi was startled to see the boy was elated from learning his name. My name means maelstrom, you know? Kurama snorted. The boy was a keen learner, observing how to make friends. What made the brat think it could work on Actually, you're named after another kind of Naruto that was randomly thought of when eating ramen, he muttered under his breath, recalling Kushina and Minato's conversation with the toad hermit. Did you say something? Naruto tilted his head to the side, ears perked up at Kyubi. No. Oh, okay, so what's your name mean? Naruto urged on, grinning from ear to ear. Kurama growled. Enough is enough. Don't keep pestering me. You should be honored. I even bothered to tell you my name. I am not going to be your friend, and that's it. Naruto looked like he was about to protest but held his tongue. He shook his head. I'm sorry for being annoying, Kurama. I'm just so used to acting that way so people will pay attention to me. The fox flinched involuntarily. That was a sore spot. But I'm not giving up about being your friend, because then we can both stop hurting from this hatred. I guess I'll go now, but I will come back again, Kurama. He grinned. See you later, the said as he turned around and started to walk away. Naruto. You can try. Kyubi considered that as a challenge and wanted to see if the brat would rise to the occasion in spite of all the odds. Naruto spun around, staring at the in shock. That was not a yes to be his friend, but it definitely wasn't outright rejection. That meant one day, Kurama would accept him as a friend. That was more of a chance than any of the villagers had given him, and here that they feared so much had given him a shred of hope. Thank you, Kurama, Naruto muttered in gratitude. Then after a beat he added, by the way, do you know how I get out? Kurama's left eye twitched violently. This isn't going to be the last time I deal with your idiocy, is it? Damn Minato and Kushina. Why did he have to deal with this? Naruto. For our survival's sake, stop trusting so easily. Unexpectedly, the boy nodded, his expression looking resigned as he accepted the truth reluctantly. Also, keep this encounter a secret. As kind as your Hokage appears, he has to put his pathetic village above everything else, including you. Naruto nodded again. I won't blame him for that either. He snorted at that. Whatever, but bear in mind that your life is not your own, and maybe one day you can prove yourself to be the one we have been waiting for so long. Ekara, what do you do? And everything went white. Naruto woke up and found the Sandaime hovering above him with a worried expression. Hokage Jishin? Sandaime smiled at the child, caressing his yellow locks. How are you feeling, Naruto? The child stiffened for a moment, then his lips curved into a smile. I am fine, Gigi. He grinned from ear to ear. As good as new after some good sleep. The Hokage instantly knew Naruto was hiding something, but he didn't know what, and it wasn't wise to pressure the child. It must be depressing because the villagers treated him badly again. I'm glad to hear that it's almost dinner time and Sanada-sensei assured me you deserve a good meal instead of hospital food. Sanada knew how much her late friend and her son loved ramen. Ichiraku ramen! Naruto cheered. That night, another secret was made. In the back of his mind, Naruto wondered if the secrets would keep piling up or if he'd ever tell anything to Sandaime again. But if the Hokage and the whole village could keep secrets from him, why not the other way around? He should at least have that much. Third legacy, origin of legacy. Uchiha is always the source of trouble and your one trouble magnet, Naruto. To my eternal shame, it's like you and Uchiha are a match made in heaven. Kurama, Kyubi no Kitsune. Fuinjutsu was an obscure shinobi art most shinobi did not study extensively due to the research needed to master it. It was also notorious as being one of the most dangerous branches of the shinobi arts to learn. You would think an art that didn't involve physical training, but a brush, ink, and paper, was not dangerous. However, it was proved throughout the years as the most accident-prone art. Those who died learning Fuinjutsu didn't die on the battlefield but in their own workshop. Even a small glob of ink in the wrong place could trigger a dangerous outcome. It's understandable why the Uzumaki clan was one of the few clans specialized in it. They had both the brain and vitality to survive and master the art. The art was said to have an endless amount of possibilities, which was not a stretch of the imagination considering they could contain the most powerful creatures that ever graced Mother Earth. However, unlike the three main shinobi arts, ninjutsu and taijutsu was not an art you could master by forming hand seals and training your ass off. If you survived learning the art by copying what's been done before, you were nothing more than a copier and never a master. Seals were like a machine in the form of ink, thus to create a seal, practitioners had to understand each part and the correlation between them. Mathematics, chakra theory, and calligraphy were the three basic skills one should achieve first before even thinking about picking up a brush and making their first stroke. You have to master calligraphy not with flourish but with precision, not with a graceful stroke but a swift one. If a practitioner was a frontline seal master, one stroke could decide life and death. Chakra was the energy that powered every seal, thus every shinobi who learned had to understand the nature of the energy. How it would move, mold, change and so on when flowing through a seal, and how chakra with a certain nature could have different results when channeled, like exploding. Mathematics was an abstract study of topics encompassing quantity, structure, space, and change. This subject was essential to the array of each component of the seal down to its very location. One had to practice step by step to reach a logical conclusion. Mathematical structures were used as models of seal mechanisms. A seal master should use mathematical reasoning to provide insight or predictions about the nature of the seal they were working on. Naruto wandered to the academy library, marveling at how it became such a magical place the moment he thirsted for knowledge. He picked a few books of his desired subjects and a few extras, and began to read them one by one. The book was meant for children, which was obvious by how thin it was and how it only just covered basic material, but it still had a lot of information to memorize. Naruto had no delusions he could jam everything in his brain, so he resorted to taking notes to learn it thoroughly later, because he knew he was unwelcomed by the librarian. At this blatant display of hatred, Naruto wondered when the Chunin librarian was going to snap and throw him out of the library. Not anytime soon, hopefully, because he had no legitimate excuse to do so. So Naruto ignored the stare of the fuming librarian, determined to take notes from at least 2 books of each subject. He stopped taking notes once he reached his target goal for the day and began to read the extra book about ninja rank. As he skimmed through the Genin section and reached the Chunin section, Naruto couldn't help but frown. There were 2 ways to be promoted to Chunin, the exam and in-field promotion. Both routes required a Chunin to have at least a meager skill in leadership and tactics. He rolled his eyes to the fuming and then back to the book. How could that guy be promoted when he wasn't even being discreet with his glare? Then again, it was none of his business, Naruto thought as he stood up gathering the books to put them back onto shelves neatly. In the corner of his eyes he saw the Chunin stand up, looking torn between scolding and ignoring him. No doubt the Chunin thought he was trying to pull a prank, or was going to damage the Academy's precious books. Naruto swiftly left the library with a stack of notes in his backpack, allowing the Chunin to check the library thoroughly for any signs of a prank. Which, of course, was just a figment of his imagination and paranoia. Idiots, Naruto thought. If Chunin were supposed to be as good as the guidebook said, they shouldn't worry about a 6-year-old pulling a prank right under their noses. For 2 months, Chunins in charge of the Academy Library were terrorized not by his pranks but by his mere presence in their humble abode, Naruto narrated sarcastically in his mind as he began his routine of visiting the library after his class finished. 2 months ago he didn't even understand what sarcasm was, but that was nothing a dictionary couldn't fix. He had asked Tori to help him buy one, because he needed it to understand some big words in the manuals. He would have bought it himself if he didn't have to deal with the barely suppressed hostility of the shopkeepers, but had a bad history with bookshops after one of their staff insulted him, and he pranked them as revenge. He had visited Kurama quite often, but not intentionally at first. It just so happened that when he slept, he found himself in the same sewer with the. He had tried anything he could think of to get in contact with Kurama on his own will, much to Kurama's ire, but his attempts had been in vain. It took 1 month for Naruto to discover how to connect with the through meditation, and it had been difficult. It got easier with time, and now he could even stay conscious when speaking to Kurama directly from his mind, although Kurama ignored him most of the time. Naruto guessed that was because Kurama was someone who preferred to speak face to face. Kurama was still not the most sociable, though Naruto was glad the fox could tolerate his presence at least. While he was not hospitable, Kurama was not against engaging in conversation with Naruto, and that was more than what a majority of people in Konoha had deigned to do. Much to Naruto's delight, Kurama was a fountain of knowledge, and he dared to say that was even more knowledgeable than the Sandaime. Kurama was an ancient creature after all, born from the hands of Rokudo Sannin himself. They had also told him about the Uzumaki clan, and Naruto was very happy to know that his clan specialized in. He was saddened that Yuzu was no more though. When Naruto asked how Kurama knew about the Uzumaki clan, Kurama snorted and said the Sage of Six Paths' wife was an Uzumaki. Originally, the Uzumaki clan descended from the Onmyaji line, and they became the first practitioners of after the shinobi era began. This was why Uzumaki was said to be a distant relative of the Senju clan and the Uchihas, though it wasn't acknowledged by the Sharingan wielders for some unknown reason. With all the knowledge Kurama possessed, Naruto had to wonder why his predecessors avoided talking with the casually. They don't know what they missed out on, Naruto said cheerfully when Kurama told him none of his predecessors had ever bothered to listen to him, much less his story. Naruto was very happy when Kurama didn't refuse to tell the story about the Sage of Six Paths, indulging the Jinchuriki's thirst for knowledge. Then again, after years of confinement with two who turned him out, Kurama could appreciate a good listener in Naruto. He was also a much better teacher in history to Naruto than the Chunin in the academy. Kurama would have raised an eyebrow if he had one. My conversation with them was never civil. In fact, he could count how many times he talked with Mito and Kushina on one paw. They never wanted to speak to him, and all he had said to them were taunts in his rage. I hated them and they kept me at bay, the feeling was mutual. Naruto's eyes softened at that. I guess that means I'm special then. He grinned from ear to ear. Kurama rolled his eyes. Yes, you're the dumbest too. Naruto guessed that was Kurama's trademark of mixed compliments and sarcasm. Now, Kurama, we're trying to fix that, okay? I suppose, Kurama grunted. Now, where was I last night? You met Kinkaku and Ginkaku and they challenged you, Naruto informed the. Kurama grunted again. Ah yes, those two annoying worms. From his short time knowing the fox, Kurama breathed out sarcasm as naturally as Naruto walked on his 2 feet. Unlike what Naruto read about Kyuubi in Konoha's history book and other sources, Kyuubi was not a mindless, evil entity bent on destroying the world. But he was definitely not a personification of goodness. Kurama was an intelligent, and had a scathing, sadistic personality. However, he also had a sense of fairness and sarcastic honor. The scathing and sadistic part was a bit unnerving, especially when Kurama explained what he would like to do to Madara and the Shodai for dragging him to their family feud. Thankfully, Kurama had spared him from the 2 gory details. However, it seemed Kurama hated Madara at least 3 times more than he did the Shodaime, and considering what history said about the man, Naruto had to admit that hatred was well placed. Imagine how Kurama had felt when he took a nap in his favorite dwelling only to wake up to Madara insulting and disrespecting him. The man had ranted about how Kurama's fate was as a slave for Madara's blessed eyes, and then had dragged him into a fight with the Shodaime Hokage to settle a family feud, in which said feud landed Kurama in his current position. It was the reason Kurama told Naruto to be cautious of the uchiha, while silently lamenting about how far the fruit fell from the tree. How the stupid son of his old man procreated a clan of stuck-up jerks Kurama didn't know. As far as Kurama was concerned, the descendants of the old man's stupid son were all a source of trouble. Naruto had also asked if Kurama knew about his parents, but the fox swiftly answered that he wouldn't tell Naruto anything he knew. Kurama explained that it wasn't that he couldn't but that he shouldn't. In his opinion, people around Naruto would tell him when the time was right. It was neither Kurama's right nor duty to tell Naruto, especially since he didn't know why information about his parentage was kept secret. Kurama, however, implied it was a political reason, and as he wouldn't get involved in it. Naruto never pried about it after that. And then I spat them out? I regret not chewing them. The lamented, feeling a bit ill as he recalled the brothers had eaten his gut to survive. Naruto nodded sagely. Torai always tells me to chew my food before I swallow. Naruto, they didn't give me indigestion, Kurama grumbled, and Naruto raised an eyebrow at him. Fine. They did, but that's not why I regret not chewing them. Next time I'll just have to make sure my food is dead before I swallow it. I'm sure you will, Naruto said patronizingly. Naruto started skipping his taijutsu lessons, not because he wanted to but because he was forced to. Like any other subject at the academy, the instructor always attempted to sabotage him, but in taijutsu it was not as subtle. They taught him the wrong way to stretch, even though his older classmates did it a different way. When he questioned them about it, they always said it was the correct way for a child his age. What a load of bullshit, he thought. Sparring was the worst because they always pitted him against the strongest students, and then his older classmates were given the impression that it was okay to beat him up in a spar. They were bullies and a spar was a legitimate excuse to beat him, up. His grades, though, became better because he started paying attention and taking notes. He was no genius in class, but he wasn't the dead last either. They could sabotage his learning all they wanted to now, because he didn't buy their teaching anymore. Which was why they had started to sabotage his taijutsu training 3 times harder. He was, at first, clueless about the scheming behind his back, but ever since he found out about his status, he did not wish to indulge them as a punching bag. Let them call him a coward or lazy to their heart's content. He could now use his time for more productive purposes. Kurama had no intentions of pampering his by training him, not that they could anyway considering the difference in their natures, but much to Naruto's delight, Kurama still remembered what they taught in Academy to Kushina. Apparently, they had an almost photographic memory. Since Kurama was Kurama, all he said was, back then, they trained kids to increase their stamina and develop flexibility before teaching any taijutsu kata. That's it, go figure out the rest yourself. That was all Naruto needed to know, because he then went to the library and took notes about increasing stamina and flexibility. He wished he could have brought the book home, but the librarian was already so high-strung by his mere presence in the library, and Naruto had no intentions of testing what the would do if he dared to approach the counter to check it out. Torai was exasperated by his decision to keep skipping taijutsu classes, but nothing he said could convince Naruto. The ANBU squad had witnessed what was happening, and they had to agree that class was too counterproductive to endure for attendance's sake. Naruto asked them to keep it a secret from Sandaime with the excuse of not wanting to trouble the Hokage because he looked so busy lately. They couldn't refute that since Sandaime was in a lot of political pressure lately. If Naruto could be so considerate for their Hokage, who were they to not do the same? Unfortunately, Shinobi couldn't teach Academy students without legal permission, but they could always give Naruto pointers and prevent him from accidentally injuring himself. Naruto was thankful for that, especially since Kurama had made it clear he didn't want to heal sprains caused by a mistake in stretching. Naruto hoped this would be the end of his problem in the academy. 1 week later. And so, that concludes the battle between the Shodai Hokage and Uchiha Madara that created the vast crater that is now known as the Valley of the End. Naruto was reciting what Kurama had said about the petty family feud he'd been dragged into, omitting some gory parts and the insults. Naruto looked up from his essay, and was greeted by the dumbstruck face of his teacher and the rest of the class. The Chunin was so pale it looked like he was going to faint. Naruto groaned inwardly. It seemed he had just flunked history class. Why did he always feel like he was walking on a tightrope in school? The Chunin was probably thinking Naruto could never write a detailed essay like that, because he hadn't lived through it. He had been so careful trying to write the essay with information that could be taken from the available history books, though he had borrowed Kurama's narrative style since the fox was such a good storyteller. Then again, the thought of Kyubi writing an essay about Shodame and Madara was absurd. Why the Chunin could ever believe that for a moment was beyond him. Kurama was right, there were too many idiots in this village. Sooner or later he would have to fake his mark in every subject. What was the point of going to school at this rate? Naruto walked out of the school with a heavy heart, and went to the forest near the Uchiha compound. His mood brightened at the sight of a gigantic oak tree, his favorite place. Kurama had told him in a disgusted tone that the tree was a historical living monument, grown by the Shodame as a sign of friendship for the Uchiha clan. If one looked closely at the peak of its trunk, a faint carving of the Uchiha and Senju crest could be seen. He liked to sleep on its thick branch, under its lush leaves. The atmosphere was soothing and it always calmed his mind. It was his favorite pastime to relax and reread his notes there. Naruto climbed the tree swiftly, using chakra so his limbs would stick to the surface. Naruto was still trying to improve his tree walking, but slow progress was better than nothing. He heaved a sigh as he pushed himself up to his favorite branch. School sucks, he grumbled under his breath as he pulled his notes from his backpack. He leaned against the trunk using his backpack as a replacement pillow. He opened his notebook, which was the thickest one he had compiled. He had found some samples of standard seals and was in the process of breaking it down into specific components, so he could study its mechanics. It was easy to take a sample of the tags from a shop when the owner was serving another customer, and since it was drawn with normal ink and not chakra ink, it wouldn't explode. Naruto was pondering over the sample flash tag when a voice snapped him out of his thoughts. "Good afternoon." He flailed his arms out, almost losing his balance, and accidentally knocked his backpack over. He quickly grabbed it, but the contents poured over the newcomer that greeted him. Naruto watched in abject horror as his history essay homework fell right above the newcomer's head. While it was just a pile of papers, the height the pile was dropped at was enough to do damage to someone's skull. The newcomer caught the book in midair calmly and without even looking, and Naruto breathed out a sigh of relief. He then gasped when he saw it was raining papers. He had accidentally knocked over the stack of notes he put beside him. Naruto would have come down in a heartbeat to retrieve his notes, but when the stranger bent over to pick up the papers, he revealed the Uchiha symbol on his back, causing him to freeze up. An Uchiha? Soon after he found out about Kyubi, Naruto had started to pick up things he hadn't noticed before. The village, or at least the shinobi population and a minority of the civilians, ostracized the Uchiha clan. It was not the outright staring or shunning they did to him, but he could tell they eyed the Uchiha clan cautiously. It was as though they thought the clan would kill them in their sleep, and it was easy to guess why. After all, it was a well-known fact could only be controlled by an Uchiha, a Mokuton user or a. Which also explained why the clan avoided him like plague. In fact, he rarely saw an Uchiha walk on the same street as him. And yet this Uchiha had approached and talked to him. Was this guy crazy? No good, no good, he chanted in his mind as he sweated profusely. Why had he asked Tori and his team to leave him alone for a while? He had even promised them he wouldn't get into trouble. Then again, he had thought no one would find him here, yet this guy had walked right up to him. It took all his willpower to not just bolt and get the hell away. Naruto had nothing against the Uchiha clan personally, but Kurama's rant about how they were the harbingers of doom who wasted his old man's good genes was not helping. Kurama was also very certain that not being alert around the Jujutsu-bearing clan would kill him in the end. It was enough to put Naruto on edge whenever he spotted an Uchiha nearby. Naruto was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't notice that Uchiha was reading his history essay. He blinked when he heard the sound of papers ruffling and saw that Uchiha was reading his homework. He pointed at the dark-haired Uchiha. Don't read someone else's stuff without permission. Uchiha looked up from his reading to eye Naruto curiously. Naruto stared right back at the Uchiha. He was older than Naruto, but still a young Uchiha with onyx eyes, black hair with bangs that framed his face, and a low-tied ponytail. There was also a distinct line under each of his eyes that made him look slightly older than his age. My apologies, the uchiha said. I'm interested in history, especially about our village, and your essay is a very interesting read. Naruto raised an eyebrow, and after a beat the uchiha added, it's enlightening. Naruto stared at the uchiha in disbelief, and mentally asked his tenant Kurama, is this guy for real? What should I do? You're asking me? How should I know? My routine when I see an uchiha is maim, kill, or eat, Kurama griped. Naruto sighed. Advice for a human, please. Kurama groaned. How could you run into an uchiha here anyway? Naruto rolled his eyes inwardly. This forest is near their compound, although it's in another area opposite of this place. True, but still how likely is it that an uchiha stumbles upon you in such a big forest? Kurama wondered with a sigh. Uchiha are always the source of trouble and you're one trouble magnet, Naruto. To my eternal shame it's like you and the uchihas are a match made in heaven. Is this really the time to be sarcastic, Kurama? Naruto asked internally, gritting his teeth. Naruto smiled sheepishly at the uchiha. Excuse me, but could you give me my essay and notes back? The uchiha nodded curtly and Naruto almost sighed in relief, but held his breath when the uchiha started walking up the tree. Wait. He had thought the older boy was going to just leave his stuff on the ground and go away, not come closer. The uchiha ignored his plea and jumped onto the branch Naruto occupied. He crouched down and then put the essay and notes in front of Naruto in a neat stack. Here. Naruto rubbed his throbbing cranium and then looked around the surrounding area, sniffing the air. The uchiha's lips curved up at him. There's no one around for at least a 3-mile radius, Uzumaki Naruto-kun. Naruto took his notes and essay back hesitantly, eyes never leaving the uchiha as he put his stuff back into his backpack. Do I know you? He asked. Ah, my apologies. Again with the apologies, what a weird uchiha, Naruto thought. My name is Uchiha Itachi. Great. The prodigy of the Uchiha clan himself, and no one in a 3-mile radius. Wonderful. He ignored Kurama's praise about Naruto becoming a master in the art of sarcasm. Naruto was too busy wondering if the Uchiha was planning to kill him. You know who I am, right? I believe I just called you by your full name, Naruto-kun, Itachi informed the. Naruto's left eye twitched, and he wondered if Itachi was being sarcastic or just pointing out facts. Right, he drew, and then decided to bite the bullet. Why were you talking to me, Uchiha-san? Itachi eyed Naruto keenly, and Naruto averted his eyes. Do I need a reason? He asked back. Uchiha-san, Naruto called. I am Uzumaki Naruto, and I have seen members of your clan turn on their heels whenever I was in their vicinity. He might as well tell the prodigy he was well aware of the Uchiha clan's behavior around him. I thought you were going to do the same. The heir of the Uchiha clan smiled at that. You're more perceptive than the rumors state, Itachi said after a beat, or my clan is not as subtle as I thought. A mix of both, actually. Why he indulged the Uchiha by continuing on with the conversation was beyond him, but it was unlikely he would get away anytime soon. Sometimes, even ninja won't be subtle when they don't know they're being watched. HN. I still remember you haven't answered my question about why you didn't avoid me like the rest of your clan, Naruto informed Itachi in an annoyed tone, and I would like an answer soon. Itachi looked amused by Naruto's words. Exception proves the rule. Naruto groaned. Okay, seriously, what do you want, Uchiha-san? Kurama was getting restless in his cage, screaming at his to get the hell away from the bastard Uchiha. Can I leave now? Why would you want to leave? Itachi questioned back. This was getting nowhere. The prodigy was leading him on. Your lack of an answer makes me nervous. Screw subtlety. Mind games weren't his forte. Itachi's lips curved up into a small smile, which caught Naruto off guard. Would you believe me if I said I'm interested in your essay? He asked genially, much to Naruto's shock. Naruto blinked owlishly. My essay? What's so interesting about it? He asked warily. You're an active ninja, and that essay is written by an academy student. Itachi sniffed. It's still better than what I read in standard history books. It's very detailed, too. Naruto was torn between feeling flattered someone thought his writing was good, and horrified Itachi might think he was the QB. Thank you, so he trailed off as he fished his essay from his backpack. You want it? He offered as he handed the essay over. In the back of his mind, Kurama was rolling in his cage, laughing that Naruto thought Itachi would leave him alone if he gave the older boy his essay. Itachi blinked owlishly at the offer. Can I? Naruto nodded. It's already graded and I have another copy at home, he replied sincerely as Itachi accepted the neatly folded paper. Itachi gave him a curt nod, his eyes scanning the paper curiously. Thank you, he said as he looked up only to find Naruto had disappeared. All that was left was paper floating in front of his face. He raised an eyebrow when he read the title of it. Mathematical application in? Itachi looked to the side and found Naruto was running like his life depended on it. Naruto was jumping through the branches and thick foliage, hoping the uchiha was not going to wait. Naruto-kun. Oh shit! Naruto's mind went haywire, and Kurama jokingly chanting "Run for your life" in the back of his mind was not helping either. Naruto moved faster, caution thrown to the wind as branches broke under his feet from the increased speed. Itachi had to take a different route than the one Naruto used because the younger one destroyed it. You left something! Itachi shouted. He could go faster and simply catch the younger boy, but it was obvious Naruto was terrified of him for some reason, and doing so would risk him harming Naruto accidentally. Naruto's left eye twitched violently when he heard what Itachi said. Who was going to buy that? As soon as he reached the border of the forest, he shouted, Torai. The ANBU was almost knocked off of his feet, because the moment he appeared with Shushin, Naruto tackled him. Oof. Torai. Save me. Okay, not the smartest thing he had ever said, but he was too terrified to think otherwise. Torai raised an eyebrow at the Uchiha heir, who shrugged nonchalantly. Okay, Itachi-kun, what's going on here? Itachi was a fresh chunin that had been considered for a place on his squad, so he knew who the prodigy was. I just wanted to return this to him, that's all, the Uchiha heir replied honestly, pulling out a sheet of paper with neat handwriting to show the ANBU. Torai sighed and looked at the trembling child in his arms. I feel this is a long story Hokage-sama would like to hear. The Sandaime rubbed his throbbing cranium as his eyes rested briefly on Itachi, who looked as stoic as ever, then to the ANBU squad he had assigned to guard Naruto, and lastly to Naruto, who was hiding behind Tori's legs, clinging onto the ANBU's pants as though his life depended on it. It had been a while since Naruto had been reduced to that state. The last time was when the boy was 4 and had believed the orphanage matron when she'd said there was a monster under his bed. So it's all a misunderstanding? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked as he curled an eyebrow at the Uchiha scion. Yes, Hokage-sama. Then he turned to the still-hidden Naruto and showed the boy the paper he found. And I believe this is yours, Naruto-kun. Naruto eyed the paper longingly, then looked at Tori and the Sandaime. Sandaime sighed. Itachi-kun, can you tell me the more detailed version? Because stumbling upon Naruto-kun and having a brief chat with him when he suddenly runs away doesn't explain much, he said in exasperation. Well, he had asked for a brief report. Itachi stiffened, then shifted a little. Hokage-sama, I'm afraid it's not my story to tell if you want the details of our conversation. Sandaime Hokage narrowed his eyes at Itachi, then at Naruto. It seemed both of them wanted to keep the conversation a secret. He pushed a small amount of chakra into a hidden seal near the window. Anything said here will not leave this room. Naruto stared at the seal that glowed briefly a moment ago. So that's how privacy seals worked. Naruto-kun, the young jumped when the Uchiha called him. Do you mind if we tell Hokage-sama what happened? He asked. The young flinched, wondering why Itachi even bothered to ask. He couldn't decide if the conversation was a harmless topic or not, so decided to give in and avoid suspicion. He had kept too many secrets from Sandaime Jishin anyway. I don't mind. He'd calmed down with the presence of familiar people around him. It was just he'd never been alone with a potentially hostile stranger that he knew of, which was why he panicked. Itachi smiled at that. For starters, I stumbled upon Naruto, who was sitting on a branch of a gigantic oak tree in the forest. Sandaime raised an eyebrow. Gigantic oak tree in the North Forest? There's such a tree? Konoha, just like her namesake, was full of lush forests, and though a majority of gigantic trees grew in Training Ground 44, some were scattered all over Konoha. Most of the tree species were pine, cedar, and yew, but never an oak. Shodaime grew trees about as often as breathing, so no one ever bothered to keep track of them all. Naruto nodded as he stepped forward. Yujo no Ki, you know the tree Shodaime gave to the Uchiha clan as a gift. A spell of silence hung in the air as all eyes stared at Naruto. Even the stoic Uchiha Itachi stared at him with no small amount of incredulity. It was Sandaime who broke the silence. There's such a tree? Eh? Naruto had a very bad feeling because he had just dropped a bomb with his trivia. Neither Kurama nor Naruto knew that said tree had been forgotten about in the Nidaime's era after the relationship between the two clans became sour once again, which was why not even Sandaime knew about the tree. Never mind, Sandaime sighed. So what were you talking about? Itachi turned his focus back to the Hokage, then answered. Naruto-kun's history essay, he said as he put the folded paper on the Hokage's desk. It's very good, and he was kind enough to give it to me. Naruto shifted on his feet when Sandaime unfolded the paper and began to read his essay. It's very good as you said, Itachi-kun. Good enough to impress the Uchiha scion, Sandaime noted amusedly. Itachi had always been a highly perceptive child wise beyond his years and spent much of his time researching the history of the village from the writings their ancestors left behind. While the essay was good and interesting to read, Sandaime was convinced that it wasn't the content that made Itachi interested but the disturbingly detailed narrative style it was in. While everything written in the essay could be found in history books, the way Naruto narrated it made it feel like he was watching the event with his own eyes, or at least heard it from someone who experienced the battle firsthand. That didn't explain why Naruto-kun ran away from you and gave you his essay, the Hokage continued, eyeing the prodigy as he searched for a sign of dishonesty. Itachi shrugged. I think it served as a diversion for his escape. Naruto cringed at how obvious he'd been. Itachi, on the other hand, was resigned about telling the Hokage the truth. That's probably because he is aware of how my clan avoids him and was pretty unnerved when I approached him. Naruto flinched at the attention that centered on him. Well, I know I'm not well liked, but only Uchihas turn on their heels whenever they see me. He fidgeted. And he looked pointedly at Itachi, approached me, and he even talked to me civilly, so I was getting cautious and nervous. Sandaime and the ANBU members cringed inwardly at Naruto's innocent confession. All this time they'd been under the impression Naruto was very trusting and friendly to anyone who gave him even a shred of attention, yet it seemed they had been wrong. I'm sorry I ran away, Uchiha-san, Naruto said as he gave Itachi a low bow. I'm just not used to strangers, at least, not since he'd found out about Kurama and his status. I didn't mean to be rude. Itachi shook his head. You don't have to apologize, being vigilant and cautious are good traits for shinobi. Naruto preened under the compliment. No matter what Kurama said about Uchihas, Itachi sounded sincere. And I believe I should return this. But before that, Hokage interrupted their exchange, partially relieved the misunderstanding was solved. Can I see that paper? Naruto blanched, but there was nothing he could do. He gave Itachi a reluctant nod to hand the paper over to Sandaime. Busted. Sandaime's eyes widened when he saw what was written on the paper. It was basic research on Fuinjutsu, but very elaborate and intelligible. Who you're learning, Naruto-kun? He was definitely his parents' child, a budding prodigy. Naruto nodded wordlessly. Can I see your other notes? Much to everyone's shock, Naruto backed away like a frightened rabbit and hugged his backpack protectively. Naruto-kun? Torai said worriedly. He couldn't recall Naruto being so possessive over something aside from ramen. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled softly. He had almost forgotten how protective and private the practitioner of the obscure art could be of their research, and how much they hated someone to take a peek at their notes. Jiraiya had almost punched him in the jaw when he insisted on peering over his disciple's shoulder when he wrote his notes out of curiosity. If the stories about what Minato and Kushina did to anyone who dared to take a peek at their notes without permission were true, Sandaime mentally noted to warn Naruto's future teammates about proper conduct of privacy for practitioners. Kurama groaned in his cage as he watched his Jinchuriki's behavior. The Uzumaki always acted like mama bears protecting their cubs when it came to their research. It was an Uzumaki thing, though anyone who was taught by Uzumaki also acted like Jiraiya and Minato. Naruto was only just about to finish his research on basic study, and already he was this protective. Kurama didn't even want to know what Naruto would do if someone dared to look at his personal CO research without permission in the future. Maybe the only mistake old man Rokudo ever made was procreating Uchiha Senju, and marrying that Uzumaki woman. Naruto-kun, I will return your notes, and I will be careful with it, Sandaime promised. Naruto looked hesitant for a moment, then he gingerly approached Sandaime's desk and tiptoed to put his notes on it. Here, Ji-chan. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Sandaime smiled at the child as he carefully flipped the pages. Who impressive. You're a budding prodigy in, Naruto-kun. Naruto preened under the praise. Really? He beamed, giving a mental nod to Kurama when the fox reminded him to stay vigilant. You have grown to be such a knowledgeable child, Naruto. Heh, I read a lot, Naruto admitted not so modestly. Ah yes, Sandaime nodded sagely as he gave Naruto his notes back. And you even know about Yujo no Ki, something I didn't even know about. Where did you read it? Naruto froze in his tracks. Kurama, why doesn't Ji-chan know about that tree? The fox snorted, probably because peace between the Uchihas and Senjus didn't last long, so the tree, of course, was forgotten. Then what should I say? I can't tell them you told me. Naruto lamented, but Kurama didn't answer, so he was left to his own devices. Naruto smiled as he recalled what he found on the same day he climbed the tree for the first time. He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I'm just guessing actually. Sandaime raised an eyebrow. On the top of the tree there's a carving of the Senju and Uchiha crest. Above it is Konoha's crest with the word Yujo written. And since the tree is so big, much bigger than a normal tree, so I thought only the Shodaime could grow it out. Even if the Hokage sent his ninjas out to check, the story would fit since there was such a carving. Who the Sandaime nodded sagely. It seemed he was overthinking Naruto's resourcefulness. Well done, Naruto-kun. You've found a precious monument, a legacy from our Shodaime. He mentally noted to issue a D rank to build a nice shiny signage and put sacred rope around the tree. Naruto smiled sheepishly. Thanks, Ji-chan, he said as he checked his notes, and then rechecked to make sure it was placed properly, blissfully unaware of the sad look on Sandaime's face. It seemed Naruto didn't trust him. Then again, it was pretty normal for those who descended from the Uzumaki line. Sandaime sighed wearily. Naruto-kun, while it's fine to learn new things, it's frowned upon that you neglect your other subjects in school. Naruto shifted guiltily on his feet. You've skipped all your taijutsu classes, and your marks, which became better last month, have dropped again, Sandaime said wearily. What can you say in your defense? I much to Naruto's relief, Tori stepped forward. Hokage-sama, may I voice my opinion? He asked cordially. Sandaime nodded. I'm all ears, Tori. The ANBU cleared his throat. From my observations, Naruto-kun is not suited to the current curriculum of our academy, he stated sternly, and the boy stared openly at the bird-masked ANBU. Most of the classes are counterproductive to Naruto-kun's development, and the instructors are not, the ANBU trailed off, looking for a fitting word, proficient in dealing with a student like him. The Hokage flinched inwardly at the subtle way his ANBU phrased the predicament. Then please explain to me what kind of student Naruto-kun is, and how we should provide him with a suitable tutelage. Torai grinned under his mask. Naruto-kun is a very talented child, and if we keep him in the academy, it would just curb his potential. Then after a beat he added, Naruto-kun has shown a remarkable aptitude for a field of study that unfortunately is not provided in the academy. And we all know what an invaluable asset a practitioner is. Sandaime nodded sagely in agreement. The main defense mechanism of Konoha was the legacy of Uzumaki Mito, and she was the best practitioner in her generation. Jiraiya, Minato and Kushina were seal masters and the key players in previous wars, with the first traveling to maintain their spy network and the latter's passed away. Konoha was down to mid-level practitioners who maintained Konoha's barrier, and the defense mechanism Mito-sama left them. It was hard to nurture a talented seal master due to the high risk in learning and difficulties. Naruto-kun's potential as a practitioner should be utilized. It's an asset Konoha can't afford to lose, Tori stated with conviction. That alone should give him some privilege to further his studies in seals and other shinobi arts. The old Hokage held back a grin. Someone deserved a promotion for exploiting a loophole so as to give Naruto his education. Konoha had given many privileges to prodigies, though most of the time it was early graduation, like the one granted to Itachi, so the prodigy could gain field experience sooner. However, in Naruto's case, he was known as a prodigy in only certain fields. I saw Naruto-kun. The boy perked up at the Hokage, Elated, he was once again included in the conversation. You will spend the rest of this year in the academy. And no more skipping classes. Naruto cringed at Sandame's warning. I will talk with the academy's instructors about your circumstances. If everything went smoothly, no instructor would refuse to help Naruto anymore. In fact, they would be eager to help, or at least neutral. By the end of the year, I would like to see progress in the shinobi arts, especially. Naruto nodded again. Hi. Especially, the Sandame repeated. If you continue to make the same progress I have seen from your notes, you will be granted the privilege of an apprenticeship. Naruto gaped at that. Apprenticeship? What about the academy? The Hokage smiled at that. You won't be required to attend it anymore, which would make the instructors happy that they didn't have to deal with Naruto anymore. You will be considered graduated, but you won't be granted genin status until your master deems you genin level in the shinobi arts overall. Sandame finished his explanation, and as soon as the last word left his mouth, Naruto tackled him in a bear hug. Thank you? Thank you? Thank you? Naruto chanted happily, then he kissed Sandame's cheeks fervently. I love you, Hokage Jishin. You're the best. Sandame chuckled softly as he ruffled Naruto's spiky hair. Yes, I am, but remember, it's you who has to work hard to earn these privileges. Naruto nodded enthusiastically. Of course, Ji-chan. I'll work hard, he said as he released his hug, jumping backwards to land in front of the Hokage's desk. Naruto stood suddenly and bowed to the Sandame with respect. Hokage-sama, I thank you for giving me this opportunity. I promise to dedicate myself to and other shinobi arts, so that I will not betray your expectations. Sandame looked at Naruto in surprise, startled to see such a mature, eloquent speech coming from a 6-year-old kid. Even Tori looked surprised and proud under his mask, while Itachi observed his fellow prodigy attentively. The old Kage shook his head with an amused smile on his face. It seemed they had underestimated Naruto a bit too much. I'm looking forward to it, Naruto-kun. You're someone who has seen how foolish humans become when consumed by hatred. Uchiha Itachi. Naruto woke up with cold sweat drenching his whole body. He quickly gathered himself and moaned at his current state. He had to do his laundry twice a week at the rate he was using up his shirts whenever he woke up like this. He once contemplated sleeping naked, but that's not an option in autumn. It may not be as cold as winter, but it is still cold nonetheless. He knew he was still a child, and to be haunted by nightmares is normal for children like him. But Naruto wanted to act like a mature boy, since whenever he acted mature the Sandame would listen to him more, and so did the rest of his ANBU guards. All the times he acted as a brash and loud boy was simply to attract the attention of villagers, but he realized that lately he cared more for the attention of the few people who acknowledged him. So telling them about his nightmare was a big no, especially if there is a chance that they might think that he was not mature enough after all and therefore not ready to graduate early and away in hell. Not to mention it was not a dream he could simply tell to anyone. The dream was always the same. Amidst the sound of rattling chains he saw a blonde baby who he recognized as himself due to the whisker-like marks on his face. He was cradled not by one but 2 pairs of arms, warm and loving. But there was so much blood and he cried as hard as he could to no avail as the warm cradle became colder and colder. He also saw a massive claw, one he knew so well, which belonged to Kurama. He had cried himself hoarse when he realized what he was seeing, or at least what he thought he was seeing. The scene of his parents impaled in Kurama's claw. The scene of his parents dying from Kurama who was under someone else's control. I had parents, he whispered to himself. Anyone else would feel incredulous hearing him utter those words. Of course everyone had parents who gave birth to them. However, to a boy who has been orphaned for so long, the concept of having loving parents was foreign. Ironically enough, Kurama seemed to understand the concept better than him, since the Kurama, the sage of 6 paths, was a father to the fox and the other. Thus this dream was something he never told Kurama, and the fox never asked either. Naruto had forgiven Kurama for his parents' death, and that forgiveness was something he didn't have to say out loud. Both of them had come to an unspoken agreement of the forgiveness exchange between them. It was mutual. Since then, academy instructors started to leave him alone, which for him was much better than the sabotage he once endured. It seemed that they really wanted him to get out of their hair as soon as possible, and Naruto wanted the same. At least for now the academy was the least of his problems. All he needed to do was do his best to get that apprenticeship right, and he'll be out of the academy. So Naruto poured all of his efforts to do his best for the rest of the year to further his studies in every field. He really was not required to be the best in practice in other fields aside from Fuinjutsu, so he could still work at his own pace in theory and focus in his chosen field. Much to Naruto's delight, Sandaime gave him his full support, and even went as far as to give his old books to Naruto as a birthday present. Torai warned Naruto about his naturally large chakra reserves and suggested that he start to learn chakra control exercises early on, because if he didn't he would be bound to screw up in chakra-sensitive techniques. So Naruto started to squeeze in tree climbing and water walking in his already heavily packed schedule. While life was good for Naruto, he noticeably started to distance himself from his classmates. If before he kept trying to get their attention, now he was so busy with his studies that he completely neglected his already non-existent social life with his peers. It was worrying for Sandaime, but he couldn't blame Naruto for focusing on his studies. Then again it seemed that Naruto had given up on trying to form any friendships with his classmates. All the boy could think about was getting out of the academy and fulfilling Sandaime's expectations. Naruto still called him Jichan from time to time, but whenever they talked about his apprenticeship Naruto would switch to Hokage-sama. He had no idea where Naruto learned how to act professionally and awkwardly mature at times, but it was obvious that Naruto tried to adapt to speaking like this with his most frequent companions, which consisted of the Hokage, the Ichiraku family and his ANBU detail. But it was not healthy for a boy his age to only socialize with adults, and ANBU shouldn't be Naruto's most frequent companions. Sandaime brought this topic up with the ANBU squad he was assigned to protect Naruto, and thankfully they had a solution. Hopefully Naruto could bond with someone around his age before he graduated and completely cut himself off from his peers in pursuit of knowledge. Naruto was becoming too much like Orochimaru for his comfort. While the Sandaime was worrying over his non-existent social life, Naruto was over the moon with each passing week that put him closer to his dream. With his latest report to the Hokage about his studies, it was almost a sealed deal that by the end of academy year he would be introduced to a seal master to be apprenticed. Life was good, however there was one problem still hanging over his head. Namely Uchiha Itachi, the scion of the Uchiha clan who had been a constant companion of his for the last few weeks. It was not like the Uchiha heir treated him badly, it was actually the opposite. Uchiha Itachi was trying to be his friend, or at least he thought that was what the older boy had been attempting in the last few weeks. Naruto eyed the Uchiha who had occupied his favorite haunt, namely the branches of the Yujo no Ki. The tree had become a sacred monument of Konoha, but the Sandaime allowed him to use the said tree, as long as he took good care of it. The tree was so old it was imbued by Hashirama's chakra, and those who knew the man would have felt it. It was actually one of the reasons why they allowed him to use the precious monument, hoping to calm and lessen the risk of escape. Fortunately for them it works somewhat, but not for the reasons they suspect. Kurama didn't like the tree, but it soothed him, not because of Hashirama's chakra but because he inherited his ancestor's body. Thus too, Hashirama's tree had some sort of lingering scent of their creator. Like how a child would feel safe and comforted by something with their mother's scent. Good afternoon, Uchiha-san. He rarely called someone with their proper honorifics, since to him it was a sign of unfamiliarity. He was still wary of the Uchiha, but he was willing to give Itachi the benefit of doubt. After all, it was partially thanks to Itachi that he got a chance to prove himself. Just call me Itachi, the prodigy suggested as Naruto pushed himself up to sit on the branch. You can add senpai if you insist on calling me with honorifics. Naruto nodded hesitantly. Okay, Itachi senpai. For some reason he couldn't comprehend why Itachi started visiting the Yujo no Ki around the same time he did. There were not many words exchanged between them. Itachi would come out of nowhere, greet him politely, then ask about his day in the academy. Greetings he would return with a curt nod and the same amount of politeness. Eventually, the Uchiha scion started bringing him treats, and not just candy kind but Japanese sweets like dango, yuken, mochi, etc. Naruto couldn't recall just when Itachi started sitting beside him in the same branch of Yujo no Ki, eating Japanese sweets and drinking green tea. Unless Itachi was on a mission, he always arrived at the same time in the afternoon at 4 p.m., and only stayed for 20 minutes tops. The topics of their conversations were light and would shift from the weather to the taste of sweets, and exchange of greetings. It was like they're maintaining some sort of status quo. A status quo both Naruto and Kurama were running out patience for, especially when Tori not so subtly implied that the ANBU squad allowed Itachi to keep him company whenever he visited the tree. Apparently they were worried about his lack of friends, and thought Itachi would be good for him. The Uchiha heir had a younger brother Naruto's age, and while Itachi was 4 years older than him, he too was still considered a kid like Naruto. He was also a prodigy, and they thought he could relate to Naruto. They arranged for him to have a play date with Uchiha Itachi. Imagine that. Kurama was throwing tantrums in his cage, and demanded he stop visiting the damn tree. Naruto pointed out they had no choice, because unless Kurama could think of a reasonable excuse to give to Tori, it would be too suspicious for someone as lonely as he was to reject company. Not to mention Naruto somewhat felt guilty for his behavior towards the young heir in their first encounter. In short, there was no way out for him but to endure the playdates. At the start of the 3rd week of their somewhat awkward afternoon routine, Naruto found the Uchiha heir waiting for him in the same branch again. As usual, the Uchiha was sitting on the branch in a lotus position, a small package of sweets and a thermos of green tea by his side. He looked as serene as ever and was patiently waiting for Naruto's arrival. It made Naruto wonder if this guy didn't have better things to do. Wasn't he a newly recruited ANBU? Then again, he was part of Tori's squad, so accompanying Naruto was probably part of his job. He could always appreciate a company, but not from an enigma like Itachi. He couldn't put a finger on what kind of person Itachi was, and he wondered if he wanted to know the Uchiha at all. Good afternoon, Naruto-kun. Naruto nodded hesitantly. Itachi-senpai, were you waiting for me? He asked as he pushed himself to stand on the thick branch. Itachi nodded. Yes, I wish to speak to you. It's important. Naruto was not used to feeling surprised. He was the one who always takes everyone by surprise after all. Then again, this was the famed prodigious scion of Uchiha. He thought that he would be the one to confront Itachi to know the older boy's true objectives in approaching him, but Itachi beat him to it. What would you like to talk about? Naruto asked politely. You don't have to be so formal with Naruto-kun. You're even less formal with Hokage-sama than you are with me. Itachi pointed out sternly. Naruto shrugged. Fine, senpai, but I am still at a loss as to why you even want to talk with someone like me. It is someone like you that I want to talk with, Itachi replied swiftly. They raised an eyebrow at Itachi. Like what? You're someone who has seen how foolish humans become when consumed by hatred, Itachi told the younger boy bluntly. Naruto's eyes went wide as he suddenly stood, and then he unconsciously took a step back from Itachi. Then he burst into a fit of laughter. Wow! Nice one, senpai! You have a flair for theatrics. Is it an Uchiha art? Ha 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 ha! Ha ha ha! Naruto continued to forcibly laugh. Ha 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 ha! HN. This is getting ridiculous. What is this guy up to? I heard that this Uchiha is sharp, damn it. Kurama cursed. Don't let him take the reins in this conversation, or better yet ditch him. The suggested helpfully. He groaned inwardly. I will look too suspicious if I did it again. Better get him to spill now than dragging it on. Whatever, I will take a nap. Go learn how to deal with an Uchiha by yourself, but keep your head where it belongs. And with that, Kurama went back to sleep, keeping an eye open just in case his screwed up. Naruto snapped at the older boy. Get to the point. Screw subtlety. Mind games are not my forte. I am 7. He shouted at Itachi, pointing an accusing finger at the Uchiha's scion. I am not playing mind games with you, Naruto-kun, Itachi assured the younger boy. Naruto slumped back to his sitting position. Fine. I just don't have the patience for talking in circles. The young stated with a huff. Are you implying that I know why they hate me? Now it was his turn to be as blunt as a rampaging rhino, giving the Uchiha a taste of his own medicine. Itachi's eyes widened for a moment before he schooled his stoic face back. I see. It seemed Naruto had found out about his status from some source. Then again, it was not that much of a stretch of the imagination, since wherever went, whispers about demons and followed the child like a plague. Naruto had an aptitude for Fuinjutsu, a branch of study that requires perceptiveness, so it won't be impossible for the child to put 2 and 2 together. Especially once he learned about the applications of sealing demons. After all, was one of the first objectives in the creation of. The blonde snorted. What did you see now, I wonder? He gritted his teeth. So I am right, you just wanted to confirm that the majority of the village already distrusts him. It would seem that this person was just another in that already long list. What else is new? Naruto thought sarcastically. Itachi flinched inwardly, his lips curved down. I mean no harm, Naruto-kun, he stated sternly. At this point you must have understood the basic theory of, and villagers are never subtle to show their animosity towards you. I wanted to know what you would do about it. Naruto glared at the uchiha heir. If you're afraid that I am going to do something stupid as taking revenge on them, you needn't worry. Rest assured the occasional prank is as far as I would go. He waved his hand in negative. As far I'm concerned, hating them back is not going to make me happier. He gritted his teeth as his eyes closed. I will just sink to their level. Itachi looked at Naruto with an unreadable expression, but there was an unmistakable spark of gratitude and admiration in his eyes. That's very wise of you. This boy hadn't even lived through war, or witnessed countless lives lost as those left behind mourned their passing. But Naruto understood the misplaced hatred the villagers have, that they wanted someone to blame on for their loss, and he understands that returning their hatred would just make the pain last longer, and in doing so the wounds that everyone kept in their hearts would never mend. The snorted, I am no saint though. I believe life is easier when you take it in stride. He gritted his teeth. But that doesn't change the fact that they want to make my life as miserable as they could, so I am reasonably wary of anyone who approaches me. The Chunin titled his head to the side, and then he sighed. I hope so far I have done nothing that could make you think I hate you for your burden. He drew calmly. Naruto shook his head. Look, Itachi-senpai, I don't know why you keep me company for the last 2 weeks, and I am torn between being grateful and terrified of you. But Itachi opened his mouth to refute. Naruto cut him off. No! Don't you understand? I am aware of your clan's position right now. Itachi blanched at that, which is why I am reasonably wary of you. Itachi paused as he contemplated Naruto's statement, and then after a beat he replied, You're right. Naruto looked at the older boy incredulously. You just accepted it? Just like that? Yes. Itachi nodded. You're right, it's inevitable to be wary of a member of a clan with a traitorous history. To be honest, I have to say that it's wise of you to be wary of us, especially because of what you hold. His blue eyes couldn't get wider as he stared at Itachi with a mix of disbelief and astonishment. He shook his head. I can't believe you just approved of my paranoia concerning your clan. But before you get any ideas, no, I have nothing against the Uchiha clan personally. It's just. Could you talk with it? Itachi asked with a voice that tinted with curiosity. Naruto glared at the Uchiha. If I say yes, are you going to think I am possessed and report me to Hokage Jishin? Itachi shook his head. I remember how its chakra feels. If you're possessed, I am sure I can tell. Then after a beat he added, I promise I will not report this conversation to Hokage-sama, unless you give me your consent. Naruto sighed in relief. Thanks, but it's him, not it. He corrected, then he eyed Itachi, who raised an eyebrow at him cynically. You're a shinobi, and yet you tell me you will keep my secret from Ji-chan if I ask you? Just like that? Naruto asked in disbelief. The Uchiha nodded. You have your reasons to keep it a secret, and you have no intention to harm our village in spite of your suffering because of them. You have the right to keep your secrets, at least. He listened, and then he added, I have a brother your age, just a few months older than you. Oh? What was he getting at? That night my parents were out, and I was left behind to tend to my brother. I didn't see Kyubi firsthand, but I can feel his chakra. Itachi rubbed his temple as the terrible memory resurfaced. The Kyubi's chakra was dangerous. Children were crying the moment they felt it. If Yandame-sama didn't seal him as soon as he did, the casualties wouldn't be just from ninja on the front lines, those who were already physically weak like the elders, pregnant mothers, infants. At that point they would have died just from exposure, including my brother. Itachi stood suddenly and bowed to Naruto with respect. That night everyone was desperate to protect our village, and Konoha would have been no more. If not for your sacrifice. For bearing that burden for all of us and not giving in to hatred, I can't thank you enough. That was the longest sentence Naruto ever heard from Itachi. He knew people who cared for him were grateful for his sacrifice, but Itachi was the first to honestly express that gratitude to him, to say it out loud for him. For once someone was being plainly honest to him. Maybe Itachi really deserved that benefit of doubt. Naruto rubbed his temple, a smile painted on his lips. I guess you're really different after all. Itachi raised an eyebrow. I will ask you one thing, and I want you to answer it honestly, Itachi-senpai. I will. Do you hate him? My tenant? Naruto asked. That was an unexpected query, and it caught him off guard. Do I hate him? Itachi echoed. He never thought Naruto would ask how he feels about the who was also the source of the growing distrust towards his clan. To be honest, I should hate him, considering that he is the reason my clan is ostracized by our village. However, that's if he really is a natural disaster, and was not controlled by my kin to attack Konoha like they suspected. Then again, in that situation the Kyuubi is the enemy of Konoha. As one of her shinobi I shall protect her from him out of duty and love for the village, not because of any personal feelings such as hatred. Naruto blinked owlishly. There's nothing that could knock this guy off of his feet, huh? But his reason was more believable that way. Well, that's so rational of you, Itachi-senpai. He admitted, then called his tenant mentally. Kurama, sorry for disturbing your nap, but what do you think of him? I heard everything, and while I still don't like the uchiha or this boy, I have to say he is a lot more logical than any uchiha I was unfortunate enough to meet. Kurama grunted. Unfortunately for him, the village's suspicion towards his clan is not wrong. An uchiha was the culprit who controlled me years ago. What? Naruto shouted, startling Itachi, but the older boy was calm enough not to show it. Naruto covered his mouth as he realized that he accidentally talked to Kurama out loud. Kurama! You didn't tell me that. I thought it's easy to put two and two together. I told you I was controlled. Hashirama is dead, and you know how my previous host treated me. Of course it's an uchiha. Well, when you put it that way, Naruto flushed mentally, then he looked at Itachi. How the hell he was going to break it to the older boy. It seems, the villagers' suspicion towards your clan. Itachi closed his eyes, gritting his teeth. So it's not misplaced. He looked at Naruto. This is actually another question I need the answer from you, Naruto-kun. I want to know if it's really someone from my clan who caused that tragedy. His gaze hardened. Could he tell you who it is? Did he recognize anything that we can use to identify the culprit? Wait. It was the first time Naruto saw Itachi on the brink of losing his composure. Give me time to talk with him, please? Itachi flinched guiltily at that as he waited for Naruto to speak again with his. Kurama, do you know which uchiha? Madara. Kyuubi spat in a disgusted tone. Naruto face-palmed. Kurama, that better be not your grudge talking. Kurama groaned. Then again he had to admit his memory of that night was not the best. He was wearing a mask that only has one hole for a Sharingan eye, and was wearing black cloak. His chakra is foul and full of hatred, typical of the uchiha. If he is not Madara, he might as well be the second coming of the bastard. Kurama muttered scornfully. Naruto nodded. He said the culprit is wearing a mask that only shows his right Sharingan eye. His chakra is full of hatred. Naruto tilted his head to the side. He said it's typical for uchiha for some reason. Itachi swallowed heavily at that. So even the Kyuubi thinks so. Maybe the uchiha really is a cursed clan. Considering his long-standing grudge against the uchiha, you shouldn't take it too seriously, Naruto said bluntly before he could stop himself. Itachi eyed him curiously. I mean, at least I can say that you're not a bad person, Itachi-senpai. Thank you, Naruto-kun, Itachi muttered solemnly. Naruto nodded hesitantly. You're welcome, and I guess I should start blaming this guy or something? He shook his head. I doubt he is even in the village right now though, since my tenant would have been throwing tantrums more often if he ever feels the guy anywhere even near Konoha. And unless that guy had a legitimate reason to cause so much destruction, Naruto gave himself a mental shake. He already had enough on his plate for today, for now he had to survive and stay sane. That was a hard enough task. Itachi rubbed his throbbing cranium. There went his plan to find the culprit and hand the bastard over to Hokage-sama to regain Konoha's trust. This is so messed up, he concluded wearily. I'm starting to think that every time a truth comes up it's bound to be a mess. Naruto muttered sardonically. So, what are you going to do now that you have learned the truth you wanted, Itachi-senpai? He asked curiously. For the first time since Naruto knew Itachi Uchiha, the prodigy looked really lost. I don't know, he admitted honestly. How do you deal with this, Naruto-kun? You're asking me? Naruto asked back incredulously. I told you, I just take it all in stride, I guess, and work hard for the best. Even if the villagers don't like me any better than before, my life is starting to look up. I now have something to pursue, to live up to the legacy of my clan. Everyone I care about could be proud of the present me now that I am no longer a failure. Itachi chuckled softly at that, earning a raised eyebrow from the blonde. What's so funny? Itachi shook his head, wearing an apologetic look on his face as he realized that he might have offended the younger boy. Pardon me, but it's just from what I gathered you're far from being a failure, both as a human and as a. He stated firmly, I haven't met any other, but I have heard that those who are shunned by their people usually grow distant, uncontrollable, and are sometimes even driven to madness. I thought any info on is closely guarded by each village, Naruto wondered out loud. No secret is safe in war, especially when it comes to full-scale wars like the Shinobi Wars, Itachi said solemnly. Naruto eyed Itachi skeptically. I see, so I am pretty stable by standards? He asked curiously. If half of the things I heard about what other villages have to deal with there are right, I have to say Konoha is very lucky to have you, Itachi said honestly. On his last mission he worked with a journey that had a mission involving a short visit to Suna. The senior told Itachi that he had seen a boy around Naruto's age killing someone out of the blue. Nice to know. I am appreciated for being sane, Naruto droned, shaking his head in disbelief. He then eyed the older boy dubiously, Itachi holding out a hand to him. Is that what I think it is? It is, Itachi said cordially, his lips curved up to a small and barely noticeable smile as Naruto accepted his hand. This is the start of a very unlikely and awkward. Naruto trailed off, but the smile on his face betrayed his feelings. Friendship, Itachi finished. But I am sure the awkwardness will wear off with time. Naruto moaned. Great, do I have to deal with you rationalizing everything all the time from now on? Itachi nodded. Someone has to be the voice of reason for Naruto-kun. I am sure I will appreciate that, Naruto said with a grin, ignoring Kurama, who lamented the inevitable, and how they were going to regret this one day. Perhaps the Yujo no Ki was really more than just a monument, and under that tree's blessing he gained his first friend. Oh, the famous Han of the Uchiha, Naruto chirped, rolling his eyes. By the way, speaking of your clan, Itachi-senpai, the Uchiha is a clan of fire breathers, right? He nodded. Yes, Itachi answered. Why? Naruto grinned from ear to ear. Perfect. Is there anyone in your clan that you think would volunteer to be an experimental subject? You mean, stupid enough to be a guinea pig for your demonstrations, which might involve explosions among other things? Itachi rephrased in a stoic tone. Naruto's left eye twitched, and here I tried to make it sound humane. The blonde face-palmed. How Uchiha of you, he complimented theatrically. 3 days later. Uchiha Shisui didn't know what to think when Itachi asked for help in some sort of mock spar to demonstrate some new shinobi products. His younger cousin was a genius, and he'd also like to think himself as one, even though he may not be of Itachi's caliber, but most of the time even he couldn't understand Itachi's train of thought. Then again, his favorite cousin was just that special. Sure, he answered without a second thought. What kind of stuff are we going to do a demo for? High-quality seals, was Itachi's curt answer. 1 hour later, Shisui had one opinion of the tags the blonde boy generously gave him. Awesome stuff. This is the fire seal ever, he exclaimed while looking at the cross-shaped burn mark on the ground. They were in Training Ground 22, which consisted of rocky ground that was the typical terrain found in Earth Country. Naruto stared at the Uchiha, wondering if this was a mutated Uchiha or an adopted one, judging from how un-Uchiha-like he acted. Itachi in the first glance was a typical Uchiha, though one could say that he is actually a bit off as an Uchiha. Shisui was even weirder, and so carefree. Then again, so far all his info on how Uchiha were supposedly like came from Kurama. Thanks? He said awkwardly. I am glad to hear that. Deep inside he wanted to whoop at the praise, but decided against it in front of a stranger like Shisui. Shisui raised an eyebrow at the socially awkward child, acting mature and polite that didn't fit for someone his age. How unlike the little Sasuke who would have been beaming with glee when praised. No wonder you're Itachi's new friend, you're as awkward as he is. Pardon me? What did you say just now? Naruto raised an eyebrow. The oldest Uchiha in the vicinity stared at the blonde in disbelief, then looked at his younger cousin. What did you do, Itachi? He said pardon me to him. A kid as old as Sasuke-chan. Itachi frowned at his cousin. Pardon me? He echoed, what makes you think it's my fault? The said cousin scoffed. Well, kids Naruto-chan's age are supposed to whoop and grin when praised. Chan? Naruto drew in an indignant tone. Itachi facepalmed while Shisui was grinning from ear to ear. The younger Uchiha could tell where his cousin's train of thought was going. Shisui was trying to get Naruto to show his real personality. Itachi knew Naruto always put his guard on whenever he met a stranger, acting polite, stiff, and distant. Unless he was pressured like what Itachi did to him, Naruto won't show even a shred of his real personality. Especially since Shisui was supposed to be Itachi's sparring partner to field test his seals, so Naruto's Shisui was some sort of business partner. Yes, Naruto-chan. Shisui was nodding sagely. You're 7, right? So you're Naruto-chan, you're even shorter than little cousin Sasuke. And here I thought he was a midget. The use of past tense wasn't lost on Naruto as the blonde boy struggled to keep his temper in check. Who did he call a midget? How dare he? Naruto roared inwardly, but all he said in reality was, I see. No, he did not see at all. In his mind escape, Naruto was throwing a tantrum in front of Kurama's cage, much to the fox's amusement. I almost thought that you've really grown up. It's a relief to see a small insult like that could still get on your nerves so easily. Kurama. The fix opened one eye. Yeah? Do you know any methods to grow taller? He asked hopefully. I guess. Kurama answered curtly, go drink lots of dairy products and eat high-protein stuff. As usual, Kurama opted to give him advice in a single sentence, and hoped his host could figure out the rest. It always worked anyway. Humph. Fine, Kurama. As he finished his mental conversation, which lasted for no longer than a few seconds, Naruto turned to Itachi, raising an eyebrow, asking a silent question, how he could stand Shisui. Which was replied by a shrug by the Uchiha heir, translated as he grew used to it. Shisui's left eyebrow was twitching dangerously as he watched the silent exchange. I can't believe you, Itachi! You corrupted a kid like Naruto-chan! He shouted indignantly, pointing an accusing finger at the stoic boy. Itachi facepalmed. Shisui, be quiet. Naruto decided to copy Itachi's strategy, just tolerate Shisui's antics before his hair got prematurely gray. He cleared his throat. Hokage-sama is coming soon. Do you need more time to experiment with the seal? Would you like me to explain how it works again? He asked in a solemn tone. Itachi nodded. Maybe we should wait for Hokage-sama and the seal master, that way you won't have to repeat it later. Oh, I guess that would be good. Naruto agreed with a nod. Shisui titled his head to the side, curiously eyeing the stack of tags on the wooden stump that Naruto used as a table. His eyes were drawn to a ball-shaped bomb with a seal array and kanji for Hikari on it. Hey Naruto-chan, you didn't explain that tag to us. It's a new flash tag, right? He pointed at the flash bomb. Naruto shook his head fervently. Don't even think about it, Shisui-senpai. He warned the cheerful Uchiha, I have yet to test that flash bomb properly, and I don't want anyone, especially users like you, to be blinded by the end of the day. He shuddered mentally. Maybe inventing that flash bomb was not the best idea, but Kurama was very adamant about it, in case they ran to that bastard Uchiha who controlled him again. Shisui blinked when he saw Itachi scoop the 3 small round bombs and handed it to Naruto. You better keep it with you then before my dear cousin gets any ideas. The onyx-eyed shinobi muttered. Naruto's sweat dropped as he put the bombs back to his backpack, both of them ignoring Shisui's indignant shouts. Thank you, Itachi-senpai. It's better to be safe than sorry. Then he turned to Shisui, and I told him to keep it down, cousin. Itachi said in a chiding tone. I am older than both of you, Shisui reminded them. Naruto's eyes widened in fake shock. You are? I keep forgetting that myself, Itachi admitted, his voice devoid of emotion, but the slight shake of his shoulders gave away his mirth. He certainly didn't act his age like Naruto-kun. Shisui moaned, great. Now there are 2 smartasses I have to deal with. Shisui, mind your language, Itachi chided him. You're the one who called him Naruto-chan, and yet you use such language around him. The curly-haired Uchiha pouted. I know. Shisui huffed. Sasuke-chan is my favorite cousin now, and you're the new least favorite cousin. Right under Tekka? Shisui exclaimed triumphantly. Itachi nursed his throbbing cranium. Shisui, of all people, he put him below that Tekka? their cousin who was 5 years older, but just recently promoted as a chunin. He had been glaring daggers at them since the last exam because Shirsui's team gave Tekka problems in the second round, and in the third round Itachi defeated him in less than 10 minutes. Uchiha prodigy or not, Tekka's pride was severely crushed in being defeated by a 10-year-old kid. Yeah. Tekka. That Tekka. Shisui howled. Shisui, Itachi said in a berating tone. The cheery Uchiha looked really happy, boasting that Itachi was below this Tekka person, maybe a stuck-up cousin of theirs? And for once Itachi looked really insulted by the arrangement. HMHM ha ha ha. Both Uchiha stopped as they stared at Naruto. The blonde was laughing, his eyes closed, but they could see a glimmer of bright azure under golden eyelashes that shone with delight. Naruto hunched over as holding his stomach, his lips curved up to a wide grin as he tried to keep his laughter in control, but light chuckles still escaped him. Ha ha. Naruto cleared his throat, flushing a bit red on his cheeks. Sorry I. The next thing he knew, Shisui had glomped on him. Gosh, it's like seeing the mini Itachi losing his composure. Shisui cackled mischievously, lifting Naruto up enthusiastically, earning a yelp from the blonde. How see you? His sentence was cut short by a kick on his face. Gah! Naruto didn't know what possessed him, but he had acted on instinct. The moment someone he still dubbed as stranger went too familiar, and had gone as far as hugging him, he kicked said person. And then he ran to the only familiar person nearby and tried to hide. He froze when he realized what he had done, and wondered if Shisui would be angry. Unexpectedly Shisui burst into a fit of laughter. Oh my god, Itachi! He is hiding behind you. He is shy. Itachi looked at Naruto, who looked ready to curl up to a ball, and decided he had to save the younger boy from further unintentional humiliation by Shisui. I think that's enough from you, don't tease Shisui. You know who he is, and how villagers treat him. Shisui stiffened at the reprimand. He is not used to someone he just met getting overly familiar with him. Not to mention hugging him, Itachi added on his mind. He remembered before their conversation, Naruto was very skittish around him, and that he had to approach the boy with caution. Shisui looked apologetic as he crouched down so his eyes were at Naruto's level. I am sorry, Naruto-chan. Bad habit of mine. Naruto titled his head to the side as he contemplated what the Uchiha said. He nodded slowly. I am sorry for overreacting too, Shisui-senpai. Even so, he was still unwilling to leave his comfort zone, namely behind Itachi's legs. Why was his paranoia eating at him so much? God! Being cautious was one thing, paranoia was making him crazy. He rolled his eyes inwardly when Kurama told him that if being paranoid could get him to live for another day, it was worth it. Kurama had almost zero concern regarding quality of his host's life, then again considering his life for the last few centuries. No problem, Naruto-chan. Shisui assured him, laughing at the sight of Naruto's strained smile that didn't match the throbbing vein on his temple. Naruto-kun. Two Uchihas and one Uzumaki turned to see the Hokage approaching, smiling genially at them. Naruto's eyes were briefly drawn to a man who walked a few steps behind the sandame. He was probably in his mid to late 30s. A soft smile in his face made him appear a mild-mannered, curly dark brown hair that parted on the left, and eyes of the same color framed by square glasses. He wore a black kimono and a white haori with kanji for on his right and left sleeves. They bowed in respect to their village leader, Hokage-sama. The Hokage returned it with a curt nod. I see you have become friends with Itachi and Shisui, Naruto-kun. The old Kage didn't even bother to conceal his relieved sigh, earning a puzzled look from the blonde boy. Then he turned to the man who stood a few steps behind him. This is Aizen Sasuke, the current head of the Fuin division of. Naruto looked at the gentle-looking man. Rather than looking like a shinobi, he looked like a scholar. Then again, you could never judge a shinobi from his/her looks, most of the time at least. Aizen smiled genially at the blonde, leaning down so he could look Naruto in the eye. Hello, Naruto-kun. I am Aizen Sasuke and I will be your teacher. The young tried his best to smile, that is if I can impress you with my meager skills, Aizen-san. He reminded the seal master modestly. Aizen shook his head. Nonsense, I have seen your research notes, and I am very impressed. Then he looked at the sandame. After studying those, I don't think I'm going to let anyone else get their hands on him. Sarutobi chuckled softly, eager to utilize the potential of a young talent. Aizen? Itachi didn't know why, but his instincts told him to be wary of Aizen Sasuke. He had rarely seen anyone from the Fuin division because most of them spend a majority of their career in their headquarters to maintain Konoha's barrier and other defenses that the Shodame's wife left for Konoha. While they were an important part of Konoha's defense force, they were relatively weak compared to other divisions when it comes to physical strength. They mostly do paperwork like the Chunin secretaries at the Hokage Tower, which is why it is easy to consider them to be more like scholars than shinobi. Frontline seal masters were rare, and as rare as they were, the level of mastery of most of them was sketchy. Not everyone could juggle between research and combat practice, and attempting in battle was quite a feat even as support. Konoha currently only had Jiraiya and Kakashi, and while a number of Jounin may have a little above-average skill in the obscure art, none of them could use more Fuin jutsu save Kuchiyos in the heat of battle. While Naruto with his status was more suitable for the front lines, his lineage would make Konoha's upper echelon keep him in check. He was an Uzumaki, a clan with unparalleled skill in. While Konoha could use Uzumaki Mito's legacy from generation to generation, no seal masters including Jiraiya were capable enough to modify, improve, or fix the seals. It was an untouchable work of art of the highest caliber in Fuin jutsu. If there's anyone with potential to create seals of that caliber, it would be Uzumaki Naruto. He could see what Konoha wanted, and what the Hokage would do to give it to her. Itachi ran through the rocky ground, hopping from one rock to another. Shisui was ahead, and both of them were well aware that they were heading to a clearing. Shisui's grin was a signal that Itachi should start attacking. The prodigy jumped. His Sharingan came to life as four shuriken-shaped objects were held between his fingers. It looked like normal shuriken at a first glance, but it was made of ceramic, not metal, and the tips were not sharp but tapered, a rune carved from each tip to the center which held Hanu. Engraving. He threw it with admirable precision, two of them passing Shisui, and as soon as both landed on the ground the seal carved on it glowed briefly before cross-shaped fire sprouted from its tips, forming a wall of fire. Whoa! Shisui yelped as he was trapped in a square formation of Katan no Jijika Fuin, fire element cross seal. The older Uchiha grinned as he backed away from the fire only to stop on his tracks the moment another wall of fire erupted and blocked his escape route. Shisui shunshined away from the cage of fire with ease and reappeared 10 feet away from his original position. His Sharingan eyes widened as he bent backward to avoid another of the same seal-carved projectile, which was this time already active as it cut through the air. Shisui could feel the intense heat on the tip of his nose as he missed the flaming current of the projectiles by 2 inches as they whizzed past him. The Sandaime smiled bemusedly at the two Uchiha. It seemed that they enjoyed their fiery spar. Then again, the Uchiha were always a clan of pyromaniacs, his sensei used to tell him. That's enough. Itachi. Shisui. Shisui seemed unsatisfied at cutting the experiment short, but Itachi shot him a warning glance. The two Uchiha walked back to where the spectators of the spar sat, under an adenium tree which was the only tree that grew in that training ground. Aizen Sasuke clapped a few times, a gentle smile firmly in place. That's prodigious, as expected of the Uchiha clan. Naruto-kun only told you how to activate the seal and its functions, but you figured out how to apply it in battle yourself. Itachi nodded. Thank you for your kind words, Aizen Dano. The last seal I used, Katan no Jijika Fuin, seems very useful to corner opponents, and can be used as a surprise attack. He turned to Naruto as he fished out the last shuriken-shaped device from his pouch. Its design makes it convenient to use, but Naruto-kun, why is it made of ceramic? He asked curiously, though he was sure it won't break since Naruto used durability seals on it too. Naruto sighed at that. Well, for one, I am no smith and I don't have that kind of money to purchase customized shuriken from a blacksmith. Aizen nodded in understanding. I see. Is it possible to make this seal work for other elements? Naruto looked thoughtful as he contemplated the query. Probably. He decided to ask Itachi-senpai since these seals would work better for ninjas with fire affinity. I can make this seal to be general, so what comes out would be the user's affinity. Though not for earth, water may still work, but it's easily more applicable for fire, wind, and lightning. He shook his head. That's only in theory, though. The Hokage nodded in approval. How about the other seals you used? Itachi-kun? Shisui-kun? Shisui titled his head to the side as he fished out a tag from his pouch. This one, he glared at Itachi. Made my feet stick to the ground. Very good for trapping unless you face an earth element ninja. He eyed his bare feet in distaste, though if it only got to our feet, anyone could pull a lizard-style escape. Itachi shrugged. I have to say that while Shisui is correct, Those who are caught unaware would be an easy target even for a few seconds. This seal, Gongjimin Fuin, sticky ground seal, is good, though the range is poor as it only works on a 3 feet radius from the seal. Naruto sighed at that. Actually, it depends on how much chakra you put on it, though to be safe I put a limiter symbol on it so that it gets sticky enough to trap people in that small range and last longer. He informed them, it's not an elemental seal anyway, it's a stronger version of the tree climbing exercise on a seal? The old Kage muttered in an amused tone. So much room for improvement, especially since the ground looks the same after you applied the seal on it, so unless you have itachi chakra, you can't tell if there's a trap. Aizen nodded in agreement. This seal works instantaneously the moment it touches the ground, you don't have to stick it, and it's reusable too. He eyed the tag. Most of us instinctively move with a chakra boost, thus any body parts where chakra is focused would stick to this magnet. The blonde boy nodded. I recommend it for trap use, but it needs a lot of chakra to last more than a few minutes. But it won't be a problem once someone is trapped in its range. The seal would be powered by the captive's chakra. Naruto informed them, speaking of the poor range, I can provide you with a wider range, but you need more chakra to make it sticky and last longer until it catches your opponent. He muttered as he rummaged through his backpack, and here is the last one I have for today. He muttered and pulled out a flash tag. This one is a flash bomb, but it can last more than 5 minutes and comes in 7 colors. And no. He shook his head at the look Sandaime shot at him. It's not for pranking. We have to use sunglasses to use it for sure. Shisui quipped with a grin. He was referring to users in general. And a warning that it's not to be used anywhere near the uchiha and Hyuga compounds. I concur. Itachi drew. Sarutobi smiled at that. It seemed Naruto was still a prankster at heart. I would get my Anbu and Oinin to test it. If it works effectively, I would want that for them. Naruto wisely didn't ask how they're going to use it, he just hoped he would never find out if any missing nin that ends up blind because of it. Of course, Hokage-sama. He bowed in respect, earning a sad look from Sandaime that disappeared the moment he raised his head. Sarutobi cleared his throat. Aizen has voiced his interest in your talent, and I have seen it myself what you could do with modifying basic seals and simple concepts such as the tree climbing exercise. He pulled a red scroll with golden trimming and the Konoha symbol and handed it to Naruto. You deserve, Naruto-kun, he said cordially as Naruto accepted the scroll with awe and thinly veiled nervousness. Congratulations, you passed with flying colors? The blonde held the scroll with trembling hands. While he was confident of his skills, he was still in disbelief that he at last gained the acknowledgement he longed for. Thank you, Hokage-sama. He bowed in respect to the old Kage, then turned to Aizen. It's an honor to learn your art, Aizen-san. I will do my best as your student. Aizen smiled genially. I am looking forward to it, Naruto-kun, and call me Shirsho from now on. Hi, Shirsho. Naruto obeyed readily. Naruto Kurama called from the depths of his mind. Yes, Kurama? His would rarely be the first to attempt a conversation. I don't trust this man at all, Kurama growled. I see. Naruto chuckled inwardly. I will be careful, I promise. He glanced to his back, where he could see Itachi's eyes had narrowed at Aizen only to gaze back at him. He smiled reassuringly at Itachi, then nodded. You're not the only one, my friend. Bah! Kurama snorted in disgust. March 7th, 7 years after Yandaime's death. Uzumaki Naruto graduated from the academy to be apprenticed under Aizen Sasuke, which marked a significant turning point in his life. 5th Legacy, Halcyon Days. You shall not make an Uzumaki repeat themselves for the 3rd time when it comes to. You nod, shut up, and do as they said before they tear you a new mouth for back talking to them and their expertise. Seal Masters when dealing with an Uzumaki. Aizen was a pleasant person, at least he painted himself as such. Naruto didn't know why, but he, Kurama, and Itachi were instantly wary of the man. In spite of that, he didn't voice a word of protest when Aizen asked him to move to Fuin Division Dormitory. It was just reasonable that a teacher would want his disciple to be contactable any time, and devoted most of their time to their study. Naruto didn't have that much attachment to his old apartment anyway. At the very least, the new place won't be devoid of life. And oh boy, how wrong he was. The dormitory was located in a tower, on the west side of North Forest. Apparently it was pretty close to the city. The dormitory room, or rather an apartment, looked pretty much the same as his old apartment, and insultingly larger with a queen-size bedroom. The bathroom and kitchen were inside too. The difference was, it looked so bare and needed personal touch. "How do you like Naruto-kun?" Aizen asked as he led the blonde boy to explore his new home. Naruto bobbed his head. "I like it. It's bigger than my old place. Which means it would feel emptier too with only him. But I always thought a dormitory room was supposed to be small." "Not when it's for the division leader," Aizen informed him. "Oh." Naruto paused and stared at the older seal master in shock. "Oh, I thought I am going to live alone, so this is your place, sure so?" Aizen shook his head. "I have my own house. It's 10 minutes walk from our tower. I would love to let you live in my home." The Haori-clad shinobi sighed, "But higher-ups insist that you've to live here." Apparently he was not the only cautious one of Aizen, which made him wonder why they let Aizen keep his position at all. He had not heard of the Aizen clan, which meant the clan was minor, so there was no reason to fear political backlash or anything alike. Unless the upper echelon of their village still trusted the man, they wanted Naruto to be where they could keep their eyes on. It annoyed him. Most of his life had been trailed by ANBU. How much monitoring they needed. Naruto nodded, "But I am not sure I should have this place." "Nonsense," Aizen drawled. "You're used to having a place with a bathroom and kitchen, Naruto-kun, so Hokage-sama deemed it prudent you deserve the same luxury even in a dormitory. This place is never used by me. It's better to be in use than gathering dust." The blonde boy smiled at that. "I promise I will take good care of this place, sure so." He beamed. "And by the way, can I paint it orange?" he asked cheerfully. Aizen's sweat dropped at him. "This is not private property, Naruto-kun, though I think you could pick a more neutral color. A very pale orange, maybe? I will ask for permission from Hokage-sama for you." "Really, sure so?" Naruto beamed at the offer. "Thank you." He thanked his master. Aizen just smiled as he bid Naruto goodbye and left the boy to attend his business in his office. Naruto waved at retreating Aizen cheerily. "See you around, sure so." As soon as Aizen was out of his sight, he closed the door, and his eyes narrowed. "That man is full of bullshit," Kurama growled. "Ask Hokage-sama for you? You could ask that old man yourself. He sounds like he is going to do a favor for you." Naruto sighed as he began to unload books from the box. Well, kids normally won't notice when an adult is bullshitting them. And he seems to be set on making me fond of him. The demon fox snorted on his dream, "But still, do you think this is a wise decision? Haven't you learned that naivete could get you killed?" The blonde boy clenched his teeth. His finger pushed the book to straighten the row. "Hiragi Jishin, the man who changed my life, in spite of everything I owe him. I can't hate him, not when he gave up his life research for me. I don't know what he was thinking, but should I care?" He wondered in a somber tone. "To a seal master, what he has given to me is like a shinobi giving up both of his hands. Can't argue with you there, but still. We were so lucky he didn't mess you up." "Hi, but you know Hiragi Jishin is probably not in this world anymore, regardless of whether his original intention to me is good or bad." Kurama had told him that the man had received a full blast of exposure to Kurama's demonic chakra. A normal human would have went mad and committed suicide or died in instant. "I owe him, that's all in it. As far as I was concerned, he probably..." Naruto trailed off as he put the last book on the shelves. "The only human who ever gave me something without nothing in return." Hokage's kindness to him might be out of genuine love to him, like a grandfather would their grandson, but at the same time it was also a duty. He was the of Konoha after all. Even this opportunity to further his study was partly for Konoha. Torai cared about him, but the ANBU's protection was a duty too. And Itachi, he was not sure, but when it comes to the older boy, he could safely say their friendship based on their understanding of each other's standing. Itachi was the prodigy who shouldered his clan's pride on his young shoulder, while he was aware of how his clan slowly descended to the path of no return. While Naruto was a sacrifice for the village and betrayed by them, ironically it was after they knew what he had done for them. They were both aware of how foolish humans could be once consumed by hatred. Sometimes Naruto wondered if he was indeed a prodigy, a genius as they called him. If what it takes to be a genius was to know why everyone else was an idiot, it was both a curse and blessing. A blessing to know you're not an idiot, and a curse to know you're living among idiots. He wisely discarded the thought, because it seemed Itachi was rubbing off on him. Uchiha Compound. Itachi. Shisui. Naruto didn't miss the lightning element seal on both weapons, and he had no delusions they would survive if those weapons acted as a lightning rod for Aizen. Aizen! Torai roared. Let them go! Itachi could feel himself slipping into unconsciousness. Naruto, if he passed out here, the battle was as good as lost. Now I have 3 hostages, Aizen announced as he made a ram's seal. Do you really think there's still a chance for you, Naruto-kun? Unseal the treasure. Naruto fell on his knees, gritting his teeth as he realized his only option. Fine, he shouted, his eyes closed as tears streamed down his face. Just don't hurt them anymore, please. Naruto-kun, Itachi shouted, gritting his teeth. Don't listen to him. Yeah, Shisui growled. Just kill this bastard. Don't mind us. Aizen scowled. These Uchiha brats were really annoying. You're very lucky I need you alive, Uchiha, he muttered sinisterly. But isn't your request cruel? He wondered out loud. Asking this poor, who has been shunned his entire life, to abandon his friends. Shisui's eyes widened as he turned his attention to Naruto. Though was gritting his teeth, his fists clenched to the point blood was dripping onto the ground. Naruto, you. He has sacrificed so much for this village, Aizen stated with a sneer, but what has he gotten in return? Scorn, hatred, isolation, and you ask him to sacrifice both of you for this village? Haven't you asked him enough? Shisui shook his head. Naruto doesn't listen to him. You don't want this. You can't do as he said just to. Naruto bit his bottom lip, drawing a trail of blood down his chin. Shut up. He hissed, there are many things I'd be willing to give for this village, but you and Itachi aren't it. Itachi gritted his teeth. How could they ask for more from this boy? He had already lost so much, and they asked him to lose more? Itachi glared at Aizen. If only he could get rid of this stupid lightning seal and recover from this paralysis. Kurama, help me, I can't let this bastard get away with this, Naruto said mentally to his tenant. This guy is really sneaky, and I need him to get away from my friends, but the only way to do that is to activate the seal and attack him when he is distracted by his precious treasure. And for that, you're asking me how to call out an Uzumaki's special chakra? Kurama asked in disbelief. How should I know? But if it helps any, your mother's materialized as chains and Mito's was a long dragon and sword. So it's a type of chakra that materializes into some sort of weapon or animal? It's different for each person, but I suspect yours is the same as Kushina's, so try to visualize a chain or something. That's a pretty vague suggestion, Naruto murmured. I will try to call out my chakra again. His eyes narrowed at Aizen, as long as you keep your hands off of them. Aizen nodded. As long as you behave, he added with a sneer. Naruto gritted his teeth with eyes closed in absolute concentration as he formed the ram's seal. He recalled the dreams he'd had on many occasions of thousands of rattling chains. He began hearing them, unsure and uncaring if he was just hallucinating out of desperation. He could feel a chakra pool into his navel, but unlike his usual blue chakra or Kurama's red, it was yellow, or was it a pale orange? Gold? It didn't matter, he thought as he mentally reached out his hand to grab the phantom chains of his mind. His blue eyes glimmered as he opened them to stare at Aizen and his friends. He had to protect them, no matter what the consequences. The keyword is a familiar feminine voice echoed in his mind. Seiyaku no Kusari, chain of pledge, protect my comrades and chain down my foe. A chain of chakra erupted from his back and moved to the array of seals. Naruto gagged as he felt the chains trace the seal like a living being. The seal absorbed the blood on his bleeding fists and glowed the golden color of dawn. Naruto felt his chakra drain faster than ever, and if not for his status as, he would have lost consciousness already. Chains of chakra, Aizen breathed out in amazement. How beautiful and befitting of your status. The blonde's eyes widened as a sprout grew unnaturally fast in the center of the seal. The leaves unfurled as its stem grew to his height, and Naruto could feel one final tug on his chakra as a bud of a flower appeared on the tip of the plant. The bud unfurled its petal, blooming into a fist-sized purple flower with an ominous orb glowing a sickly purple in the center. This is what you wanted? Naruto growled out, a purple rock? Aizen nodded. It is valuable now to give it to me, Aizen demanded as he reached out. Naruto, feeling extremely weakened, struggled to stand up. Unfortunately, that took a toll on me, bastard, so take it yourself. He growled out. I'm not going to touch this thing for you. The older seal master sighed as he stepped forward. What a troublesome disciple I have. The scoffed as he backed away to give Aizen enough space to take the treasure. Don't call me that, you traitor, he hissed angrily. Aizen chuckled softly as he leaned down to take his prize. His fingers brushed against the foul purple chakra before plucking the orb off of the flower. Now! Aizen's eyes widened when a hard metal was slammed into his chest, not deeply embedded, but then again, that wasn't the purpose. You! Katon no Jijika Fuin, Fire Element Cross Seal, Naruto whispered as his lips curved up into a grin. Eat this, bastard! He backed away quickly but not before kicking Aizen's hand. The purple orb rolled across the ground. Gwack! Aizen screamed in pain as he tried to reach for his treasure. Unfortunately, a fire-powered shuriken blew him away, slamming him into the wall. He slid down to the watery surface sluggishly. Itachi and Shisui looked at Naruto in disbelief. Good job, Naruto. Shisui congratulated me. Naruto sighed as he reached out to the rolling orb. Now let's Naruto-kun, you did it. Itachi smiled at the boy who was about to reach out for the purple orb. His eyes widened in horror. Naruto-kun. Move! He saw a shadow looming over him and heard Itachi's panicked voice. He couldn't react in time. A sharp pain was felt as a familiar katana nailed his hand to the ground before he could touch the dreaded treasure. Hi Hinamori Nizen. What are you? He muttered in disbelief as the female seal master looked down on him, her hands gripping the handle of her katana firmly. Hand over the treasure, she said stoically with her eyes devoid of emotion like a lifeless doll. It belongs to Aizen-sama. Seventh Legacy, you're our pride. Now, Naruto wipes your tears. The shinobi in front of you is going to leave with pride. He protected you till the very end. We should be proud of him. Uchiha Shisui to Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto didn't care about the hole in his hand or the resulting sharp pain. Both were the farthest thing from his mind. He had been careless, and his friends had paid the price. He should have realized how odd it was for Aizen to knock Hinamori out by holding the back of her neck, or paid attention to the scruff of her neck when she was laying down. He did neither, and now Hinamori had nailed his hand to the wooden surface with her katana. The price he paid for his carelessness. Naruto ignored the pain as he pulled the katana out of his hand, spilling his blood all over the seal array. Hinamori paid him no mind as she strode to her master who looked dead, but could he survive that? His breath hitched when he saw the seal array on the back of Hinamori's neck, a crudely made mind control seal. What the hell was Aizen thinking? One of the most obscure types of seals were the ones that dealt with the mind. Using that kind of seal recklessly would destroy someone's mind. His blood ran cold at the thought of the seal having been planted a long time ago. Hinamori had been with Aizen for years, her mind was probably. The sound of metal hitting wood alerted him to Itachi and Shisui pulling Aizen's weapons out of themselves. Faint smoke was coming off of both weapons from the fire used to destroy the seal arrays carved into them. A wise move, he decided. Naruto winced when he felt the wound on his hand closing rapidly. He'd never had a wound this deep before, so the experience of his muscle tissue being pulled and mended by Kurama's demonic chakra was foreign and slightly painful. Naruto-kun, Itachi's calm voice alerted him to the ANBU's presence by his side. Are you alright? The nodded, watching from the corner of his eyes as all the ANBU retreated to the giant tree stump. It was a wise choice. They didn't want Aizen to attack them again with his lightning element. I'm fine, but Hinamori, she's under his control. Someone would have tried to approach her and knock her out, but what she held made them pause. In one hand, she was holding one of Aizen's kunai with a lightning element seal, and in the other was the dreaded treasure. Stepping anywhere near the water's surface was a suicidal move, and although they were physically superior compared to Hinamori, it would be too dangerous to confront her. They knew that a mind-controlled human, like her, could do the unthinkable with little regard to themselves and their surroundings. Taicho, could we use the wall to get to her? Kuma asked Tori warily. Tori turned to the Uchihas and said, Itachi, Shisui, can you see if anything's in the wall? If there's another seal trapped there, it could be a dead end. Itachi and Shisui nodded, pushing more chakra into their eyes to see better in the dimly lit room. I can see some traces of chakra. Shisui gulped at the sight and what it implied. This is bad. The Uchiha scion nodded. How could we miss this? He gritted his teeth, his Sharingan spinning furiously. The wall is a landmine. If they had noticed earlier, they wouldn't have even dared to touch the wall. And to think, all of this was a defense mechanism made by Uzumaki Mito? The warning of don't touch the seal was never voiced, but it didn't need to be. The Uzumaki clan was notorious for their use of seals as traps. Naruto coughed, his voice hoarse with exhaustion. Because this giant seal array activated, he breathed out, the defense mechanism that's been dormant for so long has been revived by my chakra. But Aizen and Hinamori have been here before, so they probably know how to deactivate it, though Hinamori had probably not been aware of Aizen's malicious intent towards the seal. Naruto gritted his teeth. It's designed to annihilate intruders if they manage to reach the treasure, but it backfired in our case, because they know how to control it while we don't. Aizen's hoarse laughter rang throughout the room. How perceptive, Naruto-kun! Ha ha ha, as expected of an Uzumaki. The younger seal master scowled. Aizen. Shisui snarled. How the hell are you still alive after that attack? Aizen tilted his head to the side as he stood up to his full height. On his chest was an ugly burn scar, though it wasn't a life-threatening injury. It's a simple trick any seal master with mediocre knowledge of medical ninjutsu could achieve, he revealed. It ate more than half my chakra, though. Aren't you cocky? Tori drawled? Revealing your secrets is foolish. Though that can be easily rectified with this treasure, Aizen glanced at Hinamori, who held the treasure close to her chest. Now, Hinamori, give me the treasure. Naruto tried to move, but Itachi stopped him. You, of all people, should know it's unwise to attack Aizen blindly, the Uchiha scion muttered stoically. Don't. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw Hinamori force the purple orb into Aizen's burned chest. Is he crazy? He's trying to consume that foul chakra? Ku once knew a foolish pair of brothers who did the same, Kurama informed with a growl. Aizen will either grow stronger or die because of chakra intoxication. I see. Naruto gritted his teeth, but will he be able to control that power? Kurama cackled. Who knows? Either way, he'll find out. Is that so? Naruto cut his mental conversation short, ignoring Kurama's indignant rambling about his ungrateful. Whether or not what Kurama said was true, it was still just a prediction. Meanwhile, Aizen had become quiet as his eyes started to glow an eerie purple. He strolled leisurely in their direction with a smirk on his face. Naruto didn't like this sudden confidence Aizen had gained by stepping into the tree stump, the only trap-free area. After all, he was the one with a severe disadvantage as far as the number of allies went. What are they? Naruto's eyes widened when Aizen vanished from his sight. The next thing he knew, the ANBU members who stood beside Itachi fell to the ground in bloody messes, and said Uchiha was blocking Aizen's bloody hand with his ninjato. Itachi winced. He could see Aizen's every move with his Sharingan-enhanced eyes, but his body couldn't react in time. With just brute strength, the man was pushing him back. Shisui growled. When did he? The Shunshin expert vanished and reappeared next to the traitor and swung his ninjato, but was greeted by air. Warg. The sickening sound of crushed ribs echoed as the ANBU with a bare mask was slammed into the ground. Torai backed away, suppressing his anger about the death of his subordinates as his hands ran through a series of seals. Suigaden, water release, water fong bullet. A torrent of water rose up and spun like a drill, barreling towards the man in question. Just smiled as he cut through the drill of water with his bare hands. Is that it? Shisui scowled. In just a blink of an eye, they were down to 4 shinobi, Naruto excluded. Shisui glanced at the blonde, immediately knowing by the way he wobbled on his feet that he was far from okay. The Uchiha could understand, though. It was common for most children to be exhausted when they activated their bloodline for the first time. Shisui's attention was drawn to Itachi as he sheathed his ninjato, and his eyes widened when he saw the large crack on the sword. Itachi appeared calm, but Shisui could tell his cousin was running a number of strategies through his mind. How strong is this bastard? Shisui asked with a grimace at the broken ninjato. He's strong enough to tear us apart with his bare hands, Itachi answered calmly. Do not engage him directly. Naruto winced. It seemed Aizen was nowhere near dying of chakra poisoning. Itachi Shisui, he called Aizen, is absorbing the foul chakra of that orb, and even though his chakra, power, and speed has increased exponentially, he's not infallible, and he's not supposed to be able to control this power too quickly. He coughed again before he took a deep breath. Please stall him to give me more time. I have a plan. Itachi nodded as his right hand pulled a wire from his weapon's pouch. I'm going first. Torai and his remaining subordinate, Nezumi, dodged another torrent of lightning attacks in their limited amount of space. Itachi was right. Save for the tree stump, the whole area was a landmine for them. Torai somersaulted and landed right on the edge of the wooden surface. From the corner of his eyes, he saw Itachi land in between him and Nezumi. Itachi. Taicho, Itachi began, let's focus on immobilizing this man, while we stall for time. We must try to keep him inside this giant seal array as long as we can. Nezumi turned to the Uchiha prodigy. What do you mean? Torai ended the conversation with, talk later, he's coming. Naruto knelt on the wooden surface, his fingers tracing the center of the giant seal array. Shisui was beside him looking worried. Naruto ignored the weary state his mind and body were in as he tried to focus. His chakra pool was nearly empty, and he knew he didn't have enough to accomplish the required tasks. He could call out Kurama's energy, but what he needed was Uzumaki chakra, not Kurama's demonic one. It was frustrating being so useless and weak when he had a role to fulfill in this battle. Failure just wasn't an option. He had already lost 2 of the ANBU guards who'd protected him for years, and he wasn't going to lose any more of his friends. He drew his legs into the lotus position, his fingers forming a ram seal. It would help to recover his chakra a bit faster. Naruto, the young seal master, frowned. Brace yourself, Shisui murmured, a grim expression painted on his face. It seems a lady is joining our party. Naruto grimaced at the bun-haired girl who walked towards them, her katana glimmering in the dim light. Hinamori-ne, he hissed. Shisui, try to immobilize her. She has no sense of self-preservation as she is now. Which meant it was the same as fighting someone who was ready to die, and in Shisui's book, that was always a bad idea. If you engage with this kind recklessly, you would end up dying with them. Understood. As soon as the word left his mouth, Hinamori charged at Shisui, and though the Shunshin expert dodged the attack easily, he was displeased by the implications of the first attack. Naruto was right about the no sense of self-preservation part. This girl had charged at him with all her power when there were so many other openings. His Sharingan spun wildly as he tried to trap her in a, but nothing happened. Maybe the seal blocked attacks or something? Shisui dodged another sloppy attack. Che, he grunted. From the way she attacked, Shisui could tell she wanted him to attack her, and he could only imagine how splendidly that would end, especially if the seal on her katana was the same as Aizen's. Lightning-natured chakra was second only to wind when it came to versatility, so touching a weapon with that kind of seal was a suicide. Fortunately for Shisui, he also had a trick on his weapon. I have lightning chakra too, Oju-chan. Shisui grinned as his weapon clashed with Hinamori's. The petite girl's face remained stoic as she exchanged blow after blow with Shisui, but it was obvious she wasn't faring well. Shisui could tell she was not used to using one katana, because she was a twin sword user. A person under mind control, like her, hadn't thought ahead, so she hadn't bothered to regain possession of the katana she'd used on Naruto earlier. The blonde boy silently watched Shisui and Hinamori from the corner of his eyes, and it seemed Shisui was doing well. He was still low on chakra, so he could only hope they could buy him more time. His blue eyes then glanced at the other battle that was not going well. At some point, some sort of wing made of ominous, purple chakra had erupted from Aizen's back, making him look decidedly less human. Some sort of strange, black pattern was spreading over his skin, and even a non-sensor could feel the unnatural chakra practically radiating from him. What the hell had that orb done to Aizen? It was a 3-against-1 battle, and though they were ANBU, they could barely hold their ground against him. In fact, Aizen was just toying with them, biding his time and savoring his moment of superiority. The lack of land for their battleground didn't help either, especially since they wanted to keep their distance and stick to mid to long-range attacks. Itachi was thinking along the same lines as Naruto. Whatever was happening to Aizen would have an undesirable outcome for them. While they pondered over their next course of action, Tori broke the silence, his normally reserved voice sounding unsure because of the weird markings marring Aizen's skin. You're one of that bastard's experiments? he growled out murderously. Torai Taishu? Itachi glanced at the man. He'd never seen his captain look so perturbed. Aizen laughed because, unlike them, he knew what Tori was referring to. Oh, Orochimaru-san? The amount of politeness used to address the most dangerous missing nin Konoha had ever produced didn't sit well with them. Do I look like someone who does his bidding? He asked in a mocking tone, faking an indignant expression. I'm not one of those fake dolls he created, Aizen muttered, and for a moment the false, genial smile he always donned returned to his face. I'm an original carrier of this blessing. At this point, the marks covered over half of his body. Blessing? Torai repeated, his ninjato pointed at the traitor. It's a curse that feeds on power-hungry men like you. Aizen scoffed, then he let out a maniacal laughter at Tori's insult. Maybe to those copies, he grinned, charging the ANBU, but not for me. Torai hissed as he blocked Aizen's kick with his arm guard. It shattered in an instant, and he could feel his bones screaming in protest under the immense pressure. Itachi and Nezumi didn't stay idle. They both raised their respective weapons and dealt a blow to the man's vital points. Clank! Nezumi gasped as his ninjato snapped in two instead of piercing Aizen's spinal column. Itachi's kunai also broke. The ANBU knew in an instant that engaging Aizen in close range, even with 3 against 1, was dangerous. They all jumped away from the traitor, but Nezumi was not lucky enough to escape as Aizen turned and caught him by his throat. Nezumi tried to break free, but Aizen had an iron-like grip on his throat, cutting off his air supply. Before I kill you all, Aizen began with a sneer, I think it would be fair to indulge the reason of why I did this. Naruto never thought he would thank God for the dreaded monologue every cocky villain did to reveal their plans. Madara's bad habit, the dreaded monologue. It's working to my advantage, so let him, Naruto muttered to Kurama. Besides, it's a sign he's getting overconfident, and that's good news for us. Nezumi was caught, but Tori wouldn't let his subordinate die without trying to save him. Just concentrate on recovering your chakra, Kurama hissed coolly. Your chakra coils are in a bad shape after that last stunt you pulled. You weren't ready for that. Chakra coils were the pathways of chakra circulation, so if the coils were undeveloped like Naruto's, or any child's, it didn't matter if a shinobi had a lot of chakra available. Extreme use of chakra resulted in the wear of these coils, because they weren't ready for the strain, which could lead to the inability to use chakra later. I'm healing them now, so hopefully they'll be in good enough condition for your plan, but I have to warn you it's going to hurt like a bitch later. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the warning. That's the least of my concerns. Naruto-kun, Aizen called in his fake, genial voice, just like how he used to. It snapped Naruto's attention back to his former mentor, and made him want to hurl. You may loathe your status, but there was once a clan who willingly became demon vessels. The Kyuubi glared at the traitor. A clan of fools then, he hissed testily. Fools? Aizen echoed, slamming Nezumi into the hard, wooden surface. The ANBU was still breathing, but the sickening cracks they heard definitely indicated broken ribs. Aizen moved away from his latest victim, and Tori glared at the man as he checked on Nezumi. Aizen laughed. My clan was the greatest. We were the next step in human evolution, he boasted proudly. More like disgraces to humanity, Naruto thought furiously. I hardly believe that. Naruto didn't even bat an eye when Itachi landed next to him. The Uchiha probably knew that Naruto was baiting Aizen to keep him talking, but probably wasn't willing to risk the man's wrath coming out. A dull thud not far from Naruto made the boy briefly glance in Shisui's direction. Hinamori was once again out cold. Shisui had tied her up with a rope for safety measures and confiscated her weapons pouch and scrolls. He even used the confining seal Naruto gave him. The traitor looked at his former student disapprovingly. We were in fact better than like you, he drawled haughtily, looking at Naruto condescendingly. Unlike you, we contained demons in our body with no seals. They became a part of us, and we were in control of their power. It gave us vitality and longevity superior to lesser humans. Naruto was pretty sure no, especially himself, would want to be compared to an abomination like Aizen. The man was just so proud of being able to abuse the power that came with being less human. So your clan bred with lesser demons? Kurama had once told him that they were not the only demons around, and that lesser demons did exist and could breed with humans to produce half-demon spawn. The Uzumaki family was originally a clan of that exorcised demons who threatened humanity, and the Rokudo Sennin had also been one before he created the shinobi profession. Aizen looked like he'd been slapped across the face. As if. We took the power of the demons we sealed and implanted it into our bodies, he informed, placing his hand above his heart as a sneer marred his face. All of his skin had turned to a sickly shade of purple, and the butterfly-like wings made of chakra had fully extended out of his back. His appearance was decidedly bestial, and his chakra only grew fouler with each passing moment. The blonde felt his heartbeat become more erratic, and he felt restless. It's nothing. Uzumakis are pretty sensitive to demon chakra. Your body is alert, that's all. If anything, this will speed up your recovery rate because your body instinctively knows there's a threat. Naruto guessed that it had something to do with the Uzumaki's profession prior to the shinobi age. Your uchiha friends, however, Kyuubi redirected the Jinchuriki's attention toward the cousins. Ugh! Itachi and Shisui suddenly hurled and threw up the contents of their stomachs. The Uchiha scion coughed as he struggled to regain control of his body. What's happened? Itachi hissed. Shisui cradled his head. I'm getting dizzy. Itachi! Shisui! Naruto called out to them, are you alright? Kyuubi scoffed. They're the descendants of the Rokudo Sennin, so they're pretty sensitive, too. Normally, they wouldn't have reacted this badly to this kind of demonic chakra, but he trailed off. Mixing poison could produce a more lethal one. It's something like that Aizen bastard have fouled chakra since the very beginning, but he absorbed another kind of nasty chakra which no good for your senses or the uchihas. Great, it's an enemy that makes us want to puke literally, Naruto muttered under his breath, feeling his stomach twist unpleasantly. Just a bit more, please make it in time. Aizen looked unperturbed by their speculations of him and their reactions to his transformation. The sclera of his eyes turned black while the irises became yellow. He also gained a black stripe running from the middle of his forehead down to the bridge of his nose, and his skin's texture became tough and jagged like a rock. I can think clearly, he murmured, revealing his voice had become deeper and hoarse. I like it. Shisui and Itachi wiped their mouths, either looking happy to be reduced to their current state. Itachi, Shisui, Naruto called their attention to him. Don't worry about the sudden nausea, it'll wear off fast, he wheezed out. Don't think to fight him head on, just keep him distracted from me and stay alive. Got it. Shisui grinned, then said to Itachi, ready? Itachi scoffed, whenever you are. They jumped away from Naruto and landed on the opposite side of Aizen. Their enemy looked unconcerned, taking his time to marvel about his new power. Katon, Gakakyu no Jutsu. Aizen batted away the incoming fireball with his bare hands, much to their ire. Shisui gritted his teeth when Aizen appeared in a flash, leaving the Shunshin expert barely any time to defend with his lightning-coated ninjato. Shisui knew if not for the coating on his ninjato, he would have met the same fate as Itachi's A and Bu teammates. His eyes widened when a crack appeared on his ninjato from Aizen's force. He tried to move away, but Aizen was too strong, so he was locked in the clash. Itachi, though, came to his rescue, throwing a barrage of kunai with explosion tags. The blast didn't deal any meaningful damage to Aizen, but it allowed Shisui a safe retreat. Thank you, Itachi. Shisui grinned at his cousin as he jumped away, then cringed when he saw his broken ninjato. Shit. Next time he'd have to bring a spare, he noted mentally. Aizen was not pleased with Itachi's interference, and decided to give the boy a taste of his own medicine. Aizen grew jet booster-like appendages on his arms, extended them and gathered chakra. He formed a huge and powerful chakra blast that Itachi barely dodged in time with a Shunshin. Itachi reappeared beside Shisui as they surveyed the damage left by the chakra blast Aizen unleashed. Itachi's expression was grim. That attack, if it had hit. Shisui gulped. It's unlikely you'd have survived that. The wall Aizen hit with that chakra blast had a half-sphere-shaped hole and the water surface was split like the Red Sea before it crashed back together. They had no time to talk as Aizen went after them again, and the battle continued by exchanging elemental ninjutsu attacks, because going anywhere near Aizen was too risky. Torai protected them all with earth element shields, but they only lasted long enough to give them a chance to catch their breath. The ANBU captain knew their chakra was running low and that they were on their last leg. Meanwhile, Nezumi was having difficulty breathing because of the earlier attack that broke his ribs, and he knew a broken bone had punctured his lungs. So while Shisui and Itachi distracted Aizen with another barrage of fireballs, Nezumi pulled his captain aside to explain his plan. I have a plan, but it will cost me. Nezumi gritted out. Torai protested, but… Captain? Listen, we can't fail Naruto again, not again, Nezumi reminded. Torai was reluctant at first but eventually gave in as either of them were much use as they were. Torai had taken a beating on his left leg from Aizen, and it was useless now. They looked at their junior teammate, then at Naruto, who was still recovering. It was now or never. Torai cut Aizen's path off with another water element attack that pushed the deformed human back a few feet. Like all previous attacks, it did minimal damage but caused Aizen to direct his vengeance onto the ones who attacked him. Torai knew that would happen because, despite all of Aizen's boasting of brilliance, he had a pretty simple mind when it came to the battlefield. However, Aizen never got to his target as another ANBU moved to block his path. Got you? Nezumi grinned when he caught Aizen's fist with his hands, ignoring the cracking noise his arms made. He shifted his body when another fist moved to smash him, but this time Aizen's fist pierced his stomach. Ugh, Nezumi grunted in pain. Thank you for holding me back, just like I wanted. Nezumi! Naruto shouted in horror. His chakra was almost full, he could feel it. Nezumi wished he could take off his mask, so he could show Naruto a smile in his dying moments. I'm sorry, Naruto, but at least I protected you till the very end. He laughed softly, then turned to Aizen. As for you, embrace the earth, bastard. Doton, Ganban-Q, earth release, bedrock coffin. A mud-like substance flowed from his mouth, forming a rocky ground under his feet. Then, two gigantic rocks rose and crashed into its user and Aizen. Nezumi Naruto stared at the rock coffin, his eyes widening when he saw a tiny crack on its surface. Naruto, concentrate. That bastard's still alive. Do it now while he's still trapped there. Kurama warned his vessel. And get your friends away from that coffin. Itachi. Shisui. Torai. Naruto shouted desperately, he's still alive. Get away from there. As the three shinobi heeded his warning, Naruto began to pull his chakra chain out of his body. Ugh! He nearly screamed when pain racked his body. It felt like an unclosed wound was grating against sandpaper. Kurama was right about his chakra coils, but he needed to focus and ignore the pain. Once again, the chain shot out and traced a seal carved on the wooden surface, but the chakra drain was even more rapid than last time, and Naruto felt his consciousness slipping away. Aizen's head and hand holding his katana suddenly broke through the coffin, but the rest of his body remained buried. No! I'm not going to end here. My clan shall be avenged. Lesser humans will pay. He roared at the three shinobi before turning his attention to Naruto. Die! Aizen threw his katana at the defenseless blonde. Naruto-kun! Itachi moved as fast as he could, but he knew he wouldn't be able to stop the sword. His eyes widened when he saw someone was already there to block the sword. Torai Taishu! Naruto saw the incoming projectile with half-lidded eyes. He couldn't move, then his vision was suddenly painted with blood, and something warm was soaking his cheek. Hey, are you all right, Naruto? They stared at the mask of a bird that fell on his lap, then looked at the katana that pierced the ANBU's chest and the unmasked face. Torai. Torai smiled at the boy he had protected for years. Don't worry about me, he coughed out. Seal him now, Naruto. Naruto nodded, tears streaming down his face as he answered, yes. The chain moved at a slower pace as Naruto pushed his remaining chakra into forming the seal. Aizen struggled to break free, but since the seal was nearly complete, he couldn't. Die. You should all die. Hinamori Thai. Kill them. Shisui's eyes widened when he saw Hinamori had regained consciousness while they were distracted. Her rope bindings had been cut off with the katana she'd pinned Naruto with earlier, but luckily the seal on her still remained intact. Shisui and Itachi quickly moved to block Hinamori, who had stood up on her master's command, and much to their shock, she was trying to break free of the binding seal with brute strength. Shisui gritted his teeth as he raised his kunai. Hey, stop that! Moments later she was released, and her whole body was marred by cuts all over as a result. Shisui cursed, he didn't have enough chakra to use his lightning release, and Itachi wasn't faring any better. His remaining chakra was being used to just keep himself standing. Hinamori-san comes back to your senses. You don't want this, Itachi hissed as he helped his ANBU captain to sit. It was painful seeing life slipping away, and it reminded him so much of the war. Hinamori! Aizen roared desperately, move! Kill Naruto! Naruto turned to Hinamori, who had stopped her advance, and watched as her eyes shifted from lifeless to normal, back and forth. She was struggling to break free of the control seal. Fight back, Hinamori Nizan! Fight it! Hinamori suddenly fell on her knees, raising her katana, but instead of attacking Itachi and Shisui, she stabbed her right hand through to the ground. Her eyes were normal as tears streamed down her face. I don't want to hurt anyone, she stammered as blood dyed the ground red. Little brother, my dear brother, she looked at Naruto with a smile on her face. I'm sorry, so sorry, Nei-san can't protect you, hurt you. Hinamori Nizan? Naruto called out to her, but she fell to the ground, her eyes closed as she slipped back into unconsciousness. She was still alive, but that broke down just now, her mind was Aizen. Naruto hissed furiously as he felt his chakra chains trace over the last stroke of the seal. Go back to where you belong. Hands made of wood grew out of the seal array and pulled Aizen out of the earth coffin. Nezumi's body fell to the ground as the wooden hands trapped Aizen in their grip. No! No! Aizen roared hysterically, let me go! His skin reverted back to normal, and the transformation slipped away. His eyes widened in horror when he realized the wood chakra the Shodaime left was purifying his power. You will pay! You will pay, Jinchuriki! One day, my clan will rise again! He roared as half of his body sunk into the wood. We're the chosen humans! We will rise again! Ha 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 ha! Naruto shook his head. No, you won't, he hissed. I won't let you ever. Naruto formed a ram's seal, his breathing ragged as he shouted. Furin! And with that, Aizen was dragged down into the seal with not a trace left of him. A spell of silence hung in the air as they all stared at the smooth surface of wood where the traitor previously was. It's over, Shisui whispered. Itachi looked at Naruto, then to his captain. Naruto-kun. Naruto turned his attention to Itachi, his expression grim as he looked at Tori. The ANBU captain's chakra was so weak, he was dying. Tori. Naruto stood up slowly, limping over to Itachi and Tori. The ANBU captain was laughing softly. His damp, brown hair was askew, and he was looking at Naruto with half-lidded green eyes. Heh. The katana was still embedded in his chest, and though his bleeding didn't show any signs of stopping, it had staved off death long enough to say goodbye. It wasn't much time, but he could say what he wanted at least. I'm so sorry, Naruto muttered, tears streaming down his face. Because of me. Tori grinned at Naruto as his hand rose to cup the boy's whiskered cheek. Don't cry, it's not your fault. My team and I chose to protect you with our lives, so as a shinobi and your protector we're content. Naruto sobbed and stammered, but if only I was stronger, if only I was a better shinobi, and you wouldn't. Tori shook his head. Naruto, not once did my team or I see our duty as protecting the of Konoha, he muttered in a pained voice. We protected you, because we love you. You love me? Naruto asked in a daze. It was not out of duty but genuine love. The ANBU captain nodded. We always have. If anything, I'm the one who should be asking for forgiveness, he coughed, his smile looking pained. That night when you were born, my team was one of the ANBU squads assigned to protect your parents. We failed, even though we're the first line of defense, and before we knew it, other team had been killed and Yondaime had to seal Kyuubi. His team had survived since they were guarding the farthest area from the cave. They hadn't even known they were under attack until Kyuubi appeared. Tori's eyes closed briefly as he recalled the other dead squads, the picture of tragedy from 8 years ago. Tori, what happened isn't your fault. Naruto stammered sadly. Tori shook his head. We couldn't protect Yondaime and Kushina-sama, not when we found him sealing the Kyuubi into you, and not even as they spoke to you with their dying breaths, Tori said in a broken voice. You had your parents for a few miserable minutes, and then you were scorned by those you sacrificed your life for. We watched this, and wished we could have eased your pain, but... Naruto sobbed as he grasped the gentle hand on his cheek. I was happy though, because you were always there for me. I can't thank you and your team enough. Tori's dark green eyes widened, a small smile painted on his lips. Thank you, he muttered in a hushed whisper. Now I understand your parents' feelings, at least a little. I wish I could protect you longer, but his voice was hoarse as he glanced at the uchihas. Itachi, this is my last order as your captain. Itachi nodded. Yes, I'll protect. Tori cut him off with, No, what I want you to do is to be Naruto's comrade, not a protector in the shadows like us. We were able to protect him from physical harm, but we could never protect his heart, he stated regretfully. We let those vengeful villagers scorn him, and we could do nothing. I want you to be by his side as a comrade, you and your cousin, please. Yes, Torai Taishu, Itachi said in a hushed whisper. I promise. Shisui nodded. Me too. He grinned as he dragged the dazed Naruto into his arms. Now, Naruto, wiped your tears, he said as he helped the boy to do so. He could hear his voice shaking. The shinobi in front of you is going to leave with pride. He protected you till the very end. We should be proud of him. Torai grinned. That's right, Naruto smiled. He requested hoarsely. It's been a while since I saw your real smile. Naruto nodded, his lips curving up as he gave the Anbu his foxy grin. Like this? He nodded. Yes, thank you, Naruto, for everything, he muttered as he closed his green eyes slowly and welcomed his death. He had no regrets. When he reunited with his teams, he would congratulate them for a job well done. They had protected Naruto until the very end. Then, he would see the Yondaime in Kushina-sama and tell them their boy had grown to be a hero. Naruto awoke to the irritatingly familiar smell of antiseptics. The smell came with being confined to the hospital, aka prison. However, this time it was not as bad as usual, because he saw Tokusa and his master, Hakurei, sitting beside his bed and looking at him with identical expressions of worry. Hakurei was the leader of the Shiomitsu clan, and was as old as the Sandaime. He wore a white kimono with dark blue lining and a dark maroon scarf, and his white hair was styled in a high ponytail. He sat up with a dazed feeling. It took a few moments for him to register them asking about his condition, and tears began welling up as he recalled what happened in that underground chamber. It didn't take long to recover his bearings. He had to be coherent to demand the Shiomitsu pair tell him what happened afterwards. Naruto had apparently passed out yesterday because of severe chakra exhaustion. Itachi and Shisui had also suffered from chakra exhaustion and a couple of bruises and cuts. Overall, there was nothing to worry about with the Uchiha cousins, as they only needed a few days of rest. Hakurei promised he would bring him to visit the Uchihas, whose room was in a completely different wing of the hospital. Hakurei was extremely careful in the wording of his report about how they were separated as a precaution. Naruto couldn't help but growl at that, but he couldn't fault the logic. The Uchiha family was trying to stave off accusations of them trying to influence Naruto to their supposed cause, or whatever ludicrous ideas people had, which got pretty ridiculous in Naruto's opinion. Then, Hakurei asked him if he was all right to hear more about his recently dead ex-mentor. Naruto assured them he had never trusted Aizen, and had even noticed a man's power-hungry eyes on him since the very beginning. He was also pretty angry with Shiomitsu, since they had been at odds with Aizen but had never explained the reason for the animosity. He had been led to believe it was a simple political struggle between the two. Hakurei and Tokusa apologized and would have bowed deeply if he had not stopped them. He just wanted them to be honest with him. After Hakurei asked Tokusa to guard the door from outside, he applied a privacy seal on the room. Then, Hakurei began his story about Aizen Sasuke and how the man was welcomed into their ranks. It was 25 years ago, right before the Second Shinobi World War reached its end, Hakurei began solemnly. Uzushiogakure had just fallen, so Konoha was desperate to find the survivors. One of the few clans they managed to find was the Shiomitsu clan. He looked at Naruto sadly. We're a clan who serves under the main family of Uzumaki, Mido-sama's, and your family line. Naruto nodded. He could guess that much from how they treated him. But what's any of that got to do with Aizen? He asked impatiently. I'm getting to that, Naruto-sama, Hakurei said patiently. The problem was at that time, all records of Uzushigakure's inhabitants were lost, and Konoha didn't know any better, so a clan used that to their advantage to join Konoha's ranks, claiming they were a small clan from our fallen homeland. Hakurei's expression was pained as he continued his story, but Naruto needed to know. That clan was Aizen's. So they lied? Naruto asked incredulously. But if you worked as my family's vassal, how could they deceive Konoha? You should have known they weren't a part of Uzushiogakure. No one really cared at that time. Hakurei gritted his teeth as he explained that since Uzushigakure's records were lost, it was impossible to prove the family was not from their fallen homeland. Not to mention, like many families of Uzushio, the Aizen clan showed prowess in and nothing much in any other field. The clan members were malnourished and weak. They acted like a clan of genial scholars like Aizen Sasuke, so when they begged on their knees for a place in Konoha, the Sandaime could not deny them. Hakurei took a deep breath, but still Konoha didn't really trust them, so they were placed on the outskirts of Konoha. He looked down, and they were surprisingly content with that arrangement. Hakurei gritted his teeth, but then their clan members died out one by one in a short period of time. A clan the size of 10 families was suddenly reduced to 3 families in 2 years. The clan was very tight-lipped about it, and while the rest of Konoha was not affected, Sandaime couldn't just turn a blind eye. Naruto could guess what Sandaime did next. The clan was put on heavy surveillance by ENBU. So what did they find? Hakurei shook slightly as he recalled the horror he witnessed 2 decades ago. Experimentation that involved lesser demons and genetic manipulation, a cursed branch of study called Juninjutsu, he muttered with a disgusted face, which they inflicted on their own kin. That was the last straw. The Sandaime ordered his shinobi to capture the clan members. My clan was ordered by Mitosama to assist in the raid. He continued with a grieving voice. We were just going to arrest them, but it turned into a massacre when the Aizans turned into monsters and attacked our forces. Monsters, Naruto murmured, like he did. Hakurei nodded. The mild-mannered clan turned into bloodthirsty monsters in one night, and we had no choice but to kill them all. After we dealt with the adults, we searched for their children, hoping that they had survived. The old man gritted his teeth. But what we found were 5 dead children ranging from the ages of 5 to 10 years old, all dead inside a wooden coffin. Hakurei rubbed his temple as he continued his story. Or at least my brother and I thought they were. We checked their pulse and everything, he explained with a pained voice. Then, suddenly what we thought was a miracle happened. The oldest of the 5 children, Aizen Sasuke, started to breathe again. Naruto's eyes widened. He survived? We let our guard down, the Shiomitsu muttered sadly. We thought it was a miracle. We checked the boy into the hospital and found he was normal. Except for the weird enzyme in his body, it was dormant, so we thought nothing about it. My brother was a kind man. He felt responsible for Aizen Sasuke, so he adopted and raised the child as his own. Hakurei shook his head. It wasn't until Sujetsu passed away 7 years ago that we started to suspect Aizen. Aizen Sasuke had been adopted into the Shiomitsu clan and raised by the previous division leader, Shiomitsu Sujetsu. The distrust for Aizen had started to form when the surrogate father had suddenly fallen ill and passed away. At first it was grief that made the Shiomitsu clan want to blame someone, even to the point of Hakurei being paranoid enough to dig up his brother's grave to perform an autopsy of the body. Hakurei was very enraged by what he found. In his brother's body was the same enzyme found dormant in Aizen's body years ago, and it had killed his brother slowly. However, that evidence was invalid due to the lack of proof and knowledge of how the enzyme could invade Sanjetsu's body. In the end, the case was closed, and it was concluded that his brother was poisoned with a slow-acting serum during the massacre. There was nothing Hakurei could do to refute that possibility. Aizen Sasuke, on the other hand, took that chance to act as the tragic adopted son Sanjetsu left. Sasuke accused them of slandering his name so Hakurei could take his late brother's position, and the split of power in Sealed Tower was inevitable. Half went to Aizen and another half to the Shiomitsus. In the end, Sandaime brought up Sujetsu's will, one that, until today, couldn't be confirmed as false or legitimate. So Sasuke was chosen to be the next leader, and he discarded the Shiomitsu surname he took up when Sanjetsu adopted him, claiming it disgusted him to shoulder the same surname as Hakurei. Their clan could only swallow bitterly as they lived under the rule of the traitor, and it was only when Naruto had come to their tower that they saw a chance to overthrow Aizen. Unfortunately, Aizen saw a different kind of chance in Naruto. He wanted to use the Uzumaki to unlock the cursed treasure Shodaima and Uzumaki Mito sealed. The treasure was a legacy that was left behind by a fallen village called Hashigakure, a meteor that granted immense power. The treasure emitted foul chakra and was very dangerous, which was why Shodaime and his wife sealed it in the depths of their tower. The only reason they hadn't destroyed it was because the Shodaime was unsure of the consequences destroying it would cause. Hakurei suspected the Aizen clan originally hailed from the fallen Hashigakure, and had records of the secret treasure, which was why Sasuke wanted its power. In their cursed form, the Aizen clan lost themselves in the power, but the treasure could help them to retain their senses. Aizen was bitter about the death of his clan, so he planned to perfect his cursed seal and avenge his fallen clan. So that's why Naruto gritted his teeth. He wanted to avenge his clan. Shiomitsu Hakurei nodded. Yes, Naruto-sama is a fool's revenge. While I was angered by Aizen's actions until now, I still can't comprehend why that boy wanted to avenge his clan, a clan that had fallen so far for power, to the point they had sacrificed their children. Or maybe the Aizen clan, from the very beginning, had always had a twisted sense of love. Hakurei had to berate himself and his brother for not noticing that. Sasuke, as a child, had always childishly claimed his late parents loved him so much. For Aizens, the gift of power was probably proof of their parental love. They were all broken humans, scorned for their tradition, and instead of fixing their error, they strived to fall deeper. Naruto shook his head. That man is dead for some reason. He felt uneasy when he declared someone's death, his first kill. What about Hinamori? She has been with Aizen for so long. You examined the mind control seal on her right. Hakurei nodded. Is there any chance for her to recover? Hakurei stiffened at that. She's asleep now, but when she awoke for a few minutes yesterday, that poor girl, she asked where her little brother was. She was calm, very calm, then suddenly, she cried and begged for her brother to forgive her. Hinamori was a war orphan, her village having been destroyed in war. Hakurei didn't know the details, but apparently her little brother had been very sick, and Hinamori had nursed him for days while their parents worked in the field. She'd gotten bored watching him and had decided to play with her friends, so she left her sleeping brother to play for a while with hopes she would make it back before he woke up. Their house was hit by a stray fire. Her little brother was killed in that fire along with their parents, and she was the sole survivor. She was then taken to Konoha, severely traumatized by the tragedy. Aizen adopted her and turned her into the formidable seal master she is today. It's likely Aizen's control over her had lasted so long, the memory disappeared and left her to be molded to Aizen's liking. The sick bastard had dared to claim that he had raised her with the affection she needed, and that was the reason Hinamori had recovered from her trauma. It gained him a lot of support and sympathy, which solidified his position as division leader. The chance of recovery after being under mind control for so long was almost non-existent. So her mind was broken, Naruto muttered sadly. The Hinamori he knew might have never even existed, and just been an illusion done by Aizen. There's got to be a chance to undo the damage. He gritted out. There's got to be, he repeated determinedly. Hakurei didn't dare utter even a word to refute Naruto's conviction. He just hoped with time Naruto succeeded or accepted that sometimes it was wiser to give up. The next day, they attended the funeral for Tori and his ANBU team. Hokage comforted Naruto, who, even though he shed tears, didn't say a word in front of their graves. When asked why he was so quiet, Naruto answered with a smile. I've already told Tori everything I want to say. I'm sure he is telling his squad that I love them. He closed his eyes. He's probably congratulating his squad right now for a job well done, because they protected me till the very end. He knows I'm grateful for them, and I know they're very proud of me. Itachi and Shisui couldn't help but smile when they heard him, especially because his headband was tied on his forehead now. That was the first time Naruto was wearing his Konoha headband. He was no longer unsure of his allegiance. Just like those who had passed on with pride for him in Konoha, he was Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha. And he was no longer alone. 8th Legacy, the Tower and the Uchiha. I think that the one thing Naruto-kun fears the most after losing the people he cares about is to see everything he sacrificed, his parents, childhood, friends all be for nothing. Uchiha Itachi. Hospital, a day after the funeral. Believe it or not, Jinchuriki were not infallible beings as far as the Bijou-enhanced healing properties and poison immunity went. Naruto was well aware of that truth since they had no intentions of deluding his about their mortality. While it was true could heal almost any injuries from cuts, broken bones, and even organ ruptures, they couldn't save them from grave wounds on the level of a destroyed heart or a missing head, and definitely not if someone had a way to disintegrate their body completely, as Kurama put it jokingly. Missing limbs or eyes or the likes had never happened to his previous, so Kurama had no idea if he could regrow it. Though the fox was sure he could reattach it if Naruto was lucky enough to have not completely lost the limb. Naruto vehemently refused to test that theory. Poison was tricky stuff, according to Kurama, since he had to be aware of it, otherwise it would go left untreated. Waldo was confident he could prevent Naruto from dying of poison, he couldn't prevent Naruto from feeling the headache, nausea, and other symptoms if the poison was strong enough. And some particularly strong poisons would require Kurama to burn it out of his system. When Naruto had asked Kurama to test it using a mild poison, the cut had healed in record time, and the poison had evaporated from his wound, though he'd found the burning sensation to be very unpleasant. So Naruto had made it clear he disliked being poisoned, because burning it out of his system was a bitch. So when Naruto found out a unique tasting jelly was laced with poison, he was pretty pissed. He was sweaty from head to toe, and he looked like a cooked crab fresh from the pan. When Shisui and Itachi secretly visited him, they were pretty surprised to see an irate Naruto who looked like he had visited a sauna. "Some fools poisoned the jelly," he muttered as he slammed a privacy seal tag Hakurei had given him on the wall. By the time he had noticed the poison, a spoonful had already made it into his digestive system. It had been a mild poison, but because Kurama knew it would piss Naruto off, he had burned it out of his body. "Next time be more vigilant," Kurama hissed in the back of his mind. "I'm sorry," Naruto rolled his eyes. If he wanted to be that cautious, he'd have to revert back to his diet of Ichiraku ramen and wild plants. Though no one had been foolish enough to poison him outright back then, there had always been a risk from the food he'd bought. Shisui gritted his teeth. "Damn." Naruto shook his head. "Let it be." He deadpanned as Itachi handed him a towel to wipe his sweat. "I should have noticed when I saw the nurse who brought my meal looking a bit dazed." Villagers usually limited themselves to doing things that wouldn't get them arrested and or killed most of the time, but some were brave enough to try their chances, though very rarely. "Genjutsu," Itachi drawled with a sigh. "Is this the first assassination attempt on you?" he asked curiously. Normally, he wouldn't feel any curiosity for an attempted assassination on his friend's life, but from how deadpan Naruto's response was, the Uzumaki cared even less than he did. Naruto shrugged. "Nah, poison is the easiest and safest way to assassinate me since it's hard to trace, and not even ANBU is paranoid enough to check sealed cartons of milk or instant ramen. Besides, mild poisons only give a slight headache or stomachache." He shook his head, imagining a store clerk using a syringe or the likes to inject poison into his groceries. His ANBU guards had never worried of him dying from poison with justified reason, of course. "I see. Then again, Tori's squad knew my mother and the Uzumaki clan's bad habit of eating stuff that could cause indigestion in normal people, a habit he had unfortunately picked up. He'd lost count of the number of times he'd drunk spoiled milk before he found out about his status. Kurama hadn't helped because he'd thought it was hilarious and believed he should learn for himself, but luckily it did wonders for his immunity. The general shinobi population should have known trying to kill A with poison was futile, especially since no had ever been recorded dying of poisoning. No, including Shikaku, condoned death by poisoning since it was the stupidest way to die according to Kurama. "My status allows me to be careless of what I eat, though I recommend you don't eat in public with me." Shisui buried his face in his hands. "I can't believe you're talking about an assassination attempt like it's the weather," he muttered in disbelief. "You want me to bitch about it, Shisui?" Naruto asked out loud. "I'm sure my milk was poisoned from time to time when I was a baby." He raised his hand in a placating gesture when he saw Shisui, and even Itachi, looking ready to snap. It was intentional, a tradition practiced on Uzumaki infants to build up immunity, not an assassination attempt. "So basically, I'm more immune than an average shinobi or even." He tilted his head to the side. "I'm sure Yuzuriha and Takusa have poisoned my meals, as well as their own, from time to time." Shisui looked ready to scream murder, but Naruto stopped him. "It's a custom from Yuzu, and actually not that uncommon in some royal families." Itachi sighed at that. "I'm speechless." "Kurama is wondering why you didn't just grunt a HN instead of announcing your speechlessness," Naruto informed them with a grin. Itachi and Shisui looked at Naruto in disbelief. "Who?" Naruto chuckled softly. "I am talking about my tenant." "You speak to that demon?" Shisui asked. "You speak to the Kyuubi?" He emphasized the incredulity of the whole ordeal. "Him," Naruto corrected, leaving Shisui looking wary. After the incident with Aizen, Naruto believed Shisui had the right to know. It would also lessen Itachi's burden, because he wouldn't have to keep this secret from his cousin. And since the older Uchiha wasn't screaming profanities yet, he was certain Shisui didn't think he was possessed, probably for the same reason Itachi hadn't. Sensor abilities were really convenient. "I gave you his name because I want you to acknowledge that, while Kurama is indeed a demon and not the epitome of goodness, he's not a mindless, evil entity bent on destroying the world either. He's also not a natural disaster like people in Konoha believe," he stated in a stern tone, giving the Uchiha no room to argue otherwise. "I trust you, Shisui," he declared with conviction, startling the Uchiha. "Do you trust me?" He knew Shisui was a loyal shinobi like Itachi, and how they both were pacifists because of the war they'd witnessed. Shisui's lips slowly curved up. You know what, I've always believed that, in spite of how ungrateful most of us are, you've always protected Konoha, he began in a solemn tone. I don't know if I can trust your tenant, but I do know your parents entrusted Konoha to you, and I've seen Tori's squad give their lives to protect you, and he listed on. Itachi trusts you. He glanced at his shocked cousin, and had the situation not been so serious, he would have laughed at Itachi's face. I know my cousin, and he's a better judge of character than I am. I've seen you both put your lives on the line for each other at a moment's notice. But more than anything, he trailed off, I trust my friend, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto blinked olishly at that. You have a talent for rousing speeches. How unexpected, he muttered with a beaming grin. The Shunshin expert flushed a deep red. This is supposed to be when you cry crocodile tears because of how touched you are. Itachi sighed, rubbing his temple. Shisui. Now I'll pass the crying part, Naruto said dismissively. At any rate, Kurama doesn't trust you and Itachi, he warned them. The fox would forever distrust the Uchiha name, and though his trusted the traitorous clan, he would always be vigilant. Shisui rolled his eyes. The feeling is mutual, he said nonchalantly. Are you buddies with him? Somewhat, Naruto said vaguely. The closest I dare to claim without him throwing a tantrum in the back of my mind is unwilling cellmates. It's hard to trust humans after decades of imprisonment, and in your case, you're related to someone he hates with the fire of 1,000 suns. No amount of suns are hot enough to convey my hatred, Kurama declared in mocking theatrics. Kurama. Naruto shook his head mentally. Madara. Shisui breathed out the name of a previous Uchiha clan leader. Itachi narrowed his eyes. Speaking of that man, there's something we have to tell you, Shisui. The Shunshin expert cringed when he saw Itachi's tranquil face, because he knew beneath that Itachi was truly angry. I have a feeling I won't like what you're about to say. You won't, Naruto confirmed. As you know, 8 years ago the Yondaime Hokage Itachi told him the conversation he'd had with Naruto last year, and how he tried to convince Naruto of their clan's lack of involvement in the tragedy 8 years ago. The blonde added his point of view here and there, watching Shisui's frown with worry. It's unfortunate, but the Uchiha who is responsible for the Kyuubi's attack is not among us, and we have no clue where he is, Itachi finished. Shisui closed and then opened his eyes, revealing the 3 tomo of his Sharingan swirling in fury. I'll kill that bastard, he hissed murderously, turning to Itachi. Why the hell hasn't Konoha, or anyone in our own clan, ever tried to find this blood traitor? Because of him, we're treated like enemies by our own village. Itachi gritted his teeth. You know our clan. Even though we've denied our involvement, everyone is too ignorant and proud to acknowledge there's anyone out there with the Sharingan. That there's the possibility of a blood traitor. Itachi rarely lost his temper, but when he did he had a good reason for it. I even sorted through our records, looking to see if there were any Uchiha bodies never retrieved or lost eyes. The Uchiha scion trailed off tiredly. Naruto, who had been informed by Itachi of the horrifying results, answered. Officially, the number of Uchiha bodies that were never retrieved from the battlefield is over 100. That was from the Second and Third War alone. But unofficially it's unknown. What? Shisui shouted. Unknown? Shouldn't we keep a track record of that? Itachi shook his head. It's all because of the Third Shinobi War that went on for 10 years. Genin with undeveloped Sharingan could have awakened it but went missing before it could be recorded. Bastard children that no one acknowledged. He listed the possibilities that caused the record to be inaccurate wearily. There are so many ways. Not to mention our main enemy in that war was Iwagakure, Naruto added with a sigh. A majority of our force that fell in that war had to be dug out. You know how IWA dealt with their enemies. Shisui scowled at that statement. He had just started the academy when the war ended, but his older brother had been one of fallen shinobi in the Third War, and even to today, the grave remains just a name without a body. And after the war, our forces had suffered so many casualties that we couldn't spare the manpower to retrieve their bodies. He repeated the reason his uncle had told him when he'd asked why they never received his brother's body. Letting his temper overrun him here would be pointless, especially if they wanted to accomplish something. He was a bit angry that Itachi hadn't said anything before, but he could understand why Naruto wanted to keep it a secret. Naruto already had enough on his plate, and to have Konoha's upper echelon hounding him more than they already had was going to crush him. It was truly ironic that, while the whole village was in blissful ignorance, a 14-year-old, a 12-year-old Green Anbu, and an 8-year-old Genin were the ones who were clued in and trying to do something for the good of their village. Then again, perhaps those upper-up folks did know but were doing nothing to defend the Uchiha clan or Naruto from the injustice. Should we tell someone from our clan? Shisui suggested. Itachi shook his head. You were screaming bloody murder the moment we told you, and so imagine what the rest of our clan would do. We'd be fanning the flames if we did. The upper echelons of Konoha are also out, Itachi stated sternly. Since they've done nothing to curb the rumor of our involvement, we can assume two possibilities. They don't know of the stray Uchiha's existence, or they really do suspect us. Or worse, Naruto added. Villagers would be more at ease knowing there's someone they could blame rather than unknown enemies in the dark they never knew of. As the saying goes, better the devil you know than the devil you don't. They could be allowing the Uchiha clan to be the convenient scapegoat to draw the attention of the villagers. Your clan is strong enough to the culprit, and they're part of the village, so within jurisdiction you all can't legally fight back, and the villagers have seen you ostracized. This is political warfare at its finest, a concrete reason to curb the Uchiha's political standing. He disliked thinking the worse of his grandfather figure and the village, but he of all people had no delusions of the Sandaime being a saint, nor of Konoha having no skeletons in their closet. It was no secret that the Sandaime's teacher, the Nidaime, had held a grudge against Madara and the Uchiha clan, so it was by no stretch of the imagination to conclude his dislike had been passed on to his students. Shisui gritted his teeth. Screw politics. We have a bloody traitor out there who can control Bijou, Madara himself or his second coming. We can't afford to worry about politics. The last time that bastard came, we were almost razed to the ground. He pointed out testily. Itachi sighed. I don't think we can just screw politics as you put it, since our village is well on its way of cutting their own limbs if they keep this up, he muttered forlornly. Agreed, Naruto muttered in agreement. I'm not going to lie, but while my situation and the people of the tower's situation isn't as bad as the Uchiha clan's, we're in a pretty difficult position right now. Yeah, and Shikaku is a bit sandy, Kurama muttered sardonically. Or Matatabi is a bit fiery. Naruto rolled his eyes inwardly at that. Which is why I'm bringing this topic up with the both of you, because God help me if we can't get out of this next shitstorm intact. There was a dark undertone in Naruto's voice that betrayed his calm expression as he relayed this to the Uchihas. Itachi and Shisui couldn't suppress their cringe at the rueful look on Naruto's face. Naruto, Shisui began, you're not even out of the hospital yet. Neither were they for that matter. Maybe we should talk more about this after we're discharged? Naruto shook his head. No, we have no time to wait, because there's disaster on the horizon, he retorted. For starters, I really hate the formal procedure of medical papers now, and how my fellow SEAL masters forgot Steeth. It was an emergency situation, so they could be excused for forgetting it when carrying dying children. We were pretty much in critical condition after that battle, and they had to rush us to the hospital, or else at least they had thought so after all. Finding Naruto and his two surviving friends collapsed, surrounded by so much blood and 4 dead ANBU, alluded to the search party that they had been on the verge of dying. So they had to march through the village in plain sight while carrying us? Shisui guessed with a frown. Yes, but the real problem started in the hospital when the doctors inquired about what the hell had happened to us. Naruto informed them ruefully. They'd had no choice but to inform the medical staff about the situation, especially when it came to Aizen's true nature, his chakra, how someone, Hakurai's brother, had died because of his clan's enzyme, and so on. Itachi frowned. So the news about Aizen being a traitor has been leaked now. Aizen was still Naruto's mentor in official paperwork, so for a traitor to tutor Konohas would undoubtedly cause unrest in Konoha. And they know Shisui and I were involved? Naruto nodded. Not just that, it's no secret half of the tower's inhabitants were avid supporters of Aizen when they thought he was a benevolent leader. Since it was quite a fuss when the position was bequeathed to Aizen, Naruto wouldn't be surprised if a majority of the shinobi population knew about the divided loyalty. The tower may be the core of Konoha's defense mechanism, but half of us are now suspected as traitors, even though everyone, including Aizen's men, were equally angry at the dead man. Hakurai has tried his best. He's checked Aizen's former supporters for evidence of a mind control seal, and fortunately all of them are clean and severely regret ever trusting that bastard. But that's not enough assurance? Shisui guessed warily. Yes, Naruto answered with a sigh. And now they've found out that I'm working in the tower, and that the bastard was my ex-master to boot. He trailed off. Miraculously, this news reached only Konoha's upper echelon and probably a minority of the shinobi population. Oh dear, Shisui breathed out. How well the Sandaime could manage to keep it that way was questionable. Worst case scenario, I get removed from the tower, which won't be taken well by the people of the tower at all, on top of them getting the blame for Aizen's betrayal. And if they decided to take drastic measures, the people of the tower will shut down Konoha's defense seal mechanism. Shisui blanched at that. What the hell? This is the Uchiha's history all over again, but on a smaller scale. Though, the Uchiha's drastic measures would be a coup. Itachi narrowed his eyes. That's really reckless. There's more to this problem, isn't there? Regretfully, yes, he gritted out. Naruto almost wanted to strangle Hakurei for his stupidity. Even though it wouldn't cripple Konoha permanently, it would deal significant damage to Konoha's defense. Old friend or not, the Hokage and his advisors wouldn't be happy about it. The majority of the tower's population are refugees from Yuzu, and while they've officially been absorbed into Konoha's forces unofficially, they consider themselves to be doing a favor for Konoha under Uzumaki Midosama's order, Naruto explained grimly. I had suspected something to be suspicious since Hokage-sama seemed to be keen on keeping me away from them before I was apprenticed, but I didn't expect this. Except what? Naruto face-palmed. While it was understandable he'd been ignorant about how Konoha viewed the people of the tower due to his severe lack of interaction with the village, he still berated himself for being too engrossed in his own problems and oblivious to his surroundings. They're treated like foreigners, and they act like their loyalty is to an Uzumaki. To me, while Hakurei respects the Sandaime to an extent, his loyalty is to our clan, not Konoha. He buried his face in his hands. This arrangement was never a problem when Midosama was a loyal mother to Konoha. My mother was the same, and Aizen, they had thought that bastard owed them a favor for his position. Hakurei, on the other hand, no matter what the reason, Konoha made Aizen his brother's successor, and the Sandaime closed the case of Sanjetsu's mysterious death. As terminal illness add to that, Konoha has treated me, the son of an Uzumaki, like a pariah for something I couldn't control. Something Konoha should have kissed your feet for, you mean? Shisui corrected with a huff. He shook his head ruefully at that. At any rate, both sides are now aware that the tower is unhappy with Konoha and vice versa. They feel they've been condemned and believe Konoha still owes them a lot. Naruto summarized the whole ordeal grossly. On the other hand, Konoha has just realized they've pissed off the wrong clan, and it's too late for damage control. While they won't start a civil war, people of the tower will, unfortunately, boycott simply to show how much Konoha owes them. Itachi gritted his teeth. This was going to lead Konoha to her doom. A spark can start a fire that burns the entire prairie. This is the beginning of an end. Our village is going to dismember her own limbs, he concluded grimly. If the tower starts to act openly hostile to our government, those who are displeased with current government will rebel. It'll be a domino effect, and Itachi had no delusions that his clan, or at least a fraction of it, wouldn't be eager to restore the Uchiha's power in Konoha. The upper echelon is undoubtedly unhappy that 1. Hokage-sama put you under the tutelage of a traitor, and 2. The people in the tower are irreplaceable since seal masters are a scarcity. Itachi summarized the situation grossly. Naruto blinked at that scarcity, he repeated, frowning as that one little fact sunk in. There's one mostly harmless solution. Itachi and Shisui perked up at that. What do you have in mind? Naruto glanced at the Uchihas. I need both your guys' help as well as Hakurei's. The man wasn't going to like this solution, but he would go with it for their sake. I have a bad feeling about this. I wish I could say I disagree with you, Naruto thought wishfully. On a better note, if we can make this work, we'll celebrate that birthday party with cake, candles, song, crackers. I don't care how childish it is if it makes my subordinates happy, he promised solemnly. An old man in a kid's body, Shisui growled out when they were out of Naruto's room, stealthily returning to their own. Both of you. Itachi narrowed his eyes. He didn't deserve this, he stated. I know, Shisui agreed tiredly. When I met him I thought I could see you had the war never changed you. Itachi frowned at that. It feels like yesterday I saw a kid trying to act mature, and then before I knew it, there was a man in the body of a child, he hissed regretfully. Itachi didn't know what to say about that. Shinobi are people who endure, and we change. The Uchiha scion felt a little guilty for that. After all, when he was 3, Shisui, and Uncle Obito had treated him like their favorite little brother, but war was never merciful to a child's innocence. Obito had been killed on a mission, and Shisui had lost his older brother. Then Kyuubi had attacked their village. And before Shisui knew it, Itachi had become a full-pledged shinobi, and no longer a little brother he could pamper. At least when you're 8 years old, you were the talented heir of the Uchiha clan who shouldered our clan's expectation, and you succeeded, Shisui stated ruefully. Naruto has to face all of this. He should only have to think of how to achieve his dream of living up to his legacy, a simple dream all heirs have, not think of how to prevent a political shitstorm that could spark a civil war. The prodigy shook his head. Naruto-kun's life has been devoted to Konoha since he was born, he muttered forlornly. I think that the one thing Naruto-kun fears the most after losing the people he cares about is to see everything he sacrificed, his parents, childhood, friends, all be for nothing. Hokage Tower. Hakurei would always be loyal to the Uzumaki clan, but specifically to Uzumaki Naruto. He was, after all, the boy who had inherited Mito-sama's and Kushina-sama's will. Things he'd always admired about them was their drive as seal masters and unmoving loyalty, though the latter was unfortunately against the boy's well-being. It took a saint mentality to survive the mental abuse this village had condemned the young to. Unlike the ignorant villagers of other hidden villages, Yuzushiogakure hailed it as a hero. Contrary to what was widely believed in the shinobi world, Mito-sama wasn't the first Uzumaki of a demon, or otherwise. Some demons were strong enough to require a human vessel in order to seal them, and those who volunteered to be a sacrifice for the ritual were seen as a hero of Yuzushiogakure. He could never comprehend the foolishness of those who condemned A to a life of isolation. It was like stepping on a landmine repeatedly. But for his young master's sake, Hakurei would honor Mito-sama's wish to protect Konoha like they would. He, however, would make it clear that Konoha owed Naruto-sama more than they already did. Naruto sometimes wished he could lead a normal life, well, as normal as a shinobi's life could be. Though that wish had been rendered impossible since the very first hour of his life, because he was made into a. The Sandaime had definitely tried, but the old Kage had failed spectacularly by informing the general populace of his situation. There was no point crying over spilled milk that had become sour. He just hoped he could make this plan work. So why did you unseal the treasure, knowing there was a possibility that you could have been unleashing a terrible being? Hamura, the former teammate of Sandaime, asked. Genin Uzumaki? Naruto took a deep breath. As written in our report, Anbu failed to catch Aizen Sasuke off guard, and he was holding Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui hostage, knowing they're dear friends of mine. He would have added Hinamori, but someone who had been under the control of Aizen would be an unfavorable mention. I'm a proficient seal master, but also a mere inexperienced genin-level shinobi. Admit your shortcomings, but don't let them deny your expertise. Had I foolishly denied Aizen, he would have resorted to more desperate measures, and even I could see that man was not in his right mind, he stated firmly, knowing no one could refute Aizen's unstable mind. I see. He would have killed the hostages and myself, but had the situation resorted to sacrificing ourselves to end his ambitions, I would have. He lied smoothly, ignoring the rueful look on the Sandaime's face. He wouldn't have really sacrificed Itachi, Shisui, and his Anbu guards, and he had said as much, but these people didn't need to know that. If they slept better at night believing they knew how fiercely loyal Konoha's was, it would curry their favor to him. Aizen could have tried to power the seal with his malicious chakra, and if we were lucky, it wouldn't have affected the seal at all. But considering the nature of the seal was that of the Shodaime's Mokutan chakra, it could have caused an overcharge of the seal because of the corrosive nature of Aizen's chakra. The seal would have spontaneously combusted and the damage on the tower would have been inevitable. He let the implications sink in of how disastrous it would have been had Konoha lost the tower. I chose to take another risk. I unsealed the treasure for him and attacked him when he was distracted. And it worked, no one could deny that. I was careless. Admit your shortcomings, don't deny it, or it could be used against you. Hinamori-san was used as a puppet of Aizen, one that remained active even when I inflicted significant damage on him. A legitimate reason to fail that even Anbu had missed. Koharu squinted her eyes at the young seal master, but he showed nothing that betrayed their image of him, a prodigy tempered with discipline and completely devoted to the Hokage to repay the privilege that had been granted generously to him. No longer was he the boisterous child he had been. Very well, I can see your choice as the wiser one with minimal damage. The Anbu squad would have survived had they been more skilled. Naruto suppressed the urge to clench his fist and gave the councilwoman a rueful smile. And you resealed the treasure along with that traitor? He nodded solemnly. Yes, Hakurai Shursho has examined the seal himself, and we'll do everything in our power to double the security of the forbidden treasure. And maybe we'll find a way to safely destroy it soon. Hamura cleared his throat. That's assuring, he muttered skeptically, but this report of yours. The man tapped his finger against the manila folder Naruto submitted a day before. It implied you commanded a squad of ANBU, the very same squad Uchiha Itachi was scheduled to join in a few weeks, and Uchiha Shisui against Aizen. Naruto frowned at that. It's true that it was me who relayed the plan to Itachi-senpai, but it was Nozumi's sacrifice and Tori's protection of me that allowed me to finish the seal, he muttered ruefully. That required your special chakra, Sarutobi finished in stern tone. At any rate, we should congratulate you on your coming of age according to Uzumaki tradition. Congratulations, Naruto-kun, you've lived up to their legacy. He bowed in respect toward the old Kage. Thank you for your kind words, Hokage-sama. Hakurai nodded approvingly. His young master had done well. He watched as the Hokage and his two advisors exchanged looks of approval, and though the Hokage looked a bit reluctant, there was no ignoring Naruto-sama's potential. He cleared his throat. It will soon be 2 years since the beginning of Naruto-kun's formal training as a seal master, and he has surpassed our expectations and completed his basic and intermediate seal levels with flying colors, he informed them proudly. So it is with pride I declare his apprenticeship fully completed. He ignored the displeasure on Sarutobi's face. His old friend must have thought he was putting too much of a burden on his young master. Sarutobi was wrong in that account, but he had no desire to correct the old Kage. He's a full-fledged seal master now, but of course, while he has the right to continue research on his own, I will supervise Naruto-kun whenever he needs me, he assured them cordially. At the rate he's advancing in the art of sealing, give it 2 years and Naruto-kun will be ready to take an apprentice of his own. Their eyes widened at that, and Hakurai let himself bask in their incredulous stare. Obviously, they knew nothing about the formal education of the sealing art. The Uzumaki clan was born for this art, and formal education only covered basic and intermediate materials. Those were usually completed in 4 years by Uzumaki clan members, and Naruto had begun that nearly 3 years ago. Hakurai was well aware of how his young master abused Kagebunshin no in learning their arts, but he saw no reason why Naruto-sama shouldn't use every advantage he was given if the headache was worth it. Surely you jest, Uchiha Kohara accused him. Hakurai shook his head. I dare not to jest about something like this. It's been this way since the founding of Uzushigakure, he stated firmly, leaving no room for arguments. Which leads me to my second request, he trailed off. As the leader of the sealing division, I cast my vote in favor of his promotion. They looked hesitant for a moment, but Naruto was well aware the only one who was truly hesitating to promote him was the Hokage. The old Kage was worried, and Aizen's betrayal left him guilty and wanting to refrain from putting too much burden on him by promoting him. His advisors, on the other hand, would put the good of the village before his qualms, and if anything, be relieved that Konoha was not left behind in terms of strength because of the awakening of his special chakra would further solidify their opinions on his advancement, not to mention, Hakurai would be pleased. Hamura raised his right hand. I, Mitokado Hamura, approve Genin Uzumaki Naruto's promotion to Chunin. Sarutobi looked at his teammate in disbelief, but quickly turned his attention back to Koharu, who followed Hamura's example. I, Uchiha Koharu, approve Genin Uzumaki Naruto's promotion to Chunin, she muttered in a solemn tone. Naruto could tell his grandfather figure was inwardly bristling and disapproved of sacrificing him for the good of the village even more. However, they needed to approve his promotion or else. Hokage-sama, Hakurai began, and Naruto hoped Hakurai could deliver what he'd asked of him perfectly, or the point of this meeting would be moot. Naruto-kun strives to be a formidable combat seal master. He gave the old Kage a curt nod, his eyes unwavering under the hardened gaze. And for that he needs field experience. I wish to help my young seal master achieve his fullest potential for the good of our village. He is young, Sarutobi stated. Hakurai rolled his eyes inwardly. The old monkey was as stubborn as ever. Hataki-kun was 6 when he became a Chunin. And he couldn't claim that Naruto was different or less talented, not after Aizen's incident, Hakurai thought. We're not at war now. There's no reason to push a young child into advancing so quickly, Sarutobi muttered, glaring at the old seal master. Hakurai snorted inwardly. There's no reason to deny a young prodigy's advancement. If anything, that's more reason to let Naruto-kun be promoted, he stated firmly. Times are peaceful, less dangerous missions are perfect for Naruto-kun to grow at his own pace. Then he turned to the advisors. Midokado Dano and Yudatane Dano approve. The old Kage seemed to be firm in holding his ground, but he knew he was losing. One more push was all it needed unless he wished to be alienated. Hokage-sama Naruto's voice broke his glaring contest with Hakurai, much to his chagrin. I understand your worries about an inexperienced genin such as myself. Sarutobi flinched guiltily. However, I wish to improve as a combat seal master. I realize my folly of staying in the tower, severely neglecting my in-field experience as a combatant. He clenched his fist. I'll not refuse placement on any team of your choosing, Hokage-sama. Konoha needs capable seal masters, and I wish to fill that role. For all the lies and suffering the old Kage had caused, Naruto knew that Sarutobi loved him. It was unfair to use that feeling, but life never was, especially a shinobi's. Very well, Sarutobi closed his eyes. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sandaime Hokage, approve of Genin Uzumaki's promotion to Chunin rank. May your will of fire burn fiercely for Konoha. Naruto bowed deeply in respect. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Midokado-sama, Yudatane-sama. I thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I vow to devote myself to Konoha and the will of fire, he vowed solemnly. He opened his eyes slowly, gazing at Hakurai and the old Kage. With this he was one step closer to achieving his purpose, and he clenched his fist in anticipation. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Hakurai muttered. You have our gratitude for this. He trailed off. In light of Naruto-kun's promotion as a Chunin and full-pledged seal master, I would like to extend an offer to the village as a whole to learn sealing arts. Anyone you recommend is welcome into our tower. Foundation subject tests are still required, but those who fail will be given supplementary lessons until they're deemed qualified to start the basics. Afterwards, if they wish to go further, they would be given a personal teacher to supervise their future research on advanced seals. Those we deemed qualified would be offered apprenticeship right away. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Did the proud Shiamitsu Hakurai just give Konoha what they'd been asking for since Mito's passing, on a silver platter? That's wonderful news. Surprisingly, Kohara was the first to regain her voice. It felt like just yesterday when Jiraiya had been kicked out of the tower as soon as he'd mastered the basics of the sealing art, which was the most the people of the tower allowed an outsider to learn from them. And to get even that much, they had to test his knowledge on the foundation subjects of and get a recommendation letter from a member of the tower. Even those who managed to pass the required qualifications weren't guaranteed to pass the formal education. The clans in the tower were willing to share foundation knowledge, but anything beyond that was guarded jealously. Minato had been a special case. Not everyone was a talented prodigy and lover of Uzumaki Kushina. Not to mention Minato's father was a close friend of Hakurai and Sanjetsu. As Jiraiya said, his blonde student was a lucky bastard when it comes to sealing art. Hakurai suppressed his urge to grin. While it pained him to share the centuries of knowledge Uzushigaku had achieved with blood, sweat and tears, he knew the result would be worth it. This was just the start. His young master wouldn't do anything halfway. Konoha would be forced, kicking and screaming, into acknowledging their ignorance, and where they truly belong. Beneath his young master's feet. Naruto rolled his eyes inwardly at the slight twitch of Hakurai's hand. The old man must be thinking something about putting Konoha in their place again. It seemed it would take a while to make the people of the tower view Konohagakure as their home. But for now, whatever ploy Hakurai thought he was cooking up for the sake of his people, it would serve to better the cause. And another proposal we would like to offer, Hakurai began grandly, undoubtedly having no intentions of letting the three veterans recover from their short episode of stupor. Courtesy of Naruto-kun and Uchiha Dano. Naruto didn't miss the slight twitch of Koharu's and Hamura's eyes when they heard about the Uchiha's involvement, especially since it reeked of ostracized clans should stick with each other political strategy. Itachi had informed Naruto that his father was quite floored by the proposal, but the Uchiha clan was grasping at straws trying to maintain their noble status nowadays, so the prospect was too good to pass up. Naruto himself had written the proposal to Fugaku, though the stamp was Hakurai's. His retainer was unhappy to involve the Uchihas, but he couldn't deny they owed Itachi and Shisui nor that it would benefit both the tower and the Uchiha clan. Naruto was also glad that the three students of the Night Aim always tried to hide their prejudice against the Uchiha clan. After all, They had to show a united front regardless of the bad blood with the uchihas. They couldn't reject the proposal without legitimate reason. Sarutobi, to his credit, managed to find his voice before his old teammates did. What is it that you would like to propose, Hakurai Dano? Hakurai didn't bother to conceal his smile as he placed a bundle of papers on their desk, a pile for each of them. Much to our chagrin, we haven't really updated our security seals for a long time due to many unfavorable factors. He cleared his throat. That was one way to describe the status quo between the tower and Konoha's government. While we have a borderline perfect barrier to detect enemies, we have a very standard and unconventional method when it comes to intruders. Thus, I propose a surveillance system that would incorporate Konoha's military police force. Why the Uchiha's military police force? Kohara blurted out before she could stop herself. She tried to hide her slip-up, but to be honest, her teammates were thinking the same. Naruto suppressed the urge to snort. He had a feeling his grandfather was going to ask them to wait so he could consider the proposal. Well, too bad they wouldn't get that chance. This surveillance system is to monitor our civilian population, and it's within the police force's jurisdiction, is it not? Naruto pointed out with a genial smile that eerily reminded the old Kage of Minato when his successor was scheming. They know what goes on within the village better than most, so for this proposed system to work, we need their cooperation, he drawled, blue eyes showing nothing but enthusiasm. And Chunin Itachi has spoken with Uchiha Dano regarding this system, so we have a blueprint of the mechanism ready to be installed in our village, Naruto informed them formally. Hamura narrowed his eyes at the young blonde. Without discussing it with us first? Hakurai raised an eyebrow at the veteran. We're doing that now. Hamura Dano developing a proposal is strictly within our jurisdiction. In fact, Mito-sama made it clear in her decree we're not allowed to propose an idea that's still premature. It was a lie, of course, at least the part about making the seal and proposal, especially since they had just copied the ancient seal Yuzushiogaku used long ago with some slight tweaking here and there. The discussion with Uchiha Dano was vital in the blueprint, so we couldn't afford to finalize it without his assistance. Hakurai had to say he was impressed that the Uchihas were as dedicated as the tower in their duty. They really knew Konoha's civilian population inside and out, housing, security systems, and so on. While they weren't his favorite clan, both sides had a grudging respect towards the other's professionalism. He didn't trust Fugaka fully yet, but he trusted his heir, and Itachi was very loyal to his young master. If the young man dared to betray Naruto-sama, he would deal with the Uchiha accordingly. Well then, should we discuss when to begin this project on a later date? Hakurai urged them, fully enjoying their shell-shocked faces. We never agreed to this proposal, Kohara gritted out. Hakurai leaned in. Why not? Pray tell, Kohara Dano, is there a mistake you've spotted in our proposal? There was none, of course, aside from them not trusting the Uchiha clan to manage the system, and they couldn't voice that out loud. Denying the Uchiha the right to manage it was a foolish move. Especially since said system was within Uchiha's jurisdiction, authorized by Naidame himself. Sarutobi sighed inwardly. He had nothing against this proposal, to be honest. Who knew, this could probably sate the Uchiha clan's growing resentment about their lack of political prowess. It might bite them hard later, but rejecting this proposal without a sound reason would make the tower and the Uchihas more hostile. Alienating both of them would crush Konoha's inner defense, and he was well aware the boycott threat from Hakurai had not been called off yet. The tower and the Uchiha clan were showing a united front, both aware that Konoha had backed them into the corner, and so were willing to work with each other. And in the middle of that was Naruto-kun, who was fond of his new family and friends. He had shown growing distrust toward Konoha's general population, and refusing this proposal would make it worse. Especially since Naruto saw nothing wrong with the proposal technically, there was none, but politically. For a political scheme to rear its ugly head here was unfavorable for their side. Sarutobi steeled himself as he straightened his back. Very well, I approve this proposal. From the corner of his eyes, he could see his old teammates' hesitation, but they all knew it would do more harm than good to reject this proposal. We'll have another meeting to discuss this matter further and to proceed with its actualization. Naruto felt like a heavy burden had just been lifted from his shoulders, and the world seemed brighter from what it was moments ago. Thank you, Hokage-sama, he breathed out in a relieved voice. Sarutobi almost gasped when he saw Naruto's smile. It was a small, beautiful smile, a smile he hadn't been given since he gave Naruto the apprentice right. His heart almost stopped from the shock, but the emotion was quickly replaced with a familiar warmth. The same warmth that occurred whenever he managed to give a shred of happiness to the young. Uchiha compound. Itachi had never asked for anything from his parents, and had always been an obedient child who did what they asked unquestionably. He was a prodigious son befitting the main family of the Uchiha clan. So when Itachi did ask something of them for the first time, Fugaku didn't know whether to be pleased or horrified by Itachi's request. But this was a special occasion. At first he considered giving Naruto a nice set of high-quality kunai and shuriken, but dismissed the idea the moment he remembered that the Shiomitsu were a clan of blacksmiths. There was no way he could get some with higher quality in the market than theirs. While Itachi would never admit it, he was well aware there was some sort of rivalry between him and Shisui with the Shiomitsu's siblings when it came to Naruto. He wanted to give his best friend a memorable present, especially since this was the first time Naruto had celebrated his birthday. The last few days had been hectic, but thanks to Naruto's quick wit, they'd managed to avoid a civil war, while pocketing a favor from his clan no less. His parents had been in a very good mood since then, and it was the perfect opportunity for him to ask for their assistance. Do we have anything that belonged to the yondaime or Kushina-san that could be given to Naruto-kun? Fugaku repeated his son's request. Itachi nodded. Yes, I wish to give him something from them. I assure you that Naruto-kun isn't asking for this personally. Itachi clenched his fist. It's just I want him to have something to hold on to. What can you tell me about yondaime and a redhead named Kushina? Naruto asked one afternoon while sitting on a branch of Yujo no Ki. Itachi stiffened and looked at Naruto, eyes wide. Naruto shook his head. You don't have to tell me anything, he smiled sadly before sighing. This secrecy law really sucks. Just keep it a secret, I ever asked. Itachi cut him off with, the yondaime was a calm, collected, and perceptive shinobi. Naruto stared at him in shock, and for the first time since he met the blonde child, Itachi saw under his calm mask of a prodigal seal master. He was known for his unbeatable determination and unbelievable drive, something I believe he has passed on to. Naruto shook his head again. You should stop there, Itachi. You'll get in trouble if you continue, he warned the Uchiha scion. But more than anything, Itachi continued, he deeply cared for and loved his family. The onyx-eyed youth smiled sadly. When I was 4, I remember seeing him tackle my father because he was so happy about a new addition to his family. Is that so? Naruto muttered, tears starting to pool in the corner of his blue eyes. Kushina-san was a friend of my mother. She was renowned for her beauty and prowess as a kunoichi. My mother said she had a temper and was fearless, so it was a big surprise to see Kushina-san worried about labor pains like most women. Itachi took a deep breath. She was very kind, and I'm sure she would be a loving mother. Naruto smiled at that. I think you can stop now. He looked as though he was barely holding back tears. You've told me enough. I'm sorry to have troubled you with such a selfish question. It's not. I think it is, Naruto corrected. It's troubling, isn't it? If you continue, I'll be too greedy for my own good, he muttered, wiping his tears away and slapping both of his cheeks until they reddened. Okay. Break's over. Let's get back to training. And with that, they sprinted to the nearest clearing to do just that. Very well. Itachi blinked owlishly at his father. He had been expecting his father to refuse, and then for his mother to attempt to persuade him. Eh? Fugaku nodded. We happen to have something that was given to us that I'm sure is inconspicuous enough to be given to the child. Makoto eyed her husband in shock. Dear, could it be you're thinking of that? She asked in disbelief. Fugaku nodded. Yes, that. You can't be serious. She looked horrified by the idea. That's not something you'd give a child. Fugaku shrugged. Do you have a better idea? Because a photo album is definitely out. Makoto looked disheartened. So are other obvious things, like Minato's special kunai. To-san, Ka-san, Itachi called to get their attention. I assure you he'll treasure anything you can give. He has nothing from his parents. Aside from the demon in his gut, which Naruto could fortunately call a friend. He bears so many burdens and has received nothing in return. Fugaku and Makoto looked at each other. Very well, Makoto said, giving in as she and her husband stood up from their seiza. I will fetch it for you, just don't freak out when I tell you what it is, she muttered with a sigh. 5 minutes later, Itachi stared at the thing his mother gave to him. No wonder his mother thought it was an inappropriate gift for a child. But then again, it was the thought that mattered, right? Fugaku cleared his throat as he re-entered the room. The clan head handed over a book titled The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi to his son, who accepted the book with a puzzled look. This is something I forgot to return to a certain blonde idiot. Give it to his next of kin. Itachi nodded, a small smile on his lips. Of course, Tsusan. Also, Fugaku trailed off uncomfortably. Yes? I think your mother should tell you the details of what she was going to give to you, Fugaku muttered forlornly. The next day. It was a beautiful bird mask with a white base, red and black markings adorning it. However, unlike a normal mask, it only covered half of his face, from his nose up. Together with the mask was a custom-made headband made of black cloth with a red Konoha symbol. It covered his neck, chin, and half of his cheek. When worn together with the mask, only his mouth and a small part of his cheek could be seen. When he received the gift his late ANBU guards had entrusted to Cheyenne, Naruto hadn't expected a mask or the headband at all. Sandaime Hokage's eyes widened when he saw Naruto putting the mask on, and Naruto didn't miss the grief on the aged Kage's face. The blonde narrowed his eyes beneath his mask. It either belonged to his parents, or was a replica Tori and his squad made. Naruto took off the porcelain mask, inspected the back part, and noticed there was a small hinge on both sides and the bottom part slid down, and the mask turned to be a full cover one. He inspected the pattern next. There was a black triangle with red lining from the bridge of the nose to the temple, while its beak was red. What bird is this? Naruto asked curiously. Wagtail, Sarutobi answered with a sad smile. Sekirei in folklore or Ainu. It said that they were sent by Kamui to create habitable land in the watery world. A small bird capable of great things. The blonde couldn't help but smile at that. Oh, I see. Was that what Tori and his squad thought of him? Itachi frowned at that, recalling an old memory from when he was 4 years old. His mother and Uzumaki Kushina had been talking about names they were planning for their unborn sons. It was so long ago, but he remembered because his mother, or was it Kushina Bazin, had talked about Wagtail being her old ANBU mask, and how she was considering naming her child Sekirei if she had a daughter. Aren't they the sacred birds of the two divine gods Izanagi and Izanami, goddess of creation and death? For it was through them that these divinities first learned the art of love? Itachi blurted out. Naruto and Shisui went wide-eyed, while Sandaime coughed. Love? Naruto sputtered in disbelief. Art of love? Well, Itachi looked very uncomfortable. Someone once told me wagtails are the birds that taught love to humanity. Kushina had sounded very proud when she told that to his mother, and his mother had gushed at that. Naruto heard Kurama snort at that, and say something along the lines of how humanity would be pathetic if they were taught how to love by insectivorous birds. Oh, now he could guess whose mask it was, or at least where Tori and his squad had gotten the idea from. It's Shinto mythology, and Itachi shrugged. Then Naruto turned to the Sandaime Hokage. Ji-chan, is the Ainu's myth right? The aged Kage smiled at that. Ah yes, according to the Ainu clan. They were both very knowledgeable, and sometimes he wondered how the two prodigies managed to squeeze time to broaden their horizons with their already busy schedules. Shisui grinned from ear to ear as he slung his right arm around Naruto's shoulder. Wow, so the mask represents a lot of meaning. Don't you dare make a crack out of it, Naruto hissed into his ear. Shisui grinned at that. Oh, of course not. Ha ha ha. Naruto turned his attention to the pile of presents he received, and to be honest, he was almost teary-eyed at the mere sight of it, but he wouldn't hear the end of it from Shisui if he dared to cry. It was the first time in his life he'd seen presents piling like this for him. Normally, he only received a couple of gifts from the Sandaime and his ANBU guards, while Ichiraka gave him free meal coupons. Sandaime had given him a high-quality weapon pouch and kunai holster this year, and the Shiomitsus had given him a complete set of brushes, which were undoubtedly pricey judging from the ornamented box. Yuzuriha and Tokusa were, thankfully, considerate enough to add a brush hanger made of bamboo and a brush carrier made of durable black cloth he could wrap around his thigh like a kunai holster. Other seal masters had gifted him with seal supplies they made personally, shinobi standard undershirts, sweets, or plants. The latter was very appreciated, although Hakurai was torn between being amused and exasperated that the rooftop of their tower resembled a jungle rather than a rooftop from afar. Shisui had given him a hug, much to his chagrin, before shoving a neatly wrapped present at his chest. Naruto had been really wary of Shisui's grin, as it made it seem whatever was inside was probably one hell of a joke. And Itachi had to wonder what the Uchiha heir had gotten. Itachi had gone through the trouble of arriving 1 hour early, only to pass the neatly wrapped gift to him as though it was some sort of secret forbidden scroll. He had then proceeded to tell him that he should keep it a secret if possible, with a weird look on his face as he glanced back at the present. What had Itachi gotten into for this secret present? The cake, thankfully, was edible and was presentable, too, though Naruto suspected Cheyenne had had a hand in helping Yuzuriha and Takusa. It was a mystery how they were skilled seal masters and decent cooks, yet for some reason, oven and cream pipes never agreed with them. He had taken a few peeks at their experimental cakes, and some looked like charred coals, while the frosting looked like froth rather than cream. A few had also looked a bit demented with bloody fingerprints all over them. He had resigned himself to eating whatever they produced on this day, as he was confident that Kurama could prevent the worst. Fortunately, his fear was unfounded, since Cheyenne definitely wouldn't let his cousins attempt to poison their young master, on his birthday at least. Naruto sighed as he took a plate of matcha mochi from the buffet table, then handed it to Itachi. "Eat up, I won't bug you about unhealthy sugar intake today." Itachi blinked olishly at that. "Thanks." Sandaime raised a graying eyebrow at that, while Shisui laughed in the background. A few hours later, after most of the guests went home, Naruto began to unseal presents he hadn't unwrapped yet. In total he had about 15, as some seal masters had pitched to get a single present, which was why the number of gifts didn't add up to the number of guests. Naruto opened Shisui's present that was wrapped in a blue cloth like some sort of bento, and when he held it up, the present was pretty heavy. He slowly untied the knot, his eyes widening when he saw a pair of geta. He suppressed his urge to scream Shisui's name in rage when he saw that the baka had given him a pair of tengu geta. The elevated wooden base was 20 centimeters thick. "He got you there, midget." "Shut up, Kurama. I'll grow taller than him. It's not fair to compare him with me now, since he's in his growth spurt period." Kurama rolled his eyes. "In case you forgot, he's 6 years older than you." "Humph." Naruto vowed that he would raise hell on Shisui the next time they sparred. So he moved on to the next present, which was from Itachi, and the one he was most curious about. It was wrapped in a simple neat red wrapping paper with a card attached to it. Since this was Uchiha Itachi, the card only had "Happy Birthday" and his name written on it. Then again, he had already received too many sappy congratulation cards from his subordinates. He unwrapped it carefully, cutting the perfectly lined tape with scissors. Trust Itachi to be a neat freak. Inside was a small brown box that encased the present that Naruto opened. He blinked in confusion when he saw a book titled The Tale of Utterly Gutsy Ninja, which was not a weird present from one bookworm to another, but the other present tipped him off. It was a small, orange brocade bag with red Uzumaki swirls embroidered on the front part. It took 3 seconds for his brain to register it as an omamori, Japanese charm, and that Itachi had given him a well-wishing gift. Was it common to give this as a birthday present? He wondered as he took the charm out of the box, feeling what was contained inside. He frowned when the tip of fingers felt the contents, something like a bundle of threads and something rectangular made of hard wood. He flipped the omamori so he could see the backpack and froze when he saw the word that was embroidered with red thread on it. Enmusubi, acquisition of a mate and marriage. Heh? His brain tried to process that not only had Itachi given him a charm, it was a charm for romance. It took a full minute for his brain to reboot. "I think I've seen that thing before somewhere," Kurama muttered in the back of his mind. "Aha! Kushina gave that to one of her Uchiha friends years ago. Engagement present or something, ha ha ha." Ka-sans? What's inside? He knew it was inadvisable to take a peek at an omamori's content, but he had a feeling whatever was inside was meant to be taken out of the brocade bag. He carefully loosened the rope that tied it, using his forefinger and middle finger to pick up the object. His eyes widened when he saw a small framed photo, a picture from his dream. His father was smiling as he hugged his pregnant mother, who sat on a chair, caressing his father's hair fondly. This is... How daring of them. Kurama was mildly impressed. Those Uchiha could get in trouble with the Sandaime if the old Kage found out. Naruto trembled as his shaking finger traced the photo, a portrait of his family. One that even had him in it, never mind he was still in his mother's womb. The small part of his mind that still held childish mischievousness added that Kurama counted as being in the photo as well. It took him only a few minutes to snap out of his musings, because beneath his happiness, fear and anxiety started to surface. If this photo was discovered by someone, there would be trouble, more so for Itachi. He quickly put the photo back inside the brocade bag, albeit reluctantly. He'd have all the time in the world to look at it later once he created a good seal to secure it. His mind browsed through all the security and durability seals he could use. Kurama rolled his eyes at the whirlwind of thoughts. Stop before you fry your brain. Naruto ignored Kurama's grumbling, and as he put the photo back, his fingers brushed something smooth with a thread-like texture. He carefully pulled it out, blinking owlishly at the content. Suddenly, Itachi's disconcerted face made a lot of sense. His friend had just had his first taste of culture shock. Well, he'd made it up to Itachi somehow. His eyes were drawn to the Tengu Geta Shisui had given him, and in spite of his maturity, Naruto still had the curiosity of an 8-year-old boy. And since nobody was looking, Kurama aside, of course, he put the Geta on. Standing at his full height, he began walking around in his living room, staggering a bit as he came to a conclusion. Maybe I shouldn't kill Shisui for this joke, in fact I owe him one, he muttered thoughtfully. He'd have a full day tomorrow to practice wearing these things by himself, because Itachi and Shisui had a family gathering tomorrow if he recalled correctly. Now, if only he could figure out a nice sound-absorbing seal to reduce that clap-clop sound or learn how to walk silently on these Geta, they would be perfect. That night, for the first time since Aizen killed his ANBU guards and broke Hinamori's mind, Naruto had a deep and dreamless sleep. 9th Legacy, Bond from Forgotten Legacies. If they chose you to be their master, they're yours to wield. I'd rather my family's legacy be in use than just sitting here and collecting dust in this old, abandoned chamber. Uzumaki Naruto. Political language was designed to make lies sound truthful and murder respectable, and give the appearance of solidity to pure wind. Naruto had read that from one of his favorite books, and when it came to the politics of a shinobi village, it couldn't be truer. It was ironic in a sense that the Shodai Hokage had formed an alliance with Madara to build the village, nobly intending to stop conflict between the clans. But in the end, the physical fight had turned into a political conflict, full of underlying political opposition and bribing. Naruto hated all those despicable political issues with the fire of a burning sun. While he couldn't deny a government and military body like Konoha's could live without it, it didn't mean he had to like it. He just accepted it as a part of nature, like a food chain. Shimura Danzo. Hakurei had warned him that the scarred veteran had been sniffing around them, fearing the tower would become a threat to Konoha. Fortunately, Hakurei was nowhere near as soft-hearted as the Sandaime when it came to Danzo. The Sandaime let Danzo handle the dark, unmentionable actions that had to be done for the sake of Konoha. Hakurei, on the other hand, had no wish for Danzo's wrinkled hands to be anywhere near his young master or their tower. If there was one thing Hakurei and Aizen ever agreed on, it was that they disliked Danzo trying to worm his way into the ceiling tower. The old war hawk could snoop around in hell for all they cared, but the tower was off limits. Apparently a few months after Uzumaki Mito's passing, Root had made the grave mistake of bringing the tower's wrath upon them. Like any other military organization, Root couldn't keep everything they did a secret. However, instead of revamping their security or re-inspecting their personnel, Danzo had dared to steal the Awazura no Fuin, Speak No Evil seal, from the tower's archive to prevent the information leakage of his organization. The tower had been furious when they'd found out and had demanded the Sandaime execute Danzo, but it was denied because of the lack of evidence. The Sandaime, however, was wise enough to officially disband Root to appease the tower's wrath, much to Danzo's ire. That was the start of the widening rift between the tower and Konoha. The tower, distrustful of Konoha's government, set up another layer of security seals to ward off Danzo. Awazura no Fuin was a complex seal that keyed into his chakra signature to control his subordinate's speech, and it was easy for seal masters in the tower to ward their place by triggering the seal. If any Root member marked with Awazura no Fuin came anywhere near the tower's ward, they would be paralyzed, just like if they tried to speak anything about Danzo, rendering them unable to speak or move. The old war hawk had been infuriated when he'd found out the tower created a seal that responded to him and his men. Since then, Danzo had held a grudge against the tower for the humiliation it had done to his person and organization. Which was why, even though Hakurei was a loyal vassal, he wasn't hesitant in relaying Danzo's work to Naruto. regardless of how unsightly it was for the eyes of a young child. The tower might be careless of what became of Konoha before Naruto came, but they were not ignorant of potential enemies such as Danzo. Naruto had to say he had never expected Konoha to be this rotten in their roots, and Danzo was the source. From what Naruto had been informed, that man really had no qualms when it comes to Konoha's greater good. When Hakurei described what kind of man Shimura Danzo was, and what the scarred veteran had done for Konoha, Hakurei asked Naruto what he thought about Danzo. He is despicable for sure. An expected response for Hakurei, but on the other hand, he is such a pitiful person. That one was unexpected, however. Why do you think so, young master? Hakurei inquired. This man was a political enemy of your father, and he is already ours as well. Naruto sighed at that, gently closing the book he was reading. Other than for snooping around and asking the Sandame to turn me into one of Konoha's emotionless weapons? Naruto snorted. His methods aside, that man is reasonably wary because I was tutored by a traitor, while the villagers treat me like I am an unwanted pest unreasonably, he listed on. Funny, isn't it? Of all people in the village, I can't feel offended that a man wanted to turn me into a weapon. Hakurei sometimes wondered how such a young child could be so rational knowing someone was out to turn his life into a living hell. Then again, Naruto's closest friend was Uchiha Itachi, and Hakurei had seen how they could go on for hours discussing philosophy, history and politics that should be 10 years too early for them. If it was his choice, these children wouldn't be burdened by the older generation's mistakes. It was too late to regret it now. However, at this point Naruto-sama had no intentions of backing out. He would fight tooth and nail to earn his rightful place in Konoha. All political thinking for years past has been vitiated in the same way. People can foresee the future only when it coincides with their own wishes, and the most grossly obvious facts can be ignored when they are unwelcome, Naruto quoted from the book he'd read earlier. I think Danzo is a pitiful man so consumed by his own ideals that he's lost sight of what he should believe, just Konoha, his Konoha no less. Hakurei chuckled softly at that. You're very perceptive, young master. He shook his head at that. I'm nothing but a child, but there's a concept I hate most, greater good, but from what I can see, Sandame and his advisors buy into it. Why else would they release his status as aide to the public but not his heritage? However, Danzo seems to have lost it. His greater good is the future that coincides with his wish of an ideal Konoha, the conflict in the land of wood or skirmish in swamp country? He brings more harm than good in Konoha, and yet he firmly believes in what he is doing since he keeps doing it regardless of the trail of blood he's leading to Konoha. You seem to have a solid grasp of what kind of man Danzo is, young master. Hakurei had to say he was impressed his young master managed to get that much just from the information he'd gathered. Naruto titled his head to the side, an amused smile painted on his lips. What makes you think I do? He asked incredulously. It's merely my imagination of the kind of man who's subjected himself to staging so many tragedies for the good of his village. A man who sold his body and soul for the greater good, and in the end lost sight of it. A wild imagination, but spot on nonetheless, Hakurei complimented. But do be careful of this man. He treads through very dangerous territory in his self-righteous ideals regardless of how pitiful he is. The old seal master murmured in a sardonic tone. Naruto laughed at that. I am young, but he tapped his temple. Someone inside me is much older than Danzo, and he's seen so many things through the eyes of Mito-sama and my mother. Kubidano has political skill? Hakurei asked curiously. He is a fox of many talents, according to him, Naruto quipped. Training Ground 19. It was another beautiful day in autumn, calm and windy as usual. Though the calmness was broken by the boisterous laughter of a certain uchiha. Ha 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 ha! Shisui laughed so hard tears pooled in his eyes, holding his side that ached because of the fit of laughter. He was definitely a picture that brought shame to the uchiha's tradition of stoniness. Not that he cared, hell no, not at all. Naruto's left eye twitched irately. He knew he looked ridiculous, but shouldn't they give him a break? The blonde smiled, though it clashed horribly with the throbbing vein on his temple. Laugh all you want, Shisui, laugh while you can. Shisui smiled sheepishly. Then Naruto glared sharply at Itachi, who was as expressionless as ever, but the slight shaking on his shoulders betrayed his stoic face. And you, Itachi, do you think I don't know you're laughing inside? He growled, flushing a deep red. Itachi cleared his throat. My apologies, but well cough. Excuse me? The coughing was a pretty horrible cover, That was the last straw. They could almost hear the sound of Naruto's patience snapping. Arg! The blond boy took it off, then threw the green Chunin vest on the floor with more force than necessary. I've had it with this stupid thing. Shisui laughed harder, rolling on the ground. Ha ha ha! It's not our fault there's no more Chunin vest your size, Naruto, not since Itachi graduated at least. Itachi looked at his old vest. He had no hard feelings over it since he never wore it. Well, he drew as he took his vest off of the ground. Mine is probably the smallest Konoha's ever produced since the end of the Third War. And probably the last one too. Naruto steamed up. I looked absolutely ridiculous in that. Itachi's old vest was, of course, too large for him. While he was taller than the average 8-year-old, he was still shorter than the 10-year-old Itachi. The vest was already one size too big for Itachi when he was 10, so on Naruto it kept slipping from his shoulders. The armhole was twice the diameter of his arms, and the vest reached below his waist. Forget it. I'm not wearing that thing. Who cares if no one knows I'm a Chunin? He huffed angrily. We should take a picture of you wearing Itachi's old vest. You looked absolutely adorable. And the next thing Shisui knew, he saw a kick aimed towards his head. He was pretty sure had he not dodged, the kick would have done damage to his cranium beyond repair, especially since the wooden base of the geta had a steel layer on the bottom. I swear my life flashed before my eyes just now. He yelled at Naruto, who had jumped off of his perch on the tree, and almost landed an axe kick on Uchiha's head. Naruto snorted at that. I'm just testing your present, Shisui, he reasoned innocently. It feels awesome. The older Uchiha blinked. Oh really? I thought you were going to throw a fit over it. Itachi frowned at that. You gave that to him as a joke? Geta were very agile and nimble footwear for bad roads and steep slopes. It was good for building up one's strength, and Itachi had seen them be used for training in martial arts. Knowing Shisui, the older Uchiha probably gave shoes to Naruto primarily as a joke, with the function following second. It was just like Shisui to be so thoughtful but mischievous at the same time. Itachi kind of guessed Shisui would act dumb. As an adult we should forgive childish pranks such as this, Naruto muttered in a fake condescending tone, and Shisui rolled his eyes at that. At any rate, the height boost aside, Shisui burst into laughter at that. They complement the fighting style I'm working on, he chirped as he leaned back. For a moment it looked as if he was going to fall, but a skillful spin on the tooth of his geta made him stand back to his full height. Great, now he is hooked on that thing, Shisui grumbled under his breath. A good shinobi didn't rely on their eyes alone, but at the same time a good shinobi had keen eyes. Many trained their other senses so they wouldn't be at a disadvantage, usually their hearing or sense of smell. However, as long as their eyes were functional, shinobi relied on their eyes the most. It didn't matter how sensitive their other senses were, if the situation permitted it, shinobi would still use their eyes more than any other senses. There was a reason why jujutsu-bearing clans were hailed in any village. Naruto, whose sparring partners were geniuses of the Uchiha clan, knew that fact very well. It was annoying how they always seemed to know how to counter him. So when he observed falling leaves, feathers and other light objects, he got an idea. It was a pretty simple idea, and he wondered why no one had thought of it before. Probably because there were simpler methods, such as Meito Gai's insane speed. If you couldn't stop the Sharingan from predicting your next move, just move faster than their body could. Or there was the standard method other hidden villages taught their shinobi when fighting against Uchiha: run away if you're alone, and if you have the advantage in numbers, surround the Uchiha since they had a blind spot as wide as a normal human, unlike the. His method? Sounded much simpler, but to achieve it one had to be very persistent and perceptive, and fortunately he was both. Shisui was very intrigued when he requested a pure taijutsu spar with the Sharingan active. After all, in that condition Shisui could hand him his ass faster than you could say ninja. So when Shisui dodged his uppercut, the Shunshin expert was completely baffled when Naruto landed a solid kick on his waist that was enough to make him howl in pain. Naruto might not be as experienced, skilled, or as fast as Shisui or Itachi, but when it came to brute strength alone, the Uchiha couldn't rival Naruto in spite of his young age. The Shunshin expert was a bit dazed before he turned his attention back onto his sparring partner. Naruto rolled his eyes to the right and with a sharp jerk, turned his head to look to the right. Shisui followed his example on reflex and was rewarded with a vicious left hook. Naruto somersaulted backwards, putting 10 feet of distance between him and Shisui. Both sides charged head-on, and looking at Naruto's right foot, Shisui's Sharingan predicted a front kick. That was odd, Naruto's strong leg was his left one. Shisui moved his leg, ready to intercept the kick with his own, but his eyes widened when Naruto suddenly came to an abrupt halt and ducked to dodge his kick. With his leg outstretched, Shisui lost his balance for a short moment, and Naruto jumped at him. Shisui rolled to the side to dodge and regained his balance. Naruto smirked when he saw Shisui charge at him, fed up with being on defense. Naruto, who had seen the incoming punch, dodged to the side, however Shisui predicted that move first and spun around to cut Naruto's path with a side kick. Much to Shisui's surprise, his kick met empty air, not because he predicted Naruto's movement wrongly but because the blonde was slower than his prediction and landed an inch away from his kick. It was a strange occurrence, and he tried to attack the Seal Master again, eager to land a hit. Uchiha Shisui was aware that Naruto was faster and stronger than the average genin. The blonde was already a chunin, but his field experience was practically non-existent. His chakra capacity and stamina were definitely larger than both Itachi's and Shisui's, and most of the time they sparred, his main strategy was dragging the fight as long as possible to wear them down. This spar was exactly that, but Shisui didn't care about winning the spar as much as he cared about figuring out Naruto's new fighting style. Naruto was out of rhythm of his predictions, the Seal Master either being a bit faster or slower, throwing Shisui off. He raised his leg high in the air and struck with an axe kick, purposely giving Naruto plenty of time to dodge. Uchiha's eyes widened when he saw the way Naruto dodged. It was as if the blonde was weightless when he jumped away, or rather, it was more correct to say he floated away. It was like Naruto was less affected by gravity. His movements were so smooth and light. Every time Shisui tried to hit him, Naruto would dodge it, but Shisui could tell he was uncomfortable when he did so. Naruto was concentrating really hard, as if the faint and light movement were a multitasking ordeal for him. Let's stop here, Shisui suggested after half an hour. Usually, sparring that long wouldn't even get Naruto winded, but Shisui could see that even though he was completely exhausted yet, he was definitely frustrated. He was sweating heavily and his breathing was nearly ragged, but it seemed he was more tired in mind than in body. That was a pretty weird taijutsu style, I've never seen anything like it. You even got a few solid hits on me and I didn't see them coming at all, and when I did, I couldn't react in time. Itachi, who had been quiet since the beginning of the spar, piped in. You turned our eyes against us, didn't you? Shisui raised an eyebrow. What? Naruto grinned at that as he gave them a peace sign. That's one aspect of my fighting style. He grinned from ear to ear. Sharingan or not, your eyes are still human, and they still follow the characteristics of human eyes. I see, Itachi murmuring. Naruto tilted his head to the side. Well. Wait. Is it okay for you to explain your fighting style to us? I thought you wanted to keep the trick secret? Shisui inquired. Naruto shrugged at that. I want your review on it, Shisui. Besides, my fighting style isn't supposed to be a secret from you. Knowing the trick doesn't mean it will be useless against you anyway, he huffed. Just because you have a complete understanding of it doesn't mean it won't work on you, right? Shisui nodded at that. Besides, my fighting style is the kind that arouses your instincts, unless you can completely ignore your brain impulses, which is very unlikely. Understanding my fighting style won't save you. Not that it was infallible. Naruto, of all people, knew there was no such thing as a perfect style or... Okay, Shisui relented. Naruto cleared his throat. My fighting style revolves around misdirecting your eyes, he began, the two Uchiha listening to him raptly. Unlike other senses, sight is the most developed sense in humans and also the most instinctive because it dominates around 80% of our perception. There is one set of characteristics eyes follow instinctively. They're drawn to certain strong colors. Red in particular is a color the brain sees, like many creatures in nature, as a warning. Okay, I'm sorry, but you lost me there, Shisui crossed his arms. I kind of get you used to a lot of feints, but it doesn't explain why I didn't see you or couldn't react in time. Naruto grinned at that. Oh, but it explains a lot about your Sharingan. Another characteristic of eyes is that they're attracted to fast movements and strong light. And what does our Sharingan perceive as some sort of light that attracts them the most? Itachi asked, tilting his head to the side in amusement. Chakra, Shisui answered with a huff. All those attacks that threw me off were faster and had a lot of chakra in them, while the ones that hit me were slower with less chakra. Naruto whistled. Well, there you go, you figured it out. Itachi was impressed. This fighting style was based on misdirection, but to achieve it was no easy feat. The concept was simple, but the style itself was very complex. It's very effective against us or anyone with a. He shook his head. The better the eyes, the easier you will fall to this style's flow. You make your opponent dance to your tune. Bingo! Naruto laughed softly, then paused when he saw Itachi's inquiring glance. Yes, that's not all in it. There's 3 main elements in my fighting style. 2 of them are under misdirection, while the third will explain my movement. He cleared his throat. The second element is still about misdirection, but instead of drawing your attention with chakra and movement, I just nonverbally communicate through eye contact with you. Shisui raised an eyebrow at that. I know there's a risk of getting caught in a, but I have the privilege of having a partner who will solve that problem for me. Shisui snorted at that. Yeah, right, as if I don't know you use 20 clones every day training in chakra disruption, he grumbled under his breath. It's another instinctive thing eyes do, he continued. If someone looking you in the eye suddenly turns their attention away, you look in the same direction instinctively, don't you? He recalled he did exactly that when Naruto suddenly turned his attention away from him. Oh yeah, I did do that. It's a very easy thing for Naruto-kun to achieve, because our fighting style and eyes make us instinctively try to keep in eye contact with our opponent. He used that against us, Itachi explained with an amused tone. And the part where you move like there's no gravity on you? Shisui asked curiously. Is it a gravity seal? Naruto shook his head and bent down to take off one of his jikatabi, traditional Japanese socks, which reached just below his knees, revealing a seal underneath. The seal was not in a circular array but looked like a vine curved on both ends, glowing briefly with chakra before it disappeared. This is Hiku no Fuin, seal of flight. The principle is quite simple. You know that Akimichi clan technique that affects their body mass and density, right? This seal doesn't go to the extreme level of the Akimichi clan, but yeah, I kind of float in the air when I move, kinda like swimming in the air. But still I needed more than that to achieve that kind of movement, so I had to add a wind element to this seal. He took a deep breath. It also allows me to do this. The seal glowed briefly and Naruto jumped. The uchihas went wide-eyed when they saw him easily jump 30 feet into the air. His fall at first was fast, but it soon became as slow as a feather. Wow! What do you think? Naruto grinned. Normally it's hard to focus chakra on your legs, but now I can do it as easily as enhancing any part of my body. He turned around. This is actually a bonus I didn't expect, because shinobi who can't fly are usually left vulnerable in the air, but I can think of something good to cover that. Naruto had learned that explaining with too much technical jargon wouldn't help them to understand better. Even Itachi sometimes lost him if he went too much into details. Shisui whistled. You look like you're almost flying. It sounds complicated, but I get what it does. You're getting better in simplifying your explanations, Naruto. Shisui grinned. He rolled his eyes at that. I got these finished and tested a day after my birthday before I applied it on myself, and man, it works properly, but controlling it is a real pain in the ass, he muttered in a frustrated tone. There were a couple of times my kage bunshins got carried away by wind. Shisui laughed at that. Really? That must have been a sight to see. Man! I wish I could have seen that. The seal master snorted. I bet you do. He shrugged. I did put a control seal on it, but for some reason it only controls the level of seal power, and in the end, I still have to get used to it unless I want to lose complete control of my movement. Itachi looked thoughtful at that. This fighting style is complex, and since you're not a taijutsu expert, you're forced to think on every step, and I can see after 15 minutes you get tired of it. You're frustrated. Naruto nodded in agreement at that. So true. But once I finish developing this fighting style, I figure it will be much more lethal, especially when I incorporate my kage bunshin. However, he trailed off tiredly. To perfect this fighting style, I have to get used to it until it becomes second nature to me. There's no way around it. Damn, I really need field experience. Shisui whistled at that. Well, at this point, Hokage-sama will only assign you to C-rank missions, and the toughest opponents you'll get in those kinds of missions are wild animals or bandits, or ronin if you're lucky. The seal master groaned at that. If I wanted wild animals, I would go to Training Ground 44. And I doubt Hokage-sama will give me a mission that involves killing anytime soon. Capturing bandits is more probable, but still. Itachi shrugged nonchalantly at that. You can worry about that later, but first. Yeah? Naruto wondered why Itachi looked so enthusiastic, by Itachi's standard at least. It's my turn to spar with you, he pointed out helpfully with thinly veiled eagerness. Naruto stared at his best friend. Give me 10 minutes to catch my breath. That glint in Itachi's eyes was a bit scary, because a curious Itachi was a dangerous Itachi. The Namikaze clan was an offshoot of the Senjus, though they were not as well known as their main clan. Although at this point in time, you couldn't call the Namikazes a clan, as even before Yandame's death, it had been reduced to one little family. Namikaze Muramasa was Naruto's grandfather from his father's side, and apparently, apprenticed to the same teacher Hakurei and his late brother, Sujetsu, had. Throughout the generations, Namikaze was a clan of blacksmiths and formidable weapon users, but it was Naruto's grandfather, Namikaze Muramasa, who started to incorporate in his blacksmithing. The man was known as the greatest blacksmith in his generation, powerful enough to fill the honored position as one of the daimyo's 12 guardians when he was young. Naruto was ecstatic when Hakurei indulged him in the tales of his old friend. Now that Aizen was off of his back, Hakurei could give him another piece of his heritage. Of course, everything that had been told to him was a closely guarded secret, because it went against Sandame's law. There was a loophole Naruto had discovered to protect his people in the tower in case the secret was leaked, but Naruto would keep it for now. He had to say, Uzumaki Midosama was an ingenious seal master, and she lived up to the Uzumaki's cunning trait to the core. He was careful in asking Hakurei about his heritage, as he didn't want to pressure the old man too much for his selfishness after all. He wanted to prove to Hakurei that he deserved that knowledge and wouldn't misuse it in spite of his young age. Hakurei was elected as the Sealed Division leader after Aizen's death. And much to Naruto's chagrin, Hakurei assured the young boy he was just a mere figurehead, that their division was united under Naruto-sama, and that it would never change. When Naruto pointed out his inexperience, and that he had recently graduated from apprenticeship, Hakurei waved off that concern because he was sure in a few years Naruto would surpass him. The only thing Naruto could be grateful for from the whole division leader ordeal was that Hakurei would be the one who would deal with the paperwork. Speaking of paperwork, Naruto was reminded about Shisui complaining about the paperwork he had to fill out to get his new ANBU ninjato, and how the logistics department had their hands full, so needed a couple of weeks to process Shisui's request. Shisui had just recently been recruited to ANBU, a week before the incident with Aizen, and was really upset that he lost his ninjato 1 week after he received it. Apparently in ANBU, that ninjato was a set with a mask, uniform, and tattoo. The said ANBU set was the equivalent of a headband for normal shinobi, a mark of baptism in their ranks. Itachi didn't complain at all when the blacksmith informed him neither his nor Shisui's ninjato were reparable, but Naruto could tell he felt the same as Shisui about the loss. Naruto wanted to make it up to them. After all, they broke it when they were protecting him from Aizen. He had a perfect solution for that in mind, though Hakurei wouldn't be happy about it. Uchiha Compound. Sasuke had always been a curious little boy, and he, like any little brother, was curious about his big brother's life. Especially since his brother was a prodigal shinobi who seemed capable of doing everything perfectly. It was understandable since he had just entered the Shinobi Academy, the first step to getting closer to his brother. However, unlike what he thought of, the experience was not as novel or fun. Everyone seemed to expect him to be a mini Itachi, but unfortunately, aside from their looks, he was not as talented as his brother. When Itachi was his age, his big brother had mastered his Sharingan and graduated from the academy. He had become a Chunin at age 10 and was recruited to ANBU half a year later. That was a prodigious record he couldn't match. So he couldn't help but notice that since last year Itachi had become more cheerful. He didn't know the exact word to describe his brother's change in attitude, but he was not as aloof. Before, he couldn't really be open with his brother about his feelings, especially since he had an inferiority complex and was envious towards his brother. It wasn't Itachi's fault, but Sasuke truly wished everyone around him to stop looking at him as just the little brother of Itachi, and as Sasuke instead. Today, his class had tested accuracy and Sasuke as usual had managed to get the top score, hitting 8 bullseyes out of the 10 moving targets the academy instructors had set up. He wasn't proud that he hadn't gotten the target right on the mark for the last 2, but he had been quite pleased he did better than the rest of his peers. At least, until he'd overheard his teacher saying Itachi had never missed when he'd been in the academy. He was very upset about it, because not even when he did his best did he escape his brother's shadow. When Itachi asked why he looked so upset, Sasuke was in a daze and said his thoughts out loud. Everyone is expecting me to be just like you. He quickly covered his mouth in a panic, but Itachi had heard it loud and clear. Itachi frowned at that before he took a seat beside Sasuke. I see, so you're upset because you're seen as my little brother but not Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke shook his head. I am proud to be your little brother, and Ai-san, it's a suffocating position to be in, isn't it? Sasuke flinched at how bluntly Itachi phrased his situation. Sasuke, you have your own path. While it's a big brother's job to be a role model for a little brother, it doesn't mean you will become me. Everyone in the end grows up to be themselves and no one else. Sasuke blinked olishly, but Nisan, Tusen always said that. I guess it's a bit difficult for you to comprehend what Itachi said as he ruffled Sasuke's black hair fondly, but at the look Sasuke shot at him, Itachi quickly amended his words. It's not because you're young or ignorant, but what I said is going against what everyone's told you. Sasuke titled his head to the side in confusion. His brother was being so difficult to understand today. I cast such a big shadow over you, huh? He muttered forlornly. HMUC, a friend of mine saw you in the academy today. A friend? Sasuke echoed. Itachi rarely talked about his friends to his family, if not at all. A shinobi? In the academy? Itachi turned his head to the side. Hokage-sama asked him to deliver a document to the academy, and he saw your performance today in an accuracy test. Sasuke blushed at that. You know? Your friend told you? He stammered timidly. The Anbu nodded, his lips curved up a little at the sight of his embarrassed brother. He said my little brother looked very upset because those insensitive instructors were comparing us. That was none of his business, Sasuke thought embarrassedly. I'm not. Well, he was pretty put off by how the instructors were being ignorant of your feelings, and how their teaching license should be revoked because they had no idea how to be attentive to their students, Itachi finished in an amused tone. And I seconded everything he said. Sasuke stared at Itachi in disbelief. Your friend is weird, Nisan. Why would he feel disturbed by my teacher's attitude? In regards to me no less? Itachi just shrugged. He just cares, and sometimes, I think he cares too much. Which was why Naruto was so miserable when a majority of villagers shunned him. It was harrowing to know that Naruto put so much effort into being indifferent to the villagers' hatred of him. And even that effort was to protect his sanity, so he wouldn't hurt anyone. The Sealed Tower. Uzumaki was a clan of eccentrics, though coming from the Uchihas that was not an insult but rather a statement. Itachi at first was skeptical and thought it was his clan's bias against Senju and their distant relatives. Although later he found out from Naruto that the Uchiha clan had no room to talk, because apparently the Sage of Six Paths' wife was an Uzumaki, so actually both Uchiha and Senju were related to the Uzumakis. Though this time, there was a sliver of truth in that. What else did you call a clan that put their freaking hair inside a good luck charm instead of a paper prayer like normal people did? It was a pretty creepy tradition to Itachi, who'd had a bad experience involving fangirls, presents, and hair. There was a reason why he burned all the presents from his fangirls. The last time his mother convinced him to at least open one, he found a passionate letter from a girl he didn't even remember existed, confessing her love of him and a hand-knitted sweater. Said sweater at first looked well knitted and normal, but upon closer inspection, there were strands of hair knitted together with the wool. That was the first time he followed the Uchiha's old motto, burn your enemy to death. True, Uchiha was not one to talk about eccentrics and insanity since it ran in their family as well. Well, they were related to Uzumaki. According to Naruto, it was another tradition of the Uzumaki clan to not cut their hair, because it was an old belief that hair was closely affiliated with one's life force and energy. Which was true for the Uzumaki clan, the clan of vitality and longevity. Apparently, their fallen hair would turn to an ashen color and lose its luster, and medics said the hair, for some mysterious reason, couldn't be used for DNA tests or anything of the like. Uzumakis, however, could preserve their hair by channeling chakra in it, the same method Naruto used to leave trails like his mother did. It was said they wove hope and wish into their hair, and used it as a good luck charm. But still, Naruto was always the one who came up with the craziest ideas, and the worst part? He was dedicated to all of them, and won't stop until he sees the end of it. Like now. This is unacceptable, Naruto-sama. Please reconsider. Hakurei pleaded as he followed Naruto and his group to the lower lever of the tower. Naruto sighed. Hakurei-san, We went over this already. I trust Itachi and Shisui and they have proven themselves in the skirmish with Aizen, he pointed out patiently. Hakurei averted his eyes. I acknowledge your approval, Naruto-sama, but it's not that simple. How would I explain this to Hiruzen Dano later? Nah, it's not within his jurisdiction as Hokage. He'll ask questions, but that will risk me asking back dangerous questions he doesn't want to answer, Naruto pointed out solemnly. He couldn't refute that logic. His young master knew Sandaime well enough. Knowing old age, he would just put up with it like he always did. As long as you know what you're doing, young master. I do, he assured the old seal master. And if you would please, Naruto-sama, indulge this lowly uchiha Shisui of what could possibly get us in trouble with Sandaime-sama. Shisui asked playfully and impatiently. He'd been dragged from the lovely training ground to an underground level of the seal tower, and Naruto hadn't even told him why. It was not a lovely trip, damn it. Naruto shuddered. That's creepy, Shisui. Just follow me and you will find out yourself. You're a shinobi, Shisui, Itachi reminded, be patient. Shisui rolled his eyes. HN. And here I thought you were adopted. Naruto grumbled under his breath the moment he heard the infamous grunt. The older Uchiha snorted. It seems the grunt is ever more believable than a blood test. Naruto rolled his eyes at that. We're here, he said as they stopped in front of an impressively massive door. It was not the shape of the material, in fact it looked like a normal door, but the sheer number of seals that were hazardously placed on the door gave it an eerie look. In short, it looked cursed. Naruto placed his hand on the spiral-looking device in the middle of the door. The spiral device folded like a fan, and a hole with the diameter of an adult man opened on the door. Itachi and Shisui looked at the hole in bewilderment. They had expected the door to open, but not in such a fashion. They were snapped out of their musings when Naruto asked them to follow him. The Uchihos were greeted by the sight of what they thought was the most magnificent and largest armory they'd ever seen. No one could blame them gaping at the sight, for there was a numerous amount of shinobi weapons from standard kunai and shuriken to shuriken hanging on the shelves neatly. There was even ninja wire categorized by its material, chakra conductivity, and texture. Armors resembling the ones worn by Madara, the Shodai, and his brother, which they had only seen in history books, downed wooden mannequins. Itachi was sure that even the Uchiha's armory wasn't worth even half of this massive collection. Itachi Shisui, they were snapped out of their musings by Naruto's voice. How long do you guys plan to space out? The two Uchiha looked mildly embarrassed as they started walking to catch up with the blonde ahead of them. Shisui grinned at Naruto. So your surprise is giving us a new sword? He asked cheerfully. Naruto titled his head to the side. Depends. Do you feel anything yet? Feel what? Shisui wondered out loud. As something like a quickening heartbeat, or a foreign chakra trying to pull yours in, Naruto described hesitantly. Shisui shook his head in a negative manner, then turned to Itachi, who did the same. Nothing like that, Naruto-kun. Naruto shrugged at that. Well, that could be good or bad, he mused as they walked deeper into the depths of the armory. Itachi hadn't noticed this before, but the path they walked was not flat but tilted at an angle, and recalling the route they had walked down, it was spiraling downward. The diameter of the tower was getting bigger as they walked on, too. The ANBU realized with fascination that the tower's blueprint must have looked like an upside-down twister on elevation, a whirlpool, a whirlwind. Shisui snickered. No doubt he'd also noticed the tower's layout reference to Naruto's name. Naruto raised an eyebrow at them, but it seemed he was not curious enough to voice a query. The ANBU stopped suddenly. Shisui looked around in confusion, while Itachi looked equally alert. Much to their bewilderment, both Naruto and Hakurei clapped at them. Well, we didn't expect we'd have to go this deep for you to get a call. Hakurei muttered in a daze. Young master, are you sure this is wise? Naruto nodded. Absolutely, I told you I'd give anything that chose them, and I'm not going back on my word, he reminded the old seal master, then turned to his friends. From here on, there's only one room left in the armory section of the tower, so your swords must be waiting there for you. Naruto laughed softly, much to their confusion. But man, we walked past at least 10 armory rooms, and none of those got any reaction out of either you. Either you're both super lucky, or not at all. Can you explain? Shisui demanded. I have no idea what the hell you and Hakurei Dano are talking about. You're being too vague, Naruto-kun, Itachi chimed in. Naruto just smiled wryly at them. Oh, believe me, I can't explain to you what's going to happen. But you have to know that after this, you'll either feel eternal gratitude to me, condemn me to hell, or a mix of both, he said as they stopped in front of another door. If there was one word to describe it perfectly, it would be ominous. It looked very old and haunted. You could barely see the handle because the one who locked the door must have thought no one would want anything inside, thus explaining the wrappings of the metal handle with a thick steel chain and lots of locks. Much to their shock, Naruto didn't use any key but started to pick the locks one by one, passing them to Hakurei, who set them aside. Naruto, Itachi called him. Yeah? Naruto hummed absent-mindedly. You're picking locks in your own home. The tower could be considered Naruto's home in a way. Don't you have a key for these locks? Naruto nodded. I do, he admitted. He had the spare keys to every room in the tower. But do you have any idea of how troublesome it'd be to find the key for each lock? These locks are at least half a century old, so it's rusty and some are stuck, he reasoned. Shisui rolled his eyes at that. Do you know troublesome is like the uchiha's hand to Nara? Have they copyright that line? Naruto asked curiously. I don't think so, Itachi supplied helpfully. Naruto just laughed softly at that as he unlocked the last one with an audible click. The moment Naruto opened the old door, their nostril was invaded by smell of age, grassy notes with a tang of acids, a hint of vanilla over an underlying mustiness found in old books, and a very familiar smell for a fire-breathing clan like the Uchihas, ashes and fire. Though none of those things mattered the moment they stepped inside the old forgery and laid their eyes on it. Hakurei and Naruto noticed that the cousins were looking at opposite sides. Itachi looked on the left wall where a nodachi was hung, unsheathed so Itachi could see the gleaming blade. Its curve and cut were things of beauty. It was approximately 5 shaku, equivalent to 5 feet, long with a bluish sheen on the blade that seemed more prominent than normal steel. His breath caught. It felt like the nodachi was trying to pull him in, and he could feel his chakra become erratic. Shisui felt the same as he looked at a katana on the right wall. The blade was shorter than the nodachi as it was only 3 shaku, but the ethereal beauty was equal. Shisui breathed out in awe. Naruto smiled softly at the dazed uchihas. Aren't they bewitching works of art? He voiced out their thoughts proudly. I'm glad you found your match here. Many kenjutsu practitioners are granted permission to wander here, but not all of them are so lucky as to get a call from any blade that resides in this part of the tower. Itachi turned his attention to Naruto hesitantly. There must be something wrong with him to be so reluctant to pry his eyes off of the nodachi. These swords, they are. Hakurei nodded, sentient on some level. Yes, the old seal master answered in a solemn tone. When a seal master who's crafted their work into the form of a weapon achieves the highest level, their weapons sometimes become sentient. It's a very rare occurrence, he sighed tiredly. These blades are one of a kind, a legacy of my old friend. He shook his head. When the young master granted permission to you, I didn't expect for these two to call you out of the hundreds of blades we possess, he muttered in exasperation, rubbing his throbbing cranium. Naruto tilted his head to the side. Well, it shouldn't be a problem, he said dismissively. Young master, Hakurei warned him, I won't mind in the slightest if they take any sword we have, but you should be aware of what this means if you give these swords away. He nodded sagely at that. I know. He walked to a pedestal in the center of the room and placed his hand on the seal carved on the top of it. But I had a premonition the moment you brought me here, he muttered softly as the chains that were holding both swords were pulled down to a reachable height. It'd be a pity if we continued to keep them here to collect dust. Naruto Shisui called him. I understand you want to give us some kind of badass sword, but if Hakurei thinks it's a bad idea. It's not, Naruto huffed. Now go ahead and take your sword. They would have protested if Naruto had forced the ownership upon them, but since Naruto just asked them to take it off of its resting place, Itachi and Shisui sighed as they stepped forward and reached out to their respective swords. The moment they grasped the handle, both uchihas cried out when they felt a foreign chakra crawl into their skin. They would have dropped the blades, but something made them unable to let go. The pain was quick and intense, leaving them dazed the moment it subsided. Shisui was the first to find his voice. What the hell was that? He exclaimed. Hakurei sighed at the young shinobi. It's just a playful bite of an introduction from them, it's normal. Then give us a freaking warning. Shisui howled angrily. Naruto just laughed at them as he handed Itachi a 5 shaku long sheath he took from a shelf nearby. Here I guess they gave you guys one hell of a playful bite, huh? Itachi narrowed his eyes. Let me guess. He muttered in an exasperated tone as he sheathed the nodachi. Now we can't return the sword, can we? The blonde raised an eyebrow at that. Well, if you can find a way to get rid of it, Suyu Naruto droned mischievously. Instantly, Itachi had a very bad feeling. He quickly tested his theory by dropping the sword into Naruto's outstretched hands, much to Hakurai's protest, and moved away with a shunshin. The abandoned sword suddenly flung itself into his direction, and he was forced to catch it before it hit his cranium. Shisui gaped at the sight before he tried it himself. He threw the sword away and used shunshin to keep dodging the sword, but after a few close calls he caught the sword before it could hit where a man would feel pain the most. As long as you didn't put it away with intention to abandon the sword, they won't follow you stubbornly, Naruto informed them helpfully, and since they recognize your chakra now, they can find you better than Inuzuka could. Wow. Shisui mouthed, that wasn't too bad, and at least he didn't have to worry about losing this sword. While his new katana was cool and a bit clingy, his cousin on the other hand Itachi would have a problem with his, since the sword was almost as tall as him. Why did Itachi end up with a freaking nodachi while he got a katana? At least he was taller than both his sword and Itachi's. Naruto-kun. Itachi crossed his arms. While I appreciate the sword, I can't use it. Because it's as tall as you? Shisui piped in not so helpfully. Itachi's left eyebrow twitched at the comment. Among other things, he admitted reluctantly as he caressed the sheath of his sword. This sword, may I know who forged it? He asked curiously. Just from its sheen alone, he could assume the forger must have been very skilled. Hakurai sighed at the query. He knew it was coming. An old comrade of mine, Muramasa. Shisui and Itachi went wide-eyed at that. Muramasa, that Muramasa? Satoru no Muramasa? He was the most famous blacksmith in the history of Konoha. He was like Hashirama of the Senju clan to the blacksmiths of Konoha. Itachi and Shisui, who were frequent customers of Munekika, had heard a lot about the legendary figure, because old man Munekika on his worst days was always raving about his idol. How Muramasa had been a saintly man but his swords had been demon incarnates, and so on, especially Muramasa's Shisaitan, for heavenly sky swords, his masterpieces that were rumored to have surpassed even Kiri's 7 swords. Hakurai nodded at Shisui's sputter, sighing wearily. I can't believe that 2 of Muramasa's Shisaitan chose 2 uchiha brats. Itachi and Shisui blanched at that. What they held weren't just 2 swords forged by a legendary blacksmith, but the best he'd ever forged too. Hakurai! Naruto warned, and Hakurai hastily muttered an apology. Then he turned his attention back to the Uchiha cousins. Never mind, just take good care of them, K? By the way, Itachi's nodachi is named Tenru. Tenru, Itachi repeated. Heavenly Wolf, Sirius the brightest star. Naruto turned to Shisui. Your katana is Shuriken, the North Pole star. Shisui tilted his head to the side, so that's why they're called Shisaitan. I didn't expect it though, Naruto mused, drawing their attention from their swords to him. For Tenru to choose Itachi while Shuriken goes to Shisui according to the forger's journal, Tenru is a pretty temperamental sword while Shuriken is much calmer, and yet they went for their opposites. Well, maybe opposites do attract. Itachi swallowed. I don't think you can just give these out as replacements for standard A and BU Ninjato, Naruto-kun, Itachi pointed out, slightly dazed at the preciousness of the sword he was holding. Naruto merely raised an eyebrow. Why not? These could be considered national treasures. Shisui drawled in an incredulous tone. I mean, is it really okay to give these swords just like that? Can you give these to us? He asked, looking at Naruto pointedly. It's Satoru no Muramasa's masterpieces. The blonde looked thoroughly confused. Why can't I? Hakurai's eyes lit up in realization. Oh, I see your concern, he mused. I almost forgot that in the shinobi world a title can become so well known that a person's real name is sometimes forgotten. He shook his head in amusement. I'm pretty sure there are shinobi who've forgotten that the Sandaime was born as Sarutobi Hiruzen and not the professor or god of shinobi. Or that Satoru no Muramasa's real name is Namikaze Muramasa. Itachi blinked as he recalled the photo of an old man Munekika had proudly showed him before, a man around his father's age, fair-skinned, blonde with cerulean blue eyes, and long, wavy hair that gave him an effeminate look. He had been wondering why the man looked familiar when he'd seen the photo, But it was no wonder, since that man looked exactly like Namake's Minato save for the shape of his eyes, which had a rounder edge than the Yandame's. Muramasa was Yandame's father, which meant he was Naruto's grandfather. Oh! Shisui had come to the same conclusion, it seemed. Then the curly-haired Uchiha laughed out loud, then snapped. "They're your freaking family heirloom, Chibi." Naruto blinked innocently at that before nodding sagely at that. "I guess they are so? They're legitimately mine to give, aren't they? And if they chose you to be their master, they're yours to wield. I'd rather my family's legacy be in use than just sitting here and collecting dust in this old, abandoned chamber." The Uchiha stiffened at that, realizing why Naruto was so eager to hand down the swords to them. He didn't want his grandfather's legacy to rust in the depth of the tower as a legend soon to be forgotten. For Naruto, the legacy of his family was important, and he would go to great lengths to preserve it. Naruto sincerely wanted to give them the swords, not just out of friendship and obligation, but also because he believed they deserved Tenryu and Shuriken, that they could wield the legend so it wouldn't die out and be buried under the dust of history. "Once the news gets out, this will be a bitch," Shisui pointed out grimly, as he fastened the belt-carrying Shuriken on his back. Naruto chuckled softly at that. "I'm well aware that they already know the tower and the Uchiha clan are in some sort of alliance, so don't worry, I know what I'm doing." "Naruto-sama." The blonde smiled at the elder. "It's fine, if anything I think it will work in our favor." Itachi sighed. "I wonder what scheme you're cooking up in your mind now," he wondered out loud. Naruto faked a hurt look at that statement. "Me? Scheming? Oh my, Itachi, do you think so lowly of me?" He shook his head. "While I did intend to give you one of my grandfather's swords, I had no idea which would choose you. I did have faith one of them would choose you, though for you to get the best of the best is even better. I still don't see how legitimate it is to hand these legendary swords over to us," Itachi stated firmly. "I mean, while you're the heir, your status in our village," he trailed off hesitantly. Naruto waved his concern off. "You don't have to worry about that, since in official paperwork these swords belong to the tower unless Muramasa's heir, or his will, claim otherwise." Hakurei sighed wearily. "Actually, about his will. As I informed Naruto-sama prior to your visit, Muramasa did leave a will concerning a debt, and owing a pair of swords to the Uchiha clan," he said as he pulled out an old-looking scroll tied with a yellow string. "Pass this to your father. Apparently, the Uchiha Muramasa was obligated to pass away a long time ago, so I guess your father is the right person to read it." The Uchiha heir accepted the scroll hesitantly. "Thank you, Hakurei Dano." Hakurei nodded sagely. "While I haven't read the contents, I have a pretty good guess about it says. By the way, you never elaborated on what kind of debt my grandfather owed the Uchiha clan," Naruto piped in. "From what you've told me, Muramasa-san doesn't sound like the type who would leave such a massive debt uncovered." "My old friend wouldn't, he's a man of his words, but well, he's also gotten into the strangest situations more often than not. A trouble magnet," he shook his head in amusement. Itachi and Shisui rolled their eyes at Naruto. "I guess that's hereditary," Shisui muttered. The younger Uchiha recalled his mother had said the same thing about Naruto's mother after one of Kushina's disastrous visits to the Uchiha manor. What an amazing thing, genetics that is. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah. Uchiha compound. Fugaku wasn't sure if he should compliment Minato's son or smack the boy upside the head for the latest stunt he'd pulled. His eldest son had come home in a daze with a 5-shaku-long nodachi and a scroll addressed to him, his nephew not far behind with a katana on his back. When he'd read the scroll, Fugaku had felt the beginnings of a throbbing headache coming on. Mikoto had looked worried, but it hadn't stopped her from stealing a couple of glances at Itachi's and Shisui's new swords. Mikoto had been a kenjutsu master before she retired after all, so it must have been hard to resist looking at the famous swords of Muramasa. Fugaku didn't know much about his uncle, but he did remember that Muramasa was regarded as a weirdo even by shinobi standards. Minato's mother died when he was 2 years old, and people said Murasama became a bit weird in the head afterward. Fugaku didn't really understand what was so weird about Muramasa as, at the time, he was 9 when he started training with his 4-year-old second cousin. Although as Fugaku grew up, he started to realize his uncle was an eccentric man. Muramasa was nocturnal, and it was a wonder how Minato didn't end up the same. He let his son play with real swords, and Fugaku was almost killed by Minato at the tender age of 10. Muramasa spoke to his bird, cat and dog like he could understand them, With such an impressive list of oddities that could book him a room in a mental ward, it was a wonder how that man could raise a genius like Minato for 15 years before dying of a terminal illness. This scroll was undoubtedly his uncle's. It was a will concerning an unpaid debt of Muramesa's, not to the Uchiha clan exactly, but to Muramasa wife's twin older brothers. Apparently, Muramasa had had a hard time convincing Uchiha Mayumi's older brothers to bless their marriage, which was understandable since Muramasa was of Senju line and Mayumi was their only baby sister. Their parents had been long dead, so the twins were very protective of Mayumi. Muramasa promised Mayumi's brother that he would forge the best pair of swords in the elemental countries for them as a proof of his worth for Mayumi's hand. Unfortunately, the twins fell in the second war before Muramasa finished the promised swords, and in the end, Muramasa married Mayumi with the blessing her twin brothers left in their will. In some ways, you could say there was no debt that needed to be paid, especially since the brothers Muramasa was indebted to were long dead before he finished the swords. But officially, Muramasa had left a will stating the debt still existed, and he wanted his descendant to pass it on. This contract was so like his uncle, Fugaku was sure he'd made it so he could rest peacefully in the afterlife. Muramasa must have expected Minato to take 2 random swords from his old shelves and hand them over to the Uchiha clan, even though he could have done it himself when he was alive. Regardless of the possibility that the existence of the scroll was done on a whim, it worked in their favor because it was never specified which swords had to be given as payment. Just a pair of swords to the Uchiha clan, end of discussion. No one could protest Itachi's and Shisui's ownership of the 2 legendary swords. But there must have been some sort of ploy behind this. That old man Hakurai was Muramasa's best friend, and he would have rather handed over his own chopped hand than give up Muramasa's best swords. Itachi Shisui, did Hakurai Dano give these swords to you with no underhanded intention? Itachi shook his head in negative. No, father, Hakurai Dano wouldn't have given us these swords if he'd had any say about it. Shisui nodded in agreement. It was Naruto. Of course. He wondered if Naruto was getting too confident after the latest stunt he pulled, thinking he could get away with another one. But then again, he got away with this one too. Warn him to not keep playing with fire, he is too young for. Itachi, in a rare moment, cut his father off. I believe you misunderstand him, Too-san. Fugaku frowned. Explain. He nodded. While what Naruto did could be considered careless and too brave, he didn't do it because he could. Itachi stated firmly, but because he had to when Naruto-kun suggested that surveillance system to gain our clan's cooperation, he did it because it would help both the tower and our clan. Even this time I believe he didn't do it on whim, it's for our alliance. He intends to gain more favor from us? Fugaku inquired, not that he minded if that was what Naruto wanted. Minato was a kind and gentle Hokage, but he was a shrewd politician as well. If his son inherited that from Minato, Fugaku couldn't see that as anything but a blessing. Itachi shook his head. Our alliance is seen as weak, merely to show a united front, a temporary alliance. But with these gifts it will be seen as a show of goodwill for a long-time partnership from the tower. And possession of 2 of Muramasa's Shisui will raise our standing in the eyes of Konoha, Fugaku concluded in a solemn tone. An admirable move. I will write a formal letter to thank that boy, though I will address it to Hakurai, the clan head mused. Itachi stiffened. He always disliked it when his father talked as if the village and the Uchiha clan were separate entities. Yes, though he couldn't refute it when both sides distanced themselves. He vowed that one way or another, he'd change their clan, and one day they would see they were a part of Konoha. Naruto had given him time to stall the worst, but he had no delusions that decades of hatred his clan had for their forced isolation could be erased so easily. The tower had given the Uchiha clan a breather from the role as a wounded animal Konoha had cornered. There was no telling how long that illusion would last, however. Thanks for watching. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out.